everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, because, come on, think about it, Scared. We started off with a plethora of teams. The storyline, the sweat, the tears, the amount of things that the teams needed to do to get to this stage. We only have 2 left. For one of them, it's going to be the start of a brand new journey. And for the other, it's going to be the end of the line. As we enter the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, for the Lenovo and Intel presents Convergence 2023 India Close Qualifiers by Riot Games and the Esports Club. This is going to be Riot's first international tournament in India. And it's going to be your boy Aggressive here, back on the hot seat once again after a pretty long break. And of course, I got my buddy Scared here, who's been the mainline streamer for pretty much this entire series, I would say, in a way. He's excited. We are both just hyped up for this to the point of no return, because think about it. The grand finals to decide who's going to be the one to represent India in this big stage, it's going to be a huge one.
Definitely a huge one, because if you think about it, it's for Furia, Gen G, Vitality, Global Esports, all of these teams who have got a load of international experience. So you being able to play with them, that would bring in so much value, so many new strategies, so many new ways to play all of those same kinds of maps. So it's going to be literally a Pandora's box for the team who will qualify. But again, Agi, you mentioned, yes, I've been following it for a while now. You are in for a very long day, hopefully. Let's see if this series can go to that full best of 5 scenario. Because if we are looking at the past records for both of these teams, Reckoning and True Rippers, Reckoning have been winning in a dominating fashion. So True Rippers, it's a daunting task, it's an uphill battle, you can name it anything, but it means exactly the same, that it's going to be a difficult task for them to face Reckoning, but they need to do so nonetheless, if in case they want to fulfill their dreams of playing with the international teams. Because for one, it's going to be a dream come true, but for the other, it might be a shatter to those dreams.
The prophecy of Armageddon could just be right in front of us, as Reckoning, they're going to be taking us over to the first map of this entire series, as we're going to be jumping on down over towards the map video screen, ladies and gentlemen. Because honestly, when I saw this video initially, you stated that, hey, I have a good feeling that Reckoning are just going to take this with a possible 3-1 or a 3-0. Because in a way, I can agree with you, but at the same time, True Rippers on Ascent is a force to be reckoned with. And I'm just saying if, the members of True Rippers are able to take it over to Haven, they should be the ones with the biggest advantage.
That is true, and it is possible, but again, at the same time, once we're looking back and see the upper bracket finals and how things went out on that one, it was an overtime, yes, but eventually Reckoning were the ones who closed it all out with a 17-15 scenario, wherein they got some few extra rounds on their attacking side, and that's about it. Both of these teams were able to only manage to get those 5 rounds in their attack when all the main 24 rounds were going on. So if you think about it, I think so the team who's got most strategies in their box, especially for those attacking sides, is the one who's going to take the cake. But hear me out, alright? Hear me out. We have seen True Rippers struggle in their mid-rounding, and not just once. We've seen them struggle for so many times. And back when I was with Desk on Desk with Assassin 47, we saw the map of Ascent, wherein True Rippers were having the control, but eventually they could not figure out where they want to end up with. They got the cat control, they went in towards the tree, and then just jumped up in the garden. And after that, they were just entirely confused where they need to go. They took the heaven control, but then probably ended up being in the spawn, getting trapped from two different directions, then turning towards the B and trying to figure out where they could plant. It was really a mess. If in case they want to, kind of close things out, they need to figure out where the mess lies, and then they need to correct every single thing. But that's the storyline of Ascent. We'll be moving on to the map of Lotus in the agent select.
I think the biggest reason why True Rippers is also having issues, don't forget, Scared, that because you don't really have Rabbit anymore on your team, maybe your mid-round calls are a little bit off. You don't have that same level of direction. You don't have that coach just instantly put a stop to your bad habits after taking a pause. You don't really have that person that will always call you out for your mistakes. And that could be one of the biggest issues moving forward for the members of True Rippers. They, of course, have their substitute Alice, I do believe, on their coach slot, so it can help out, but it's not on the same level, right? Rabbit has worked with this team for such a long time to bring them to the level that they were in their previous tournaments, but here, Reckoning, they're just at an advantage. Rennie is just an absolute dominant force on the coach slot, and he has players that can easily do what he tells them.
And I love the fact how even without Hoya, just with Adrian King trying to fill his shoes, playing on that Sentinel role as well, he's literally flexing on that Sentinel role. He's comfortable on the Initiator one. We've seen him play KO, we've seen him play Breach, we've seen him play Sky. He's been doing a very good job at that. He's also played Sova, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, if you talk about it and you think about it, Adrian King is kind of flexing on that Sentinel. He's still doing a very decent job at that. And eventually, the strength of Reckoning, it always lies in the fact that they are able to set up A and Q for all those picks that he's able to get. You see those flash, it comes on time. You see all the utilities of the controller being thrown perfectly. So you know that A and Q would be in a best scenario wherein a duelist needs to be to get those picks. And that is one of the reasons why we always see him top fragging. So Reckoning is a team that works really well, that synergizes really well with its players. And True Rippers, just as you mentioned, the Rabbit, they were doing that exact same thing, but eventually now it turns out that they're having some problems and they need to figure things out, because Lotus is very attack-centric map. We've also seen teams relying heavily on their defense, wherein they get more rounds of the defense, but we'll just have to see how it kind of pans out as we'll be moving into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first one in the best of 5 grand finals. You're watching the Convergence India closed qualifiers. Let's see if it would be Reckoning will have a dream start, or would it be True Rippers to go in for an upside.
We need to see exactly which team is going to be coming out of this gate running, and it seems to be the members of True Rippers who already got the first early bout of an advantage. Small amounts of chip damage being given as Caramel. Down to low HP, but a very standard setup coming out for them. Nothing really out of the ordinary. They're trying to test out the waters. A lot of utility being invested as Stepmaker! Already going in, but... Wait, Caramel keep on a shorty on the first round? The guy's an absolute chat. Who does that? Who does that?
Fact that he was also able to get Deathmaker right away. And fun fact, Deathmaker is not playing on a Killjoy, he is playing on the Raze. So True Rippers are just letting him off the leash, like, do whatever you want to do, man. Today it's just your game entirely. And Caramel just shuts him down right off the bat, and that too with the shorty, just as you mentioned. Now he's also holding the classic back in hand, so we'll just have to wait and see if he can do even more damage with that, as again some noise being made, but the round has been slowed down so very much. But Caramel, he could play such a big spoiler, but the question is, when will this smoke dissipate? He'll be welcomed by multiple people. Oh my god, jiggling it with the poison orb as well. Aggie, I'm super scared.
This is such a dangerous position for him to play into, as Caramel, he knows he just needs to immediately run away from this. But this shorty can do so much work in towards his angle. He does get stunned, but he has the Killjoy to back him up. Full control is present as Hirsch. He still holds down the line. Good for another kill, and look at Caramel, an absolute rat. He's slowly working his way up. Johnny at home as Techno, he gets the kill, but it's just not gonna be enough. They're dropping bodies like the flies out on my window. As Reckoning 1-0, and that was so clean coming out from them. Caramel, he's a phenomenal defender. No one can stop him on the seaside after a performance like that.
Exactly, and imagine using a smoke of your opponent in your favor. All he needed to do was to stop the planter from planting. He did exactly that. And first, he was literally inside the smoke of Astra, then inside his own poison orb. And after that, when Techno decided to put off in his own smoke, he just stayed inside of it. Waited for the timing, and that's going to be the Bulldog, and he has a
shot
Vixcali. Yeah, it should be some of eco frags going in his favor unless he kind of gets a little too ahead of himself and gives up the Bulldog to the enemy. Oh, still paying
It's
this.
Excali.
Pulling them in.
He likes to show a little bit of disrespect, but he should be able to do something more here. Techno, good for the first kill as ANQ gets slapped onto the ground. The Classic doing so much work for Techno here. He gets the 2 frags, and this round looks very much winnable if first doesn't shut it down here. Has the Trailblazer to get a little bit of value going into this, but it's a full reset coming in from both squads. One gun in hands of True Rippers though, so they can play for the long haul here if they want to. Ooh, that Guardian's gonna be massive.
They swapped it. No more additional guns going in there. But look at the lurk coming in from Caramel. But in the meantime, on towards the side, Adrian King, good for one, was traded by Deathmaker. The side control has been given up. True Rippers would be able to get the plant in. But the question is, can Caramel find the perfect timing?
30 seconds left.
Just a pixel of the bat, and that's all he needed. You get shut down, and it's only on to Deathmaker now. He's been clutching round after round yesterday, but can he do the exact same thing today as well? His position should be noted, but still. Reckoning just want to double up. They've heard the spike beam going down. Deathmaker is going to go in for the peak. Will be taken down. Caramel with the easy shot going in. The spike was not even planted, so that is unfortunate for him. I really thought he got that spike down, but eventually it was just a few milliseconds that he needed to stay put for, but he did not do that.
Honestly speaking, this was a very good eco round coming in. First, they dealt a good chunk of damage. They were able to shut down a lot of the strong weapons that the members of Reckoning had in their arsenal. So overall, a good round from them and a possible reset coming into this. Seems to be a little bit of a split hit coming in from both sides. They want to sell this fake towards mid, but I do not expect them to fully contest this. A lot of early aggression being showed by the members of Reckoning on towards A. And True Rippers, they don't really want any piece of it. They know they have the weaponry advantage here, so they want to play this as quick as possible while using all of their bodies to gain the advantages. But this is so bad. Caramel does connect. He's able to find so much value, but Deathmaker, an absolute Chad. The defenders are still holding down the line. Wait, even with the better weaponry, Q just pulls off a miracle.
Those 2 nasty shots coming in by ANQ. That's exactly what's being the nemesis of True Rippers at this point, because it's just that they've got the entire CT control, but where do they go from this point onwards? The Killjoy utility should be deactivated at this point, so they should be able to get an easy plant towards the C. Pings coming on the map, showing that they're on spawn, but Reckoning, they're just tripled up at this point. They don't want to lose the control of the B side that they have. So the plant should go down this time around, unless again True Rippers might make any panic mistakes. Weaponry should also be upgraded by them. Yep, they've got the noise, they've heard everything, they will be moving forward. But can Techno find a crucial pick? Can he try and isolate the fight? He's still got those smokes to play with. There's also a possibility of the backstab thanks to opening the door. So they've got to watch multiple angles at this point, and the fight has been won by Adrian King. Deathmaker could not finish that kill, and it's all down to just Techno utility in hand, and Hirsch will welcome him with a Vandal shot in head. Aggie thought it was a reset, but it seems that Reckoning are just steamrolling on the defense.
That was such a good play coming in from True Rippers as well. I understood what they were going in for, but what really surprised me is the fact that they swung into that and they... Why was there no smoke or any form of utility onto the side of Connector? No one threw anything for door at all. Normally, whenever you're in a situation like that, you want to flash first, then swing out because it's such a dangerous fight for you to take. And True Rippers, again, it seems as though the analysis that you made beforehand that their mid rounds are very problematic. That really does seem to be the case. They want to take gunfights, but they don't want to facilitate themselves to win this gunfight. They're taking much more of those 60-40 duels instead of the 50-50 ones.
Exactly, and that's where the problem is lying for them. This nade should do some damage to Hirsch. He just tugs inside, but oh my goodness, ANQ! This guy is just outworldly. Whenever you think the more nasty one at this point. And Harsh will just wrap everything up. Excalibur was also on the hunt from the backside, so it's just Reckoning getting some eco frags in this one. They've also got the Seekers up. They've also got the Showstopper up. On the other side, it's only a TP by Omen, and that's about it. True Rippers are having such a hard time into understanding this defensive setup. So maybe this time around, changing the pace, getting the rubble control seems to be the key. Pings coming on the map. It kind of shows that's where they want to go in for the fight. And interestingly, we've also got the same idea coming in from Reckoning. This could get so problematic on towards the side. Both the races making their way towards rubble. And Techno actually finds the trade on towards that side. Harsh will be flashed off. He will move back. So that's Showstopper taken care of already, Aggie.
That was a little bit scary. I saw a bullet run right past Harsh's head. That could have been a hit there. But Harsh able to survive, and they still need a couple of kills here. Caramel, he's been a phenomenal anchor for this team. This young player has pretty much proved everyone wrong that if you have the talent, if you just have a couple of players on your team that can nourish it, he can pull off miracles of his own. He's a star player of his own caliber. And on this Viper, it's going to be one of those players that really changes the tide for this battle, but the flash is going to be perfect. Helm does combine. Possibly get a couple of his own.
Yeah, but Deathmaker actually finding out Harsh in that situation will give them an easy plant. 3v, it's a 2v4 situation at the side. Seekers were also invested from the side of True Rippers, and now they've got their own Showstopper up. So they're funneling a few of those orbs onto their main key players, and that's helping them out. But the question is, can they funnel out the last two players from Reckoning? They don't have enough time. Flash is going to go on their face. And True Rippers would be able to buy this one round. At least they'd be able to steal it away.
Yeah,
But
now it's just
I'll be
all
very
economic
honest,
damage.
Yeah, I really don't like this post-plan positioning from True Rippers at all. Because yes, they would be able to get a few exit frags as well on the other side. But if you think about it, they were able to take care of ANQ early on in the round. Had he been alive, that Showstopper would have proved everything if it was put down in tree. So yeah, kind of questionable post-plan position, but at least they got the round. They got the first round out of it. So Reckoning would be able to buy in this one, maybe pulling up an AWP for ANQ is what they're thinking. He's still got a Vandal in hand though, so no AWPs being pulled up whatsoever on this map. But I mean, yesterday we did see him fragging so much with the AWP.
Another really questionable play coming in from the members of Reckoning was the fact that they played that last round purely for gunfights. That was a very risky play coming in from Caramel just by standing.
What? How?
It's okay. It's okay. Like, I'm pretty sure that Deathmaker is just getting a little bit of time to think about life. He is not gonna be happy about that one. Not one bit.
I don't even think that this is exactly where he wanted this pit to be, because it does not cover any kind of entry point whatsoever. Rolling Thunder being sent in as well by True Rippers, so they should get control of the site, as Techno will be just clearing everything in that pit, and they'll the entire site for themselves. Yeah, I think so that Caramel thought maybe it would spread forwards rather than towards the CT. And apparently this pit is basically helping the members of True Rippers to gain the full control. But yeah, it's the post-plan where I think the problem would lie, as the Paranoid was also sent in, that flash coming in, but no frags whatsoever.
Oh, the angle is so good here. AMQ, he needs to find a kill of his own, but trades are going to be there. Phenomenal performances coming in from the members of Reckoning as they're going to be running on down for the retake. Time is taken away here. Last player over towards the side of tree. He needs to be the last line of defense. Aryu causing the damage. The smoke's going to be even better. Aryu needs to cross around. The time's already up. If he's going to be able to hold it all down, he doesn't need to do anything more. It's Aryu. Give it to the man in yellow. Beautiful performance, and he's also able to save his gun too. 4-2 as True Rippers. They get a miraculous clutch to get this one done.
Fun fact, there was not a single bullet that landed on him. Seems like everyone's just Yeah, he's from the Matrix. That's what I wanted to say. Everyone's just sitting in their pods, and he's the one. He's the Keanu Reeves in the Matrix right now. Not even a single bullet connecting. That was heartbreaking for Excali because he was literally running and gunning with a vandal, trying to get at least 1 or 2 shots on the heads of Aryu. But either ways, a good round coming in for True Rippers. I still think that the pit was kinda messed, but alright, what's done is done. Now they've got to focus down on the important things. Now they've lost all their key ultimates. On the other end, we've still got a showstopper to work with, so maybe True Rippers would want to just make some noise around the map and then moving forward towards the other side. My goodness. Are you? And get one! Fighting squad on the other side though. Excalibur will shut him down.
Ooh, Deathmaker, that's gonna hurt a little bit here. The utility users was good coming in from Caramel. They're able to surround the members of Rippers over into one particular side, and they have pretty much every angle in check. They're all stuck in towards the B side, and I'm kind of confused of who is the defender and who is the attacker at this point. They're all over the place, and one person's in towards the smoke, and Excali is none the wiser. Look at Connector Boy, look at the door! And it's gonna be Adrian to save the day here. Excali, he would have died, and that would have been such a massive upset if they lost mid control this early on into the retake.
For some reason, Reckoning actually knew where Deathmaker would be, and just as you mentioned, everyone is literally at all of the places, and the Cosmic Dividers also come in. Okay, Techno was able to take care of the NQ. Anything more? That was good. Got the second one as well. A much movable position for Disrupt, though he gets two in that situation. Can he get the third one as well? He's actually going in for the peak. What a timing coming in from Disrupt. He gets 3k in that one. Hero plays after hero plays coming in for the side of True Rippers. And on the back of it, Rennie now wants a timeout.
Yeah, they've been just losing 1v2 clutches. I don't know why, but the members of Reckoning, they're just not able to communicate. No, I don't think it's a communication issue. I think that they're taking way too long for these retakes. Plus, they're giving away key portions of the map too easily, allowing True Rippers to get in towards the side. Like, their retakes have been really good. Like, you cannot deny that their retakes have been phenomenal, and they're able to do it in a very systematic fashion. But when it comes down to killing that last player, they either rush it or they take it way too slow. And because, don't forget, True Rippers have a double initiator setup, they have ample amounts of utility to hold down the spike. There's literally nothing that you can do if they just want to flash you, stun, nade. They can do whatever the hell they want, and they can still get value out of it. They can pay the pulse pans for the longest time. That's why playing aggressive is a very important tool, but you can't really just give up one portion of your map for a retake unless you can really take it back quickly. And here you could see the biggest weaknesses. True Rippers, they're making the perfect calls. They knew that, hey, 3 players pushed out a C. That means that the C side is completely empty. I'm not going to plant in B. I'm going to run towards C and force the members of Reckoning to clear me fully on each and every side one. And that's going to take time. And time is our best friend.
Absolutely correct. Oh my goodness, Deathmaker. Can he find the pick on Excali? Yes, he will be able to. ANQ was good for a trade coming in, but Disrupt as well. Finding a pick onto Adrian King. All the utils being used up, and now the C side is empty. So the C hit has been working out really well for the side of True Rippers, I might as well say it. Because on towards the A as well, they found success a couple of times. And then in the previous round towards the C, they were able to plant the spike. It's an eco round coming in for Reckoning, so just a few more frags maybe, and they should be happy with that. There's no weaponry to be taken away. Can't grab that Vandal. So might as well just would try to play for a few of those exit frags. So again, a good read coming in from True Rippers. They realize that this is going to be an eco round, so might as well go in for a pacey hit towards the C. Push was actually able to take care of Henrik though. So got that one hero's rifle in their faces. Deathmaker would be able to get a couple of them. Disrupt was the one who stole it away though. Caramel with a crispy shot right onto the head. Will be upgrading the weaponry. It's a doable situation. He actually isolates. He's able to get them down, but time is not his best friend though. So that's round lost, but my god, the damage.
Youch.
He's
Caramel. Yeah, he's warming himself up. It's 4-4, but that's a good chunk of damage being done. But The damage not really mattering as much overall because don't forget the members of True Rippers, they are on a win streak. Yes, they have lost out on pretty much all of their members even when it came down to their buy rounds, but because of that win streak still being present, I think they're going to be okay. They'll still be able to go in for buys, but the buys in this round after will be non-existent even if True Rippers they need to be very careful about this particular round. It's already a very aggressive Deathmaker make his way forward, and Excali wanted to do a little bit of movement tactics against Deathmaker, but when Deathmaker has his crosshairs, it's gonna be very difficult to outsmart him even with your movement.
That is indeed true, and we've seen multiple times now True Rippers finding the opener in the round, and then they're kind of fixing the things that they were not able to fix last time, that they are really working out well. Even after that, my goodness, ANQ, no way. No way he found that timing. There's absolutely no chance at that. Still sticking for a few more seconds though. Can he get out? The question now is the answer. Adrian King was able to find one though, so it's only ANQ retained. No one would be able to capitalize on him. He was just so far back in towards that spawn. Aftershock can give them a couple of seconds. And Trailblazer just to clear out those angles, close angles. My goodness, Adrian King just found this. Taking down a couple of those players, but eventually Caramel can try and find an opener, and Q would be able to take this rub down. It's just 1v3 situation. Can True Rippers do it again? They've done one. The duels will be isolated. Strike, he's taking on it. No, is the other. What? LF, can he find the fourth one? That's the question. Half the fuse already done. Caramel would be able to take care of it. My goodness, I almost fumbled on my rose there.
Anyone would, but good God, hell, if he nearly pulled off a miracle there. If Caramel wasn't so fast on the trigger and his crosshair placement was absolutely ready for Helif, there was a good chance they could have won out on this round. Helif was forced to make that peak even when he wasn't ready, and that's what Caramel needed. That fake really was the thing that they needed to bring this one back. As these rounds are just so close here, Scared. Like, you wouldn't expect this, right? This is one of the more favorite maps for the members of Reckoning. And True Rippers, even with a rough start, they're pulling off so many incredible rounds, but remember what I told you? Even though True Rippers won 4 rounds consecutively, their economy is just non-existent. It's just in the firing line. Just look at this man. 1, 2, 3. He just taps him down. He's looking for his 4th, but he's gonna get slapped in the face instead. Shut down as Adrian King picks up the mantle for him instead. 6-4. As both of the Sentinels, I would say more or less, are the ones that are really popping off.
I mean, you can call Viper a pseudo sentinel. Yes, that is true. You give him 1v1, he's just gonna enjoy them. Caramel, what a great dead zoning coming in from him, and Adrian King just following his footsteps, wrapping things up in style, not losing a lot of weaponry. Now this time around, all Vandals, just one Phantom, find the imposter, that's RU. And the Phantom and a full shield. But again, if you're looking at how well Caramel has been playing on this defense, he's feeling it. He's literally in his shoes right now. 15 frags already, and towards the mount is where the aggression lies. ANQ just sends the showstopper right onto the face of Deathmaker. Wins out that race 1v1 and has provided the opportunity for his team to be in that member's advantage on the back of it. And only a TP available for Omen. That's about it. Take note. I don't think so he's even used from the shadows in the entirety of the half till now. Finally, used it, trying to find some information, but they don't have any kind of map control whatsoever, Aggie.
Time to hunt.
For now, though,
They're concussed.
this is a slowdown coming in from the members of True Rippers. They want to take their time because this is a big disadvantage for them as Hirsch. He's able to hold down the line with his buddies. The Seeker is coming out as well from Hirsch. Full control is present, but they're just able to run things down. Not really the best of place from True Rippers to try to force that issue in towards the C side, but they really didn't have a lot of choices now, did they? It was a tough call, and True Rippers, they're starting to drop out on so many rounds. This is going to be another eco for them. They will not have enough to go in for a proper buy, but with this being a last round, they're forced into really bad weaponry. And this really hurts their chances to try and even get close to that 7-5 score.
That is true. I think so. Looking at the weaponry, it might as well be an 8-4 situation. ANQ also has got the operator in hand now, so I don't think they're gonna expect it. Oh my goodness, Techno, that's such a pace change coming in from the side of True Rippers, and on the back of it, they've already found a couple of fakes. Flash just gonna give the information. Seekers were also invested. That's gonna be even the showstopper. What in Techno is just firing with the Bulldog. Where was this Bulldog previously? They might have ended up in a positive situation, but either way, it's just a 2v5 situation. Make it a 2v1, 1v5. And both the players were coming in for the backstab, taken care of by the operator. Are you wrapping things up? You mentioned that this might be difficult for them. They pulled a literal flawless right in front of our faces.
This is just one of those things that the members of Rippers are able to do. When you really doubt them the most, that's when the team is able to rise up to the challenge and bring in something completely different. Gotta love it when you see it. As Reckoning, not really in the biggest of disadvantages, but also not in the biggest form of an advantage either. 7-5 is one of those scorelines that you can easily come on back from. And True Rippers, they're known really well for their defensive side in Lotus. A very early aggression in towards the C side too. They want to take fast control of C, and they're playing A for a full-scale retake. This is one of the much more standardized strategies that True Rippers like to employ. And it works out wonders because it forces your opponents in towards one side and in towards a Killjoy setup, which can chip away at their HP slowly but surely. But the thing is, they need to go quickly. This wrap being made by True Rippers needs to happen in the next 20 seconds. Otherwise, they're going to get slowed down to a drastic measure because Aryu can't hold this. He needs to run away. And look at the amount of space being gained by the members of Reckoning. Now it's their turn to play this. It's going to be a 5v5 retake on a pistol round. So it's all down to pure aim.
That is true, and they're still moving forward. Look at the amount of space ANQ is clearing. Aryu, every single angle is anticipated. He almost had an opportunity, but the nade is going to push him even further back directly towards the B side. They're just dividing and conquering the members of True Rippers. Still have to make the retake attempt going in. They've sent in the paranoia already, so not a can play a massive spoiler from that position. The Caramel has already been taken down by Disrupt, and it's going to be the pay down coming in. Hutch could not find out that one pick. Ari will be trading him just as quickly. He doubles it up as well. But the defuse is already on its way, and the defuse has been killed. What a timing, what a round, what a mess in that one. But that's where Reckoning truly shine. Every single person died out in the previous one, but what a way. My goodness.
That was a little bit too close for comfort, even for me. Good God, ANQ. He's laughing, he's chilling, but he knows how close this was for his entire squad. A little bit of a messy round, but overall, I would say True Rippers, they did the right plan, but remember what I said? Unless they're able to do that wrap really quickly, it's gonna hurt them.
That is true. Raise Nate, just stop everyone from Reckoning. Reclear is gonna come in. Surmount is where there's absolutely no control. Rubble entirely being controlled by Reckoning. And it's True Rippers just gamble stacking towards the C side, which for now seems to be the wrong side. Unless Reckoning just flip a switch and decide to directly maneuver around towards the C side, which does not seem to be the likely scenario at this point though. Viper Wall's going to go up. That means that they will be going in for the execute. Trailblazer is clearing the entirety of the side. They know that the A is in. They know A is empty. So, yeah. True Rippers would just have to go in for this flood retake. 5v5 situation and massive weaponry disadvantage.
For now, though. It's a complete slowdown coming in from either end of this. As True Rippers, they're kind of scared of what they really want to do. They only have classics, and with only 5 bodies going into this, I don't think they even want to fight them for exit frags here. It's better to die out to the spike. Where you know that they are very close to getting it. You don't want to risk it, yeah. They're just going to die to the spike. Much more of a better option. Deny out the economy overall because the attack side gets so much value out of the results that if you deny it early, that's going to be the best thing for
We still had a couple of sheriffs to work with, possibly. So I think they could have tried to go in for a fight. At least the player who had the sheriff. Maybe get lucky, get a kill or two. At least would put a dent in the economy of Reckoning, because the previous one, they basically got a free spike plant and then a free exit as well. So just a few extra creds along with the round win creds that is going to help them out in their economy so much, especially now it's going to be a full buy coming in for True Rippers, while Reckoning, yes, it's a bonus, but it's a very healthy bonus for them. Deathmaker just going in for that double satchel, could not stand upon top of the rubble, but still would be controlling that space. And Reckoning are just conceding it without fighting for it at all. They're taking control of the mount because that's one of the extremities they love to take control of, and even they are controlling the space towards the B main. So no one's pushing out from there as well. No splits whatsoever. We're going to go in for that fast execute as the trailblazer was used up alongside with the aftershock. Try and delay something. The flash is going to go out by disrupt. Can he find some opening? That's the question, as the nanoswarm would deny them for some time. But the guardian and the bulldogs are doing so much damage.
Okay.
It's only Techno who finds some value.
Last player standing.
So much value from them too overall as Reckoning. They're not even stopping for a second. W keying their way in towards the side, even against full buys and weaponries. They do not give a damn, and Helen. Odds are stacked against him. Peeks out and just sees an army right in front. All three of them peeked in the perfect fashion. 3-1 at its finest. 10-5 as I think I jinxed the members of True Rippers a little bit too much, saying that their defense is what they were known for, because they're getting slaughtered out here.
And they'll be pushed down to another eco round. So that means Reckoning would be moving one more step closer to the match point. Round number 11 with such a massive weaponry advantage. And look at their economy. 3 of them are just steamrolling on above 4,000 creds. Harsh almost hitting the 5,000 mark as well. My God. How are True Rippers even going to deal with this situation? Because they've been trying to take the rubble control time and time again, but it just seems that it's not working out for them. Because in the previous one, they let the full control of Mount go over, and eventually that's where Reckoning decided to aggress. Deathmaker though, he's a good opener on the Caramel. He is known to do that. He did that even yesterday on the map of Lotus. It was towards the seaside though while he was on the defense. This guy is just gonna pop off either ways.
The man got into a Bugatti and just swung the guy. Show some respect. Deathmaker. Just being an absolute unit for his entire team. It's a really important kill for them. And if they're able to take that gun too, that's going to be massive. But look at the timing here. 4 defenders. They're already going in towards mid.
I've got your trail.
Oh, this is so bad. HQ, he's not even going to expect it. Shots come through. It's Helen's going to be good for the first kill. Adrian King's going to be able to shut down one more here. But is it going to be enough? Not exactly. Maybe it will be. Adrian King gets a double kill, has a couple of openings to play into here. But look at the positioning coming out from Hirsch. All the way in towards the back end of spawn. He has the perfect lurk going into this. And the post plan is going to be absolutely gorgeous. Hirsch, he's guaranteed a kill almost here.
He should have heard already that the turret got out, so I don't think so he's going to give up on his positioning, at least for now. But this retake needs to come in quickly. Otherwise, Reckoning would win the round, and with this,
Placing swarm grenade.
Adrian King has probably sealed the deal already. What a shot coming in as soon as the door was open. He was so very ready for that fight. Harsh also just now tripling up with his teammates. Does not want to give up the rifle. Excali finding disrupt, and that's probably about it. Techno can find a couple of exit frags if he's lucky. Yeah, he gets one. Harsh has been taken care of. He puts in the smoke as well. Does he have enough time? He wants to go in for a ninja diffuser. Both of them jumping inside the smoke. No way! Excali even thought of going for a knife. Adrian King with the rifle was able to take him down, and Spike will detonate. So some economical damage being dealt. But my, oh my. Excali is just enjoying his time.
Hey, it's Excali. If he doesn't disrespect someone in the middle of a match, who will, right? The man wants to have fun at all moments, and at the end of the day, if the members of Reckoning are this ecstatic in their performances, then you know for a fact that this could just be a really fast 3-0. True Rippers, this map might be over, but don't forget, we're still playing a best of 5. there's a lot of matches that you need to go through before you can go that distance. And it all starts here
Turret
for them.
destroyed. Bomb
Yes,
grenade
that
out.
is true. Are you finding a crucial
Placing swarm
opener?
grenade. Bomb grenade out.
But again, we still have ANQ alive, so he can pose a lot of threat, and I jinxed him right away as Helef would be able to double it up. Caramel taken down. He cannot go towards the B side. What a perfect read coming in from the side of True Rippers, and just a couple of members Reckoning now have to work with. Will probably go and re-clear towards the A, but I don't think the True Rippers would have any kind of problem with letting them take that space, because again, they've got to go in, plant the spike, and then also defend in a 2v5 situation. So the best case scenario for True Rippers, they do not lose any kind of rifle. Do not give them a 1v1s or 1v2s. Don't let them go in for any kind of trades. No ultimates to work with either, apart from the showstopper coming in by Disrupt, but I don't think so they're going to invest it in this round. This luck play could be everything. Trailblazer taken care of, so information being gained.
Last player
So
standing.
the flash that will give the information. Ryu actually pops out. That's a perfect way to just shut things down. Flawless round coming in. Even the spike not going down. 11-6. True Rippers finding some ray of hope.
Yeah, I think that the members of Reckoning tried to cook on this round a little bit too much. They spent way too long trying to find an opening to even find that first initial frag over onto True Rippers. Earlier on in the rounds, right? Scared. They just wanted to take a duel over into the key positions and force the hands of True Rippers here. They were taking their time. And Reckoning just completely lost their foothold. It made like no sense because as a team, normally what True Rippers like to do on their defensive side is they want the members of Reckoning to make that first move. They want to make that first mistake. And the fact that Reckoning made absolutely nothing, it allowed True Rippers to hold down onto the space, and this was a little bit too aggressive. Hello? A very dangerous play, but still somehow it worked out. 2 kills come in, and the man advantage going in the favor of True Rippers. Very questionable what happened there, but hey, if it worked, right?
That is true, but still, I think so a little too overzealous in that situation. Trades did work out, and it was only thanks to the triple stack coming in by True Rippers, so Reckoning did not anticipate that. But still, losing Deathmaker in that kind of fashion, showstopper off the charts now. Plant will go down towards the A right away. Ari would be able to take care of A and Q in that situation. Lockdown is available if Reckoning want to go in for that investment, and we've seen them going in for some crazy plays and crazy invests. Techno with that smoke is basically revealing his own position, but Ryu seems to be still unchecked for. Oh my goodness. Caramel acting doubles it up with the Guardian. Will be jumping in. Was caught in the fault line. Can I try and find an opening? Puts up the ball. Refuse. LF not sticking onto it. Still tapped it. That's a flick coming in. Not connecting as of now. And that's going to be the double up coming in. True Rippers would be able to get a crucial round for themselves. But it was expensive for them, and it was pretty close, I would say.
Overall, the members of True Rippers, they're slowly but surely turning this back in their favor. I'm hoping that I could see an operator possibly in the hands of one of the players, but they don't really have any agent that can run this operator and get a lot of value out of it. That's one of the biggest problems that a team can face when they don't have a jet, is no one wants to play this op, and an op can be so strong here on the map of Lotus. But
That is true.
that is an option, but for the members of True Rippers, I think just going for the basics and playing for a lot more heavy control over on the different portions of the map is what they really want. Helef getting a little bit of damage out here. Good wall bangs from the other end. That's Reckoning. They're gonna take their time. They want to see if any of the members of True Rippers are gonna step out of line. A big ult coming in from the other
my
side.
God.
The Rosa just happens for Deathmaker. The poor guy can't even do anything. That astral suck coming in from Excalibur was just beautiful. He expected
And
this
this is the
play from
second time.
Deathmaker. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the second time that this has happened. So Deathmaker literally not learning from his mistake and even lost the showstopper on the back of it. So that's really not what you want to do,
And
because
he
look at
gave
the
a
other
gun.
side. They've got the
You should
yeah, exactly. They've got the lockdown. They've also got the showstopper. And they've invested both of them right away, getting a
Spike
ton of
down,
value out of
attacker
it.
spawn.
Adrian King was taken care of, but again, there's absolutely no way for True Rippers to take care of this lockdown. But everyone's just going in for that rotation because Disrupt was able to Noted the position of the spike, the
player
lockdown
standing.
space getting 0 value, and ANQ would be able to shut him down, but no weaponry gained whatsoever. Still a
30
Sheriff and a
seconds
Guardian
left.
to work with. 1v2 situation, Vandal finally gained. RU is having the lead, but he was having the lead until Reckoning just decided to go in directly towards the A site. Now they'll get the free site, but still a few of those questionable plays coming in right from the beginning of the round. But eventually, if you
10
think about
seconds
it,
left.
Aggie, even figuring out where the spike was helped
Spike
a
planted.
lot to the side of True Rippers, and they're now in a fightable position in this round at least.
Oh, RU has an ult. Is he gonna use it? It's a 1v2. He has an opportunity to maybe make a play here, but this is one of those 1v2s that you don't really want to underestimate because you can see both of the players. They're very much ready to try and take this fight.
Initiated.
Are you? Playing this so smart. Look at the way that he's utilizing the utility as well. Instead of trying to pop the ult on the other side, he's going to do it in the front, but look at the amount of time that's being wasted. This is so bad. He's not going to have enough time to go in for a defuse properly. From bad to worse, he still has the timing for it. I do
My
believe he's going to be able to stick it down the full. Are you? This was a
My
masterclass
God.
when it came down to clutches. The guy had the perfect timing.
Focus for a second.
And even though the play was trying to be made, are you? You can see he just had a hands-up approach. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna win. There's nothing that they can do to me. Ultimate usage perfect. He was able to push himself into a better position to even use that lockdown because the lockdown was right in the center of the staircase. They had nowhere to run. Where do they go? If they run back, they're gonna get caught out by RU, who's just holding over onto ruins.
That was
Clippers.
just a mess
That was
coming
just-
in.
that was a
just
gorgeous clutch.
mess. Exactly. RU, even in such a pressurizing situation, was able to get the lockdown out on time and was able to capitalize on it. But there's one thing that everyone out there can capitalize on, and that is the tickets of Convergence 2023. Link is pinned in the chat, so might as well click on it and buy yourself some amazing tickets because you do not want to miss out India's biggest first ever Valorant international LAN event. I would really grab myself a few tickets and would jump towards the arena. I do not want to miss out at all. Aggie, I really hope you join us as well. But either ways, for now, Rennie is going to join
You
his
pay
team.
for my tickets, I'll go there.
All right, I guess I'll do that. Maybe.
But what we
But
do
again-
know is who won't have to pay for their tickets is one of these teams who are going to be the one to make it over towards that LAN. Ruling best of 5 to go through it. It's only the first map, and both of these teams are this close when it comes down to trying to finish this one off. Lotus. A map that has a lot of ups and downs coming in from either end of the squads here. It's Caramel!
My
Wait!
God.
Nearly pulled off the second. 5 HP on Deathmaker, 5 HP. If he had a Phantom, this was a guaranteed kill. Caramel.
That is true. Are you just being pushed off of that position and you were talking about 5 HP? Now, Arvi is the one who's on 5 HP. Seems like they're just kind of trading it off here and there, but either ways, now here's the thing, right? On the back of that nade, Reckoning think that C is clear, at least behind the box for some time. Little do they know that True Rippers have actually doubled it up. Disrupt is also just so very ready with even the Rolling Thunder, but they don't want to go in for any kind of aggress. Reckoning just trying to move towards the other side. 4v4 is the situation, and the Trailblazer is just going to clear a ton of those utils. Well, the Trailblazer on the other side will also not get... Should be
30
enough.
seconds left.
Try and give them some information, but Deathmaker was able to take care of ANQ, so that's already the duelist out of the picture. No one to clear off any kind of space, and now everyone from the side of Reckoning seems to be just
You want
stuck.
to fight
They
it?
actually clear out the door towards the connector. Seekers were also invested along with the Cosmic Device. So this should give them enough room to go in for the plant, but Adrian King, it was a perfect opportunity for him, almost a perfect. Deathmaker actually triples it up as well. This stuff would be able to take care of us. Excali, it's all down to him. 1v2 is the situation, but he does not
No
have
time.
any opportunity whatsoever. Cannot even plant the spike, so might as well just save his weaponry at this point.
They're taking too long to go in for executes. Reckoning they're burning down the clock for so long that they're losing direction
1
here.
second,
And
Peter.
even though
I
Rennie
gotta
took
visit
that
the
pause,
Astral
it
to
seems
play
as though
some
Reckoning
stars.
still hasn't really found an answer to this. Honestly speaking, here, Scared, I think it's time to go for a full-scale execute. We haven't seen the members of Reckoning go for one single execute through the entirety of their
True.
attacking hand. They need to
That
try
is true.
something different. Their slow plays are not working, and True Rippers, they have read into it. It's time to switch up the pace. Either you go big or go home here, because True Rippers, there's only 2 away from taking this away from you, and you have really horrible buys. From what I can tell, their economy is not going to be looking that good overall. They still have some buys to play into that next round because they went for half shields, but even then, it's going to be a horrible play if they're not careful going into this.
Yes, that is true. And I love the way how True Rippers are just switching things up time and time again, right? Because Deathmaker is now playing towards the B side. So they opened the door, threatening a pinch towards Mount, but Reckoning did not buy onto that at all. They're still taking control of that space. And now, since they've opened the door, they've also got the control of the B main. No one's playing towards the B. And this should give a ton of information to True Rippers that maybe it's all just for a fake. Rubble now being cleared, Reckoning will be gaining that space. They're winning map control at every other place, but look at how far back True Rippers are playing, right? They still have basically got a good read onto this one. Trailblazer
30
clearing the
seconds
entirety of the connector. Seems like Reckoning want to go in for a B split because that's where players are converging. Smoke should dissipate in just a few more seconds, though that's going to be the spray down coming in. Destruct down to 30 HP. Fault Time is going to come in. Does not connect onto anyone apart from just Excali, who will be trying to play it safe. And even the Viper Spit invested, it will cover the side and will cover the spike. Now True Rippers need to climb an uphill. Not pretty.
There.
Not pretty spray. ANQ still was just pushed out of the pit entirely. Deathmaker is going for a 1-for-1 trade. Deathmaker still surviving. ANQ putting out a satchel just to figure out the position of other people, and the pit has been taken care of. The spike. Do they have enough time to go in for the defuse? They've still got to stake at the defuse and is taken care of. Adrian King doing absolutely brilliant for his team and moving them up to the map point. 12 and 9, and what a way to get it. But Agi, it has come with a brutal cost.
They used each and every ult that they had in their arsenal to make this one happen. This is really bad. That the members of Reckoning, they're at their wits' end. They had to use so much of their resources to bring this one back, while on the other end, True Rippers, they're just going to be able to regain those resources. We're going to be looking at the scorecard again because I'm pretty sure, if I'm tracking the ults properly, that one of them's one or two of them are just a couple of points away from getting those ult points in. They're going to have ultimates online. True Rippers are going to be able to get one round, I'm pretty sure, purely on the basis of those ultimates, while Reckoning, they still need to farm a lot more for theirs. It is going to be extremely difficult, especially after this pause taken by Ransom, to just calm his team down a little bit. I'm pretty sure they have an answer. But the question is, what will the answer be? And yeah, I'm exactly right. Deathmaker's one away from the showstopper. NQ's still 2 away. He's still going to have a lot of trouble getting those points in because Deathmaker has an operator in his hand. I told you, they're cooking something up. And True Rippers, they're going to make sure to serve us a beautiful dish.
We're waiting for this op to come out, right? Yes, even though it's a race, you can try and hold such a passive angle that you'll probably get one pick on the back of it and then go back to safety of the walls, maybe. But I really love this play. My goodness, the timing, Deathmaker! He could have got a great open, and that too on Caramel right away. That was the smoker taken care of. No lucky shot being fired, not connecting. Caramel would be able to put that orb up now, so that's going to make things even more difficult for the Deathmaker to try and play this off. But ANQ, does he want to go in for that? Coming in from the side of Reckoning, they know how problematic this op can be. But still, they're maintaining that control. And I love the fact that they've now posted up Caramel up so close towards the doors, and everyone else is trying to take the space on the other side of the map, wherein you also see Harsh having the full control of Mount. There's no push coming in from there. So now they're going in for the re-clear towards the B main, where seems to be the struggle coming in. Adrian King in a very cheeky position. And on the back of it, Harsh was already able to take care of one. Disrupt can go in for a double pick coming in. No!
30 seconds
They
left.
decided to go in for the utility at that point. This might have been a miscommunication, and Caramel also finds the opener towards the A, where everyone is just converging. This seems to be a done and dusted round.
Adrian,
5v2
come
situation.
on.
This fight is detrimental. Heller wins it out. They still have got a chance in this.
A chance, yes, but in a 4v2 with one of your players being this low on HP, they're gonna need a miracle and a half to pull this one off. You're scared. I don't think they have it in them. 13-9 could just be the closing moments for either one of these teams. But good God, Excali, he's also did the damage. One player got the final frag, and A&Q, yeah, he's hunting for the last one. Arya's position's already known. A couple of quick steps to the left and to the right to get that final blow. As True Rippers, they get sent back down under. As Reckoning, they bring in Armageddon for map number 1. A really good finisher for their end. And at the end of the day, the way that Reckoning were able to just play out of the lines of sight of Deathmaker's operator, he got absolutely zero value out of it. They completely ignored him. They found out that, oh, he has an operator in his hand. I'm just going to sneak away over to the other side of the map, get a couple of frags there, force him to make the rotation, and then I'm going to go straight into his side, and he's going to be none the wiser. They got all of the advantages, and they were able to circumvent what could have been the biggest one on their side. Because let's say if Deathmaker got a one single kill, that showstopper would have come online and instantly shut down the members of Reckoning. There was a high possibility of that.
Yes, you're absolutely correct onto that one. And also, on the back of it, they would have moved up towards those double digits in those round departments, right? One more step closer towards equaling things out and going towards the overtime. And I believe this was possibly the last buy round coming in by Reckoning. The next one would have been an eco, which would have been an even better situation for True Rippers to have a few more orbs, maybe get a few eco frags out here and there, win another round and put the pressure on the members of Reckoning. But seriously, I love the way how Reckoning played the last 2 rounds. Even though the round prior to this one was kind of messy, everyone died in that one. Yes, there were kills coming in here and there, but the way they maneuvered around the map clearly shows how well they were controlling all the paths, right? They knew that they need to re-clear rubble. They went in towards that. They had the control of Mount, and on the back of it, they also gained the control of those connector. And whenever you gain the control of A and B connector, you know that this is a time for a B split, or at least a possibility for a B split, and that's exactly what happened. And a Viper split is just super strong whenever it's a B hit.
Yeah, there's so many different factors that could have held the members of True Rippers to just have a much more optimum defense, but the team just really did lose their direction. They had a good idea right at the very beginning, but they fell into that trap of just doing the same thing over and over again. The plays being made by Deathmaker over towards the C side, a little bit too overly aggressive. He wanted to satchel through the gravity well, but it's really tough. You can't really,
That is true.
how do you put it, always guess at what the utility is going to come in from your opponent, but you could tell that there was an Astral Star in front, so as soon as you try to throw one satchel, you're just going to be done for. And with the plethora of changes being made to Raze over time, the character is not going to have that similar level of strength that she did in the past. The amount of ults that were missed by Deathmaker 2, it really just put a big damper on their sides. Deathmaker, he had performances. I won't say that he wasn't able to frag. He was able to pull off a lot of incredible kills, but when I noticed him on that Sentinel role, I think he just was that X factor for True Rippers that he can't really be when he's on that duels. I really do believe that once we head on over to Ascent, where Disrupt's going to be taking over the role of the Jet and Deathmaker is going to be going back towards the Sentinel, I think the team will be able to shine a lot more because they need an anchor, they need a backbone for the squad. And even though Ryu can pull off miracles, I think he's much more better suited for a character that allows him to play a lot more aggressively and defensively at the same time, which is of course the controller.
That is true. Absolutely perfectly mentioned in that situation, because even I've found situations wherein Deathmaker, yes, he was popping off as well, but he was kind of a little more passive as well because of all those Sentinel games that he has played. And whenever he needed to play aggressive, there were some situations wherein he could not land in the perfect utilities. And Even on the other side, ANQ, yes, I would still say he kind of faced a few problems here and there, right? Because on the back of the nade, they thought maybe the lockdown by Arya would be taken care of. That did not happen. Both of them got retained, and Arya got that one round. But still, it was all in all a very fun game. Might as well just look at the scorecard coming in between both of these teams as well, because I really think it's probably the show wherein both the Rays just shine like anything. Oh my goodness, I couldn't be horribly wrong about that.
Yeah, Caramel just had a performance, dude. You cannot deny this man. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be the one to take MVP, right? Better stats
I guess
overall.
so.
Yeah, he's the MVP. Caramel was just, you couldn't touch this guy. This was his map. Like on the defense, he alone got like what 13, 15 kills on the defensive side, and that's what got them this one. On the attack, he didn't have as many performances,
Exactly.
but on the defense, he got 15 kills in that first round.
He was just having the time of his life at that point. But on the other side as well, we are seeing Techno 19 and 18. He was also popping off, getting some important frags as well. And even I think about the exact same point wherein Disrupt, whenever he was on that duelist role, he was a little more comfortable. There were situations wherein, yes, he was going in for those utilities as well. He was coming in on time. But one thing that I'm missing from both the team is the fact that there are no set plays coming in from either of them, right? Because we see them going in, trading the map space every other time, using the exact same utils. I want to see a few of those set plays, if not from True Rippers, then at least from Reckoning, because all of them are just sticking onto their main roles that they play. Caramel onto that Viper, Astra in the hands of Excali, and Aiden King going in with that Killjoy, ANQ always sticking on that duelist role, Harsh with those initiators. I want to see a few of those set plays coming in, but for now, we're going to see who is going to be the MVP on our screen. And I think so, just as you called out that aggressive, it is going to be none other than Caramel on the Viper.
Tell me something in particular about Caramel that, let's say I told you about a guy named Caramel, look like maybe a year, not even a year, I would say around 8 months, 6 months ish back. I told you that Caramel is going to be one of the top contenders in the Indian Valorant scene. I'm pretty sure none of you would have believed me. And now look at this guy.
No.
The amount of talent that he had from the very start, you could see that he is on a completely different level compared to anyone else on the scene. The way that he has improved over the years, it's just beautiful to watch. 19, 15, and 9, he deserves to be on this spot. A phenomenal controller player, and he can easily switch between the role of being a sentinel and also a complete another Chad when it comes down to that controller. But for now, though,
That is true.
we have talked about so many different aspects of Caramel as a player that we're going to spoil him a little bit here. But for now, I need to really see True Rippers pull off more of their own miracles, because currently True Rippers are just in a very tough position, because if they lose here on Ascent, you know it's a guaranteed 3-0, because beating Reckoning on Vine is a close to impossible task, not only for any Indian team, but a lot of other Southeast Asian teams as well.
I cannot agree more onto that one, but Ascent, it was a map wherein even yesterday we saw it go into overtime. 17 and 15 was the situation, so it was seriously nerve-wracking and very exhausting. And for now, guys, we're gonna take a small break as well. We're gonna drink some water so that we've got excellent energy for the next one, because Ascent is on the way after this break.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents Convergence 2023 India Close Qualifiers by Riot Games and the Esports Club. We are back with the grand finals matchup between Team Reckoning Esports versus True Rippers. We all know what happened on map number 1, Lotus. We did see Reckoning Esports secure map number 1, and now they are 2 maps away of securing the biggest land spot, which is going to happen in Bengaluru. So, aggressive. Map number 1, Lotus. Reckoning Esports have secured their first map. What do you think is going to happen on map number 2, Ascent?
I'm honestly really scared for the members of True Rippers because they haven't been looking the hottest. This is not the True Rippers that I really love.
Okay.
I've been following this team for the last couple of months, and from its inception and when they added Deathmaker into the roster, I knew that this team was meant for greatness. But greatness does not mean being in second place all the time. It means going up, going down, from that first, from that second. You want to reclaim back that title for yourself, but I can't really say that the members of True Rippers, they've ever been kings. The team is just always a little bit shy from getting that top spot. They've been going toe-to-toe against Reckoning so often, but they have never gotten to that number 1 spot, even though they have this much talent under their belt. And now, this is the exact same talent that have been playing together for 6 months, but because of the coach not really being there, and because of them having a change in coaches, it feels as though the team just lost its direction completely. And I don't know how to even state it, because don't forget, on Reckoning, they have 2 new players on their roster and they're still able to perform at this level.
Yeah. Both ANQ and Adrian King has been phenomenal, especially on their performance, both as, you know, the KJ plays and the Rays sometimes, you know, being very unexpected, really puts True Rippers in a very difficult spot. But let's not forget about Ryu's 1v2 clutch. That impressive clutch with the lockdown. Usually when you see a 1v2, it's always a no-go situation. You either go for a save or, you know, try to, you know, get some kills and maybe fall back at the right time. But no, you saw Ryu going in for the win. He saw a winnable condition and he took it. And I think that if we see a lot of similar plays to it, like we saw on Lotus, maybe on Ascent things could, you know, maybe go out well for True Rippers. And I think there is that slight bit of hope that being a little bit unpredictable, that Reckoning Esports, if they kind of mess up with their timing and True Rippers gets that perfect timing to punish their mistakes, maybe aggressive, we could see True Rippers come back. And I think on Ascent, that could be the case. I mean, it's their map pick. Ascent, I think Reckoning Esports are either going on attack first, or I think it's True Rippers going on attack first. I'm not quite sure, but, you know, let's take a look at the agent select itself. Maybe we'll get to see who's going on attack and defense first. So Ascent, it's usual. It's you know, you need to have a Jet, you need to have a Sova. It's for this specific map, it's a must-have. It's a must-have map. The only difference is how well do you have map control for both the attack as well as on defense side. That's all I can say.
It's all about the fundamentals. I sound like a broken record each and every time I cast Ascent. That's the only thing that I'm going to say to you. Fundamental play is king. And for Reckoning, it seems to be their strong suit here. I don't know what's going on with True Rippers, but the team, if they play to this level, Ascent is going to be the most horrendous rodeo that they've ever ridden in their entire lives. Mid-round calls is pretty much the most important thing about Ascent. It's not about your executions. It's not about how you play the close rounds. If your mid-rounds are horrible, you are never going to be able to enter a single site on this round. That's how difficult it is at this high of a level, because the map doesn't really change when it comes down to the compositions. Only very few teams go for the much more, how do you put it, the much more interesting composition, I'd say divergent composition that is with the Viper. The Viper is a really strong pickup on this map, but because of how difficult it is to play, a lot of teams have just shied away from it, because this all-rounded composition with the KO, the Sova, the Jet, the Killjoy, and of course the Omen, just allows you to play the map in a lot of diverse ways that the other compositions do not. And I really do hope that at one point Riot do make a lot of changes over towards this map, but for now we're gonna need to get stuck with this one for God knows how long. But as we're going to be jumping on down over in towards the game to see exactly who is going to be the one to take us over onto map number 3. Will it be a 2-0 favoring Reckoning, or a 1-1 where True Rippers are able to turn the tides of this battle? This is a big take coming in from the members of True Rippers, because you know this as well, Baba, that unless True Rippers are able to take this map, a 3-0 could just be on the cards, because Bind will not favor them whatsoever.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if I have to talk about the previous upper brackets matchup that we had, which we had going live, Deathmaker was around 31 kills on the second map of Ascent, but it went all the way to OT. We all got to know the final result of it. It was 17-15, where it was an uphill battle, which means we could expect an OT here, aggressive. ANQ had the maximum potential of kills of 30 with an ACS of 271. Surprisingly, Deathmaker had 78% headshot. Actually, cost, KAST. So, no matter what, if you see a lot of sheriff or eco rounds, as I like to call it, expect Deathmaker to do some ridiculous plays. You know, maybe getting an opening pick out of nowhere, falling back to the same site, holding post plant with the man advantage. You will see a lot of those situations that could come up in True Ripper's end. And Reckoning Esports, they need to figure out a way to counter them, you know, especially on their executes. When you smoke and execute, you always check your corners, but you also need to check through the smokes. See whether if Deathmaker is making those plays, or maybe we could see either Disrupt make it, Techno, anyone can do it. So the main thing I can say to them is best of luck, man. I mean, I'm really excited. You know, this is a big, huge LAN event, and both the teams that are giving it all they've got, because they want that spot. They want to go up against the best of the best. And you could see the amount of pressure that both these teams are going through. Yes, there's a lot of mid mistakes that had happened on Lotus, but you can't keep thinking about the past. You keep moving forward. Realize what mistakes that you're doing, and then you ensure that you find the maximum amount of success that you can.
Just to wait a little while longer, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that players are all prepped and ready before we jump on down in towards the game. And hey, as we are going to be waiting for the teams to get ready, why don't you guys wait and also check out the tickets? Because don't forget, this is just a close qualifier. The entire main event is going to happen at the LAN. And if you want to head on over to that LAN, you need tickets. Come on, check it out. Pin comment right here. So for now, the LAN is one of the biggest talking points, but I do believe that any team that can make it over to the LAN, let it be the members of True Rippers through all of their problems, or Reckoning through their sheer strategy, either or could happen. They're not going to have an easy time, because don't forget, a lot of international teams are going to be present on that LAN environment. But to gain that experience and to go up against the best of the best, that is what both of these squads want.
Yeah, looks like they're applying mid pressure. And this will force them to fall back. Beautiful use of those shock darts from Aryu. And it's an important pick. The Caramel also does the same. And looks like there's a lot of gunfights happening from the mid side. But the side is still the same. B plant, post plant will happen on a 2v3 situation. Both of them low on HP. It's Cali and Adrian King. But look at Techno. He's at a very good spot. Finds one, secures it. Both of them. Does he have the info? Yes, they do. House, beautiful shot from Disrupt. Can he find the final player, Harsh? It could be the make it or break it moment for the pistol rounds. It will be very crucial. Still playing near the smokes. And Disrupt, he will get it without a doubt. A lot of problems. And Disrupt, he's definitely going to be dancing with it. Pistol round is him.
Was that important?
And second round, True Rippers can take that first lead.
Yeah, this is the confidence that I really want to see coming in from the members of True Rippers. They had a good start coming into this, and that frenzy is just such a nuisance to deal with, especially on these pistol rounds. When you're on low HP and you're going in for a retake, that frenzy alone is going to be more than enough to mow down any attackers that are going to be on those cheeky positions. True Rippers using it to the best of their advantage. First round in their favors as they come out of the gate running. But this is a marathon that they need to try and win, so pace yourselves here, True Rippers, because one small mistake and these sheriffs in the hands of Reckoning could just be your downfall.
Yeah, at this point, they're just trying to get some info. Mid is still uncontested for now. They're just saying how many players are present, how many utilities has been spent all the way from A main. And I think they might have figured it out. All three of them pushing all the way towards A short. Maybe they might find some explosive push all the way towards garage and disrupts. Definitely expects one.
What trade?
Instant refrag will be made. Yeah, this one-way smoke will definitely force the players to maybe go all the way towards heaven, and looks like the Omen is thinking about it. Excali, he gets caught out. And Deathmaker, he will definitely hold the site. 2 players left, he has the rest of the players, but that shot, the headshot from Adrian King is definitely going to put a lot of dent.
Scanning ahead.
It's a 2v3. Reckoning Esports,
Spike
they
planted.
can clutch this.
Right here.
But is it possible the man count here, Aggie?
It's gonna be a tough one. Hirsch, he needs to find
No,
the
the
kill. And
flash!
those flashes! Wait, those were team flashes.
Oh no.
What flash was that? It
Last
could have been
player
Adrian's or it could have been the others. Either or could just happen here as Adrian King. He wanted to go in for a really big wide swing to maybe catch out Ryu and force him to miss a shot, but they both took their time with it. A very close round coming in for the members of Shoe Rippers, but this is a phenomenal win, I would say, overall for Reckoning, because taking out 3 guns and also getting the spike plant, that's more than what they've bargained for here.
Yep. 2 important win for True Rippers, both the pistol and the round next to it. And this bonus round, even if they lose this round, they'll have ample amount of money for them to defend both of the sides. But Reckoning Esports, they are applying a lot of mid pressure though. But Disrupt is just cancelling it. He's just denying them. The first initial picks, I mean, pretty sure Reckoning Esports might have to do something about the shock dart. Sorry, not the shock dart. Info dart all the way from mid to see whether if one of the players are holding on. Next round, pretty sure an op will be present from True Rippers end. But for now, they need to focus on securing the site. 2 times they've secured the spike plant. Post plant is where Reckoning Esports are, having a lot of problems. So they need to figure out a way to contain their man count and see whether if they can survive this.
This is the Hirsch is going to be the first line of attack into this Disrupt. Doesn't really want to double dip there. Knows that Hirsch is going to be a huge issue if he tries to take this fight a little bit too drastically. Mid control already established as members of Reckoning. They're able to take full control, but not against Ian King, baby. This Deathmaker fully runs himself back in towards the back end of the site. Now the control is there. It's Reckoning. They want more kills, and Caramel, he's just being an absolute rat. They're gonna try to isolate all of
30
these fights and
seconds
these
left.
angles. And the level of aggression being showcased by the members of Reckoning too. It's very controlled. They understand that, hey,
Spike
if
planted.
Deathmaker's getting fully pressured in towards the back of site, I'm pretty sure that the players are running in through spawn. They're not going to be prepared for a swing to come into them because they're trying to get here as quickly as possible. Like Scally, though, attention being given away, and he's going to pay the ultimate price for it with his own life. Ryu does find the tap. That's all that they need. As Reckoning, they invest the null command to try and slow down this push, as this is looking very dangerous. 3 versus 2. And I don't like the odds of this one at all here, Baba.
Yep, no utility, Aggie. How can Reckoning Esports survive this? Need to stop for time. Hush finds one. Adrian gets the other. Disrupt. Can he win it? No, he does not. Adrian King secures it. Jesus, man. No utility, Aggie. Can you believe it? No utility. Invested null command. Sure, they did stall a lot of time, but 2v3. For a moment there, I thought history was about to repeat itself.
That killed my bot. One
There's a
enemy.
good opportunity for that to happen, but these two just played this 1v2 to perfection. Like, I didn't see a single mistake, did you?
Nope, absolutely not.
The
No
way that
utility,
they
but
played was just perfect.
yes, yeah. Oh, this is risky. Risky. Disrupt. He needs to fall back. Oh, eventually he will. Phew. Too close for comfort. But same thing happened for Cali though. Get caught off from A long. And now, with the information being given, I think they'll apply even much more pressure from the A side. There's 3 players being stacked up, so gotta be careful. Yep, flashes being used. My goodness, A Gardens, it's just... There's a lot of problems happening from the tree side. And yet, Reckoning Esports, they still haven't a way to push, aggress. It's 2 flashes being invested. And I think they will force themselves back towards mid. Mid pressure will be applied. Aryu's prepped and ready with the shock darts. All he needs is the
Bomb
perfect
grenade
timing. Deathmaker still patiently waiting for the push. Will he find one? No, it's Aiden King once again with a headshot. Aryu does the same. He gets 2 kills. Still holding on to its dear life. And he has Helef with the support. The crossfire was perfect. The support was just really well played. And the main thing that you need to say thanks to is Techno. He held out A3 so well. The smokes, the paranoia, they wasted so many smokes on A3, forcing Reckoning Esports to go for a mid push once again. And when you have both the Sova and Deathmaker, Aryu, just holding on to the site, they'll make sure to hold it as best as possible. Great job. A really great hold from Two Rippers.
Disrupt is just not gonna miss these shots. He's now back in his element, playing the jet and the operator in his hand. He is an absolute unstoppable force, and True Rippers, they're just gonna ride the high of his victories here as ANQ. Maybe a little bit ambitious here when it came down to that swing. He's gonna pay the price for it a little
One
bit here.
enemy
Excali
remaining.
does find 1 kill, but that's pretty much it. A consolation prize for all of his troubles, says Techno. Has a pretty good idea of where the last player is going to be over from the opposite end. A good couple of shots to take him out as well as Two Rippers. Control is theirs with a 4-1 scoreline. This defensive half is theirs to take over. It's Reckoning. What's your answer? You either need to try and find an answer here as quickly as possible because you're losing out on so many rounds that, yeah, I understand. Ascent is a very defense-favored map, but unless you get the bare minimum of, what, like 5 or 4 rounds, it's still going to be extremely difficult for you on their home turf.
Yeah, and with the Disrupt op in hand, it's going to be even much more tougher. Pressure will be applied once again. Huge peak, but Techno gets it away. And he's still holding the angle. Look at the pressure that True Rippers are giving to them right now. And Disrupt, he's just giving ample amount of info. He'll just say, yeah, there's 2 players holding in from A long. And now they're going in for a full-on committed A push. They don't want to risk it though.
Such a bad idea.
Paranoia. Yes, such a bad idea. I mean, paranoia, smokes, everything. And all 3 players are playing it way too close. Helef is in a very safe spot. There are no information. Sober, I believe they need to wait for a Sober's dart. 1 minute.
What's the game plan here coming in from the members of Reckoning? They've already lost out on one of their key components here, being A and Q. And they're still waiting. They want the members of True Rippers to make a mistake, but look at the level of discipline
Placing
being
swamp
showcased
grenade.
by all of them.
Swamp
They
grenade
know how
out.
important this map is, and they are not willing to give out even a single bit of an advantage for the members of Reckoning. This is when they need to force their hand. Deathmaker. On this jiggle towards staircase, the head glitch is going to be
30
such
seconds
a
left.
huge play for him to go in here. Things have slowed down. Completely broken out too. A very beautiful save coming in from Aryu. The fact that this was able to break is just perfect because now Deathmaker can play for the long game. Aryu with the backup, and now he's just jiggling past the box. He's wasting time. He knows the angle. He knows the player too. And Excali, even if he does get the kill, it's still going to be a tough one. Spike gets picked up. 8 seconds left on the clock. Wait, he wasn't able to pick up the spike because there wasn't enough time to position himself on top of it. A couple of seconds left on the clock. Destro pulls out the knives for insult. 5-2-1, and he is done. Ouch. That could have been a round for Reckoning, but they just...
You know, I definitely have to talk about that round, Aggie. You saw the way how Aryu and Deathmaker were playing on the B side. The knife was thrown all the way from market to B side. Aryu removes the knife. If that knife gave away the info of Deathmaker, they would have just gotten so much information that they could go through. But man, so many rounds that you've seen here, Aggie, almost around 4 to 5 rounds. Reckoning Esports always at the end of the execute, they are always pushing towards mid-market, and they are predicting it every second of the way. Deathmaker's playing inside, Aryu's playing on the backside, making sure that the entire mid is covered. We even have protection. Everything is just played out beautifully, man. The aggressive plays from Disrupt, the op plays that is obviously annoying Reckoning Esports that are forcing them to push towards mid. And this timeout, hopefully they can figure out a way for this. I'm not quite sure how can they counter it, but the broken buys, the Guardians,
Placing sentry.
main goal for them is to see whether if they can remove Disrupt.
Let's see how this is gonna go for them. Tough spots overall, but for Disrupt, I think this operator is just gonna give even more value. He already has to want to play so aggressively, and he has 2 initiators to help him out here too. First, he needs to find the angle and maybe find a kill. And Disrupt, he still lives. He gets a kill and he gets out. A 1-for-1 trade from either end. As Deathmaker is now possibly going to get put into a grinder, but he's one of those players that can hold the line when he is on that anchor. Remember what I told you, when Deathmaker is on that sentinel, he can be that perfect anchor for his team. It's so difficult to kill this man because of how slippery he is. The understanding of the game coming into play, yet Disrupt and his raw operator skills, they're an unstoppable force. A duo that you cannot withhold. As Helef, he just comes in to clean up the last few remaining pieces. 6-1. The two Rippers, they are finally back in the groove, and they're the ones who are in the driver's seat.
They still got to be careful about those bumpy roads, though.
One enemy remaining.
Now, even if Reckoning Esports, yeah, just a little bit, you know. First half, yes. I mean, at this point, Deathmaker is just, he is an unstoppable fortress. He's not letting any single player push towards the B side. Yes, I mean, 2 rounds they did, you know, secured a post plant, but Deathmaker, at least if he dies, he'll at least die with a good value out of it. It's like it would end up with a 1v2 trade. And look at Disrupt once again. Jesus, Disrupt. Look at the confidence on this man. One peek, falls back to safety. They know that the push is happening on A long. Man advantage. Aggressive peeks. Here comes the utilities of the smokes. Waiting for Adrian King to make his play. No, he'll secure it. There goes the spike. Info will be given. And A and Cube just waiting to remove the players off from heaven. Deathmaker, are you kidding me? He gets one. Harsh, one more headshot. He's the only player in the site. He's caught. He still needs his player. Not anymore. He's the only one left. Harsh is still trying to survive as best as he can. Info will be given. Helef is patiently waiting. He gets the headshot. No, he does not. Helef secures it. 7-1 on map ascent. True Rippers, they are ripping Reckoning Esports apart.
Jack the Ripper has now entered into the server pretty much here. This Disrupt. This guy is just something different. He had a really good start right at the very beginning. And it seems as though the analysis that I pitched over onto Scared was just absolutely correct. They needed that perfect anchor on their team and allowed Disrupt to just play as aggressive as he wants. This man is tearing them a new one in each and every form. Because the way that True Rippers are playing, they're just going straight in the faces of Reckoning. They're showing absolutely no respect. There's no strategy in this. They're just like, okay, if you want to enter into the side, you got to get through my operator. And if you want to go to the other side of the map, well, good luck because we have a full stack there. How do they play into this? Reckoning, they're losing map control so early and their utility usage is not getting them through any of this because the way that True Rippers are positioning on their defense is just so hard to throw them off. And now look at the aggressive plays being made by Techno too. He was able to push himself in towards main, basically nullifying any form of a pincer that Reckoning could have gone in for here.
Man, ANQ's got to be careful though. This will be safe. The Howl drone could give massive information if he gets the timing right, but ANQ is still alive. His location is still unknown. But they have to go for the spike plant. They need to focus on every single angle. Look at the line of sight that Reckoning Esports have to worry about. Lockdown will be invested, and look at Caramel holding on to his dear life. So is Adrian King, looking both on the best sides, and looks like Reckoning Esports are trying to bring it back. The investments are huge. Both the null command and lockdown has been used. And now it's a 2v2 Reckoning Esports. They have to get this win. It's ANQ. Beautiful headshot. Can he get Disrupt? No. Gets away to safety. Adrian King. No, it's ANQ. once again from A3, a desperate win, an expensive round. Very expensive round.
The situation really not working out in the ways that they would have wanted. It's reckoning. You can tell that their economy is in the ditch here. They don't have any form of vice going into this. It's only going to be Adrian King who has enough to even muster up a them to even get themselves back into here. But with the saving graces that they had in that last round, they still have enough to play into this. But this round is going to be very crucial for them. If they lose here, Baba, you know for a fact that the possibility of a 10-2 scoreline is more probable than ever.
Absolutely. It is devastating. I mean, at this point, the amount of mid pressure that they're going through and disrupt just annoying with the op shots. Reckoning Esports have no other choice. At least on the bright side, they will shut down the main threat of the problem. But how will they deal with the rest of the 4 players? That is the biggest question. Adrian King is doing all he can with the AWP, but LF.
Spike down mid.
He gets one. Spike's been dropped out. Here comes the rest of the 4 players of True Rippers, knowing exactly where the spike is. And Deathmaker is still holding on from mid. He knows that one of them will be pushing from mid top. And if this timing gets it right, and if he removes the player off from mid, then I'm pretty sure that this will be True Rippers round. The mid push is happening. Deathmaker plays it patiently.
One enemy remaining.
Line up there!
Okay.
Predicted this.
There you go. Patience is the key to virtue. And Deathmaker, being the amazing sentinel he is for True Rippers, he'll just get the perfect timing out there.
I don't know why, whenever I watch DM on a Sentinel, it's just a perfect role for him. The level of patience that he can go in for, the way that he's able to just aim. That's the thing. What do we know Deathmaker for? His raw mechanical skill. And on a
His
Sentinel,
1v5
he can
ace
use
on the
it.
A side.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember
the way
that?
the way he does it is just unlike no other. Let's just say we're gonna go back like what 2 years. When DM first entered onto the game, everyone said he's gonna be the best jet in the entire market for India.
Yeah.
Then there was me on the other side, and then there was me on the other side who kept on saying, "I want to see this guy on a Sentinel." I'm pretty sure he's gonna wreck the entire world on it. And now, after 2 goddamn years, someone puts him on the Sentinel role. And if I remember properly, we there was an interview with Aryu where we talked about him playing that Sentinel and why he did it. And Aryu just said that they just told him to play the Sentinel, and it just started working, and they never changed it. And that philosophy is what made True Rippers this good. And this is why their Sent is arguably one of the best here in India.
Yeah, currently, Reckoning Esports has they've requested for a tactical timeout. But you know what's ironic about it is that, remember the 1v5 I was talking about, Aggie? The 1v5 that DM made? Well, you know, the full-on B rush at the end of the round.
Yep.
He was going up against Reckoning Esports. By the time he was on a different team, the rosters right now the rosters are fully changed. Right now, DM is currently in True Rippers' side, but when he was playing as the duelist Jet, my God, he was a beast, man. He was an absolute beast. And now, looking at him playing as the Sentinel, not only does he have the fragging potential, but the amount of discipline, the perfect timing that he gets it, it's just an amazing way to look at it. But that does not mean that he's perfect in all ways. I mean, Lotus, there was a lot of problems. The newer maps is where True Rippers are having a lot of problems with, right? Ascent, Split, Bind. Maybe True Rippers can come back in those particular maps, but Lotus, it's been a difficult road for them. I mean, even on the upper brackets matchup, I believe it definitely did went all the way up to Reckoning Esports. Just because
Okay.
Oh boy. Jesus.
The All Father has spoken.
Blocking sight.
But that does not stop, though. That does not stop for Reckoning Esports. They are pushing haywire from B side. They won't get that push. Disrupt. Does he have the idea? No, he does not. Disrupt somehow gets the headshot. Can he get the second? This is an important one. Shotguns in hand. No way!
way are you?
Up in hand, Reckoning Esports also has the op. ANQ, he's feeling it. There's no smokes. Smokes are blocking a lot of line of sight. Techno is going for the paranoia. He's blinded. ANQ has the op. 1v2 LF. It's your time to shine. We've seen you made a lot of clutches. And he gets a second. Oh, it's possible. 11 HP. ANQ. He doesn't have any idea. He haven't has the slightest clue. Suppression. Oh, no, ANQ wins it. Jesus. Oh, man. So close. Quad kill. LF almost
Last
clutched it.
round before the switch.
LF almost clutched it. My God.
Maybe just hit that shot a little bit earlier, or maybe if he wanted to go in for a wraparound, the timing could have been present, but good God, the way that ANQ played this one out, he just didn't care. The man was flying around like flying around like a moth and just hitting them down one by one. ANQ took this entire round on his own head and made sure to take his team forward. Head and shoulder above the rest for this particular round. An 8-4 scoreline seems a lot more probable, and that will put the members of Reckoning in such a good spot playing into this. For now.
Enemy tag.
Are you? He wants to play it for the slow game here. He has the ult, and that basically means that changes a lot of how this round is going to play into here. Both turrets being taken away, and that's going to be a good chunk of information that will now be denied. Aryu is playing this one beautifully. Think about it. The fact that he's utilizing his utility to make sure he breaks all of this util being placed forward is just so smart.
Yep. Now LF once again.
What did you?
Jesus. I mean, close range. Can you even really expect it? He gets actually one. Aryu will make
Spike
sure to get the
planted.
refrag. 2v4 post plan. At this point, Reckoning Esports have the advantage. Even Disrupt has the op. Still gotta be careful on ANQ. Oh man. At this point, it's a tough situation for True Rippers. 8-3. Reckoning Esports would definitely require this win. So make sure to get as maximum effort of it as possible. Lineups will be present from the Sova. Noman will be watching the line of sight. Excali finds one.
Revealing area.
Here you go. Information will be readed properly. That wall bang definitely makes a lot of help. And the damage, the Hunter's Fury, everything is present. And Reckoning Esports won't be having any issues at all. 8-4 is the score line.
Switching sides.
And that would be the end of the first
This
half.
place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
This is what Reckoning needed. This is the turnaround that they were hoping for. As True Rippers, they are in the lead 4 rounds. It's not a lot. Trust me when I say this, it's not a lot. And this is gonna hurt quite a bit here if they're not careful jumping into this. This Reckoning, they still have a really good opportunity to turn this entire thing on its head if they're able to play their cards properly. This first round will carry a lot of weight, don't forget, because the members of True Rippers, they were able to win that first round purely because Disrupt just had a phenomenal round 1 performance. And moving into this, if Reckoning lose this pistol as well, they're staring down the barrels of a possibility of a 10-4 if they lose out on that equal. It's gonna be hard, and this pistol round pretty much carries the entire weight of this map on its shoulder.
It's all up to the first picks. And who does it best than Deathmaker himself? Let's not forget about ANQ though. He's also an amazing player with the duelist. At this point, it will be picks for now for True Rippers. They don't want to risk it just yet. So playing it as patiently as possible, and I'm pretty sure the execute would happen all the way around 30 or 40 seconds. And that smoke will definitely hurt them a lot. Push will happen all the way from A3, and it's time for Disrupt to see whether if he could make an amazing plays deep within the gens, and Disrupt just push all the way towards the side, and True Rippers instant control on A. Patience the push, everything goes out well, and now they just need to survive the post plant. 2v4 advantage is still in their hands, and
Nice
LF
shot.
makes sure that it's their round.
It's Caramel. Last line of defense for this entire thing here, as he's still able to get a bunch of kills. One more is Caramel, nearly gets a 4K for his squad. Could have done something big here, but overall, I would say he got a couple of good consolation prizes. Getting closer and closer to that lockdown will pretty much be the game changer that they need for this squad.
Yeah, just like you predicted, Aggie, it could be 10-4, and Reckoning Esports are, I believe, they are going in for a full. You can see a Marshall being invested from ANQ's end. It's interesting how all the players from the side of True Rippers are just holding in from B. That Marshall play from ANQ could be the make it or break moment. Boy, that info could be huge. Instantly destroyed. Info will also be given. Flash, not quite exactly what it was hoping for. So they need to make do without it. What is this from the KJ? What? Caramel? How does it Caramel just casually walks in, gets a headshot like that? Okay. Does he know the information on Harsh? He also still has the classic in hand, but no, he gets disrupted. Techno will also take one. Good control on the side. It's Kelly, the only person left, but you forgot about ANQ. Good shot from the Marshall. There's two players holding in Deathmaker. Oh, that's one crouch shot. He still gets it. It's a 1v2. This could be doable. It's Cali. He has the Bulldog. He has the chance. The smoke is present. Smoke will be placed from the boathouse, but he might get caught. It's Cali. Okay.
I like the idea, but I don't think it worked out the way that he wanted.
Unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. But look at this, Caramel. How can he's just taking a stroll in the park, and then suddenly you see la. I'm really sorry about this. I just don't know what to say. Caramel just casually walks in, right clicks the guy right in front of him, and just gets the kill. He's I don't even know what to say at this point, Aggie.
Free weapon, by the way. But we can talk about that more later, because AQ has the most expensive weapon in the game in his hands. The man is just able to work wonders. He's been hitting shots, and they're able to deal a good chunk of damage too. Hirsch is going to be coming around the back with the Allfather too. And they're just able to hold now. 2 kills coming in, and now Reckoning, they're just going to look pretty while sitting inside of the side. They don't need to do anything anymore. It's now the turn of True Rippers to maybe pull off a miracle, find 1 or 2 kills, because unless they're able to find an opening here, I think the much more optimum option is to just go for a save.
Yeah, this is major damage. 3 players left. Disrupt solo on HP. Flash committed from Techno. Force Aiden King to fall back, but he still wants to contest. Good angle. He finds LF, misses the timing. And now he's going to push in unknown to Disrupt's location. Good control. The Sova's dart to give away some location, and Excali being as patient as ever. He finds one, falls back to
30
safety.
seconds
Now he
left.
has the advantage, and also LF's location. Now it's a 2v3. Reckoning Esports. They had good man-count advantage, but True Rippers, they're not backing out just yet. They want to secure this win. They want to proceed to post-plant.
One enemy
But
remaining.
a peak like that, and Excali securing both of the kills. Reckoning Esports will make sure that they get the win instead.
It's just an absolute phenomenal performance coming in there from Caramel. But it just really started falling apart for them here. They needed an answer, and they couldn't really get it.
Down A.
True Rippers, they lost out on the round, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't really say it's the end of the world, because this is where they're going to be giving that opportunity to just turn it back again. They have better weaponry. They've tested out their opponents a little bit here. They have double digits on the board, so they are not in any form of a rush. They need to understand what Reckoning are trying to play here. They want INQ to be posted up on an angle so they can bolster up the different sidelines. They're leaving him to play on his own. And you can see that this could just work out in their favors, but Excali, you need to run this one back. You could just be walking into the firing line here. The smoke is going to be present. The timing is good, but they need better positions. I don't like the odds of them holding the site here by playing like this.
Gotta be careful on the tree side too, but I have absolutely no idea that all 5 players are just massively pushing from A. And Excali, he knows exactly what's happening, but Disrupt just said, nope, no thank you. We need the side, we need the win, and we are making sure that True Rippers gets the win as best as possible. A and Q on the other hand, good shots from the AWP, post plan is present, man count is equalized, it's 3-3. And Aryu needs to fall back, the Odin is just doing so much damage, Deathmaker is still alive. Great sentinel for True Rippers. And none of them are in a long, and this will definitely punish them a lot. ANQ gets one, Caramel gets the second. Do they have idea on Aryu? Nope, he does. Gets the final one, and Hush gets it in the end. Close comfort, close calls once again. And ANQ
now flee.
makes sure that every shot that he does with the AWP secures that kill. Beautiful ult for Reckoning Esports. 10-6. True Rippers, they are definitely feeling the heat now.
They have to be, because on this 10-6 scoreline, there is pretty much nothing that could go wrong for Reckoning. They have so much money going into their bank now that they're going to be able to buy themselves another op in this next round, even if they lose here. Opportunities are there. And those opportunities is what they need to really propel themselves forward. This round pretty much could just be the make it or break it for Reckoning, because if they're able to win here, they're going into that next round with a lot of money overall for their economy build-up, but also at the same time getting closer and closer to that double digit. So having these strong buys going into that second round allows you to play on an even foothold up against the members of True Rippers, who don't really have a lot of ultimates coming online too. I'm pretty sure that the KO is just a little bit away from the null command. And if Reckoning are able to get that up and online quickly as possible, that's going to be huge. But for Excali, maybe he's biting for a bit more than he can chew here. Disrupt, if he gets his timing to try and go in for a kill, that could have been disastrous.
Yeah, they're just making sure that they wouldn't get the orb. And Excali is just doing all he can to just apply a lot of pressure. Let's not forget about this. Let's not forget about ANQ though. He is still holding the angle. Oh boy, he almost got the flare off from heaven. He still wants to contest. ANQ, he sees it. Dashes to safety. Falls back. He knows that there's an op. It's best to not contest the angle and go for a different route. Caramel, now it's his time to shine. He finds the second. He gets the second too. Now it's just 2 more, but he forgot about the Odin. The Odin spray through the wall. Actually, not through the wall. It's through the smoke, but that will force True Rippers back all the way from A long. I know it's just the pistol round, but still, getting a 10-7 is definitely a must for Reckoning Esports, and they have to make sure that they don't lose this. Great hold, great discipline, the patience. Reckoning Esports, they're slowly coming back.
One step at a time for them. But for now, though, you can see that the ultimates are coming online soon. Tactical timeouts being taken by the members of True Rippers to just get the team on the same page again. They've been doing their own stuff around the map, and I haven't really seen them just go in for executes or even try to utilize their utility to set each other up. The attack side has been very rough for them on their full buys. And I think they need some direction and a plan. They need a good set strategy, and they need to figure out which side that they want to hit when it comes down to the mid-round. Mid-round calling is so important on the attack side. And remember what I said at the very beginning of the map, Baba, that unless they're able to do proper mid-round calls, especially on the map of Ascend when it's on the attack side, you are just done for, because you have no idea how to utilize the control that you are taking across the map. And I'm pretty sure that the members of True Rippers, they're talking about that exactly. Where do they want to go after establishing that control? They look lost. And that's what's causing them to fall.
Here.
At this point, 3 rounds back to back at the hands of Reckoning Esports. They're looking to continue that streak. It's going to be tough for them. Still got to worry about the lurk though from the KJ. See whether if he could find an opening pick or two, ensure that they've got all the things covered. And this time they're just making sure to find another way, and A&Q might have an opening. There you go. Important pick. Disrupt's gone. And that is a huge blow for True Rippers.
It's a turnaround for them too. So Rippers losing out on one of their key members is going to hurt them a little bit here. A&Q so close with the operator spam. He could have just gotten away with it too. Techno finally getting a frag of his own. Are you shutting down another one? A-side ripe for the picking, but A&Q, he's so quick with the rotation. He should be able to find a frag to take this down over into a 3 versus 3. But the paranoia coming in clutch, and Techno, he had the perfect timing for all of this. Ultimate's now being called from both ends. The Hunter's Fury does find a lot of value, but Techno doesn't get the kill, and A&Q is just gonna slice them up like sashimi. But Oreo with a flick, that is so perfect and gorgeous. It's all up to Deathmaker, and he's always gonna be the one to go in for these clutches and to go in for those wins. You can't touch this man when it comes down to these 1v1s. And Reckoning, they start to fall and they start to crumble. One pause is all that it took, and as soon as the team was on the same page, everything started falling into place.
Enemy kill.
Last player standing.
Such a huge, important round for True Rippers. Is exactly what they need. You're actually finally getting the proper read out of it, you know, the pressure from a shot, your plays. But this time, thinking of picking out the lurker as best as possible though, because KJ is giving so much information. I mean, he can hold out both mid and B long, and that will be concerning because they're literally blocking their line of sight. Oh, I mean, not line of sight, it's basically map control. Yeah, I think so. I think it was through the wall.
Yeah, it hit.
Yeah, it's falling back. The turret's gone too, which could have helped in watching out mid. And that's gone. And now they're thinking of going for a full-on B committed push.
This is such a slow play too, coming in from the members of True Rippers. They wanted to test out the waters a little bit and maybe force out a couple of utility bombs from the members of Reckoning, but they're not giving out much. Run in through from the sides, it's going to be Hirsch with the first kill. Deathmaker taking the back speed, and A&Q operator just putting a couple nails down on that coffin before the others hammer it on. As for Rippers, yeah, I think they're good as done for. This is just a save. Are you
30
probably
seconds left
for this team too, but I'm not going to go in for this. It's pretty much done and dusted. As Techno, maybe he could get a couple of kills of his own, but they're still going in for it. A couple of missed shots. This could be the thing that it takes. Wait a minute. I thought this was all but over, but the 2 versus 4 turned into a 2v2. Make it a 1v2 with only 11 seconds left on the clock. And are you? Maybe he has an opportunity, a chance to pull off a miracle of his own. A 1v1. Enough time to go in for the plant. The Excali tries to go in for the bait. Over from the opposite end. And Excali pulls off an getting there, still in this game.
The spike is diffused.
They're making things work. And even though it's so close, I don't think either one of these teams are going to be letting up on that gas pedal.
Man. Harsh's plays though, I have to give it to him.
10 seconds.
The Hunter's Fury to just deal so much damage from B long. And once the push happened, they had it under control. The Odin spam through. The Odin will be a lot of pain in the B side. That's why it's a must-have for Sova, because he could hold out B ascent. I mean, the entire B long, that is. Once again, A&Q. It's not going to be able to find anyone from mid-top. At this point, it's 11-8. True Rippers are in desperate need of a match point. They've barely managed to secure a 1v1 post plan, and it was Deathmaker who secured it. Still committing to it. Every single players are present, and I believe that this is an eco round. Info flashes. See whether if someone can take the bait. See if they can change some positionings, but instead they'll just hold their ground. And now they're in for the execute. Push will be present. Caramel will be forced to fall back. At least on the bright side, they will secure post plant, but after post plant is where the deciding factor happens. Whether if two Rippers can secure it,
planted.
or will Reckoning Esports will ensure a 11-9.
Still haven't survived for now. NQ once again just being an absolute chat, taking out Disrupt early on here with that operator. The attack side operator has found a good chunk of value overall as NQ. Okay. You guys are just going to be going in as True Rippers. They dealt a good chunk of damage, but it's not going to be enough to get them a round win here. A really good eco overall, but is it really a good eco when you know that Reckoning has this much money?
Bot coming back.
They have the money, they even have the op. ANQ is getting picks every single round. The opening picks are always important.
Bot coming back. Placing alarm bot.
Even with two players being picked out.
Current out.
It's like you said, Aggie, like Reckoning Esports still has this
Recalling
round
my
under
bot.
control. Unless and until we see Disrupt make an unexpected play, or maybe a control towards mid. That could help. Yeah, there you go. B split push from True Rippers.
Here.
At this point, this would cause a lot of major problems, but ANQ, he's just still finding a lot of problems, but not the second one. Information will be given precisely, and this time, True Rippers, they've got this. That null command will definitely annoy them a lot. Post plant once again.
Spike
Adrian King
planted.
thinking of getting an opening pick or two. Knife for info, pop flashes. Everything is in his hand. And Excali prepped and ready for his push too. For True Rippers, and now it's all up to Adrian King to decide whether if he could clutch this 1v3.
How did he get two?
Oh man, I think he just removed the market door and get those two kills at the right time. Now it's 1v2. Can this happen? 30 HP push. There you go. Jump peek for info.
Nice done.
Adrian King, nicely done. Just stall for time. True Rippers have finally got this, and they finally secure match point. 12-9.
Match
A
point.
desperate round for desperate measures. The Bleed Spit push definitely worked out in their favor. But for ANQ, that second kill was critical. I'm making you not. The second kill from ANQ, it should have connected. It could have given Reckoning Esports a chance for a victory, and biffing an important shot like that definitely hurts them a lot.
A good chunk of damage to you overall. A very quiet performance though coming in from Deathmaker, honestly, when it comes down to this map, but I don't think he's needed that much either, because Disrupt's just having phenomenal performances overall. As True Rippers, one more round for them to take us over onto map number 3, but ANQ is not going to give it up for free. Deathmaker gets caught out with his pants down, and Caramel's able to capitalize on even more util. One by one, the members of True Rippers start to fall, but be careful how they play into this, because Disrupt is still very much alive. The odds are stacked in favor, and even though this was a 5 versus 3, now we're down over to a 3 versus 2. The probability of winning this round is way higher than ever before.
Spike's been dropped. You still have Excali on the lurk. And ANQ, he needs to make sure that he doesn't miss this shot, because this is the make it or break it moment. The patience that you see from ANQ, that isn't the reset, but this one gets it! Oh boy, this is doable.
Very crucial.
True Rip, very crucial kill.
30 seconds
2v2.
left.
Now they're gonna use the ult for info.
On my mark.
Thinking of going in towards the A side, and it's all up to Excali. Can he secure this 1v2? He has a judge in hand. He could play it very close. He needs to be very patient. He needs to be very cautious. He can hear the footsteps coming in from the inside. Boom! The first.
10 seconds left.
Now it's a 1v1. Can he do this? He cannot, Excali. Patient as ever. The judge will make sure to get the final kill. And it's 12 to 10. Reckoning Esports, they're not giving it back.
Stay down.
As soon as I saw a judge in the hands of Excali, I knew this
My
was just
ultimate is ready.
there is no way you're gonna be able to kill this man, especially when you're running into that side. But I have to say that True Rippers got very close to killing this round out. It was a 2 versus 5, Baba, and they took it over to a 2v2. And if Excali didn't have a judge on that A side, you know that True Rippers had a very good opportunity of taking this round away.
Reckoning Esports, they still need to hold on. This time they're just applying a lot of pressure from the mid side itself. And in Q, it's been a lot of missed shots from him, but this time he's prepped and ready. Still gotta be careful of the flashes though from the Chaos Pop. Smokes will be present. ANQ is thinking to go aggressive. He's not gonna fight through the smokes, but the shotgun will. Look at that.
So smart.
Spike down A.
So good. The crossfire angle's present, and just like that, it's flawless.
Wow, so embarrassing.
I love this play from ANQ too. The fact that he shot the operator right was a signal for True Rippers to just try to maybe push him in towards that smoke. And he used that timing with his shorty to just easily go in for a kill. Textbook level jet plays right there. Whenever you're an opper and you're inside of a smoke, take a fake shot, they're gonna run into you, pull out your shorty, and you get an insta-kill onto them when they think that you're vulnerable and you can't really shoot them back. Plays like this is what differentiates a lot of teams from winning out on a map and choking on it really badly. And it seems as though the members of True Rippers, they're at the home stretch for a really long time, and if they drop the ball here, it's as good as over. Utility is good coming in from the members of Reckoning to just stall out the play for as long as possible. Excali though gets caught out in the open. He was biting off a bit more than he can chew. And now his teammates are left to just try and pick up the pieces. And Caramel's gonna be the one to go in for a save, but gets immediately traded. Side control is established, and Adrian King, he misses out on the crucial bullets. And I think it's all but over. Null Command's gonna put the final nail on the coffin. It comes from the other side as True Rippers are finally able to close out the map just because Reckoning, they missed their shots. If Adrian hit those shots as soon as the players were coming in through Tree Room, they were done.
I mean, let's not forget about Excali though. He got caught off guard, you know?
Yeah, true.
Aryan just exactly knew where he was going to teleport, and the timing of it definitely did not work out for him. But I gotta say, man, what a second map of Ascent. Reckoning Esports and True Rippers, they gave it all they've got, and True Rippers, they will stand strong, ending the second map on a 1-1 map victory. Lotus was Reckoning Esports, and now for Ascent, it is True Rippers, which means that which will be Bind and Haven. Map number 3, Bind and Haven, will be the map that we will see in the grand finals. And my god, every single round that you see right now, Aggressive, it's getting very close. And you could see the unexpected, I wouldn't say unexpected plays, you could see the pressure that all of these players have to go through, you know? The op shots from A and Q. Sure, he doesn't miss all of his shots, but when it comes to those crucial moments, right, when the smoke's been placed out, when the pop flash, when you have to make an aggressive push, yes, sometimes you will push, but it's the risk that you have to take in this grand finals, and I have to give props for ANQ for that. Disrupt was in a different level at this point, you know? He knew the timing, he knew exactly when to pick, and getting an important pick is also an important part of this. And Excali, he also did a great job. The 1v2 from the judge, beautifully read. Both of them were holding the sides. And even if, you know, the teams really did decide to go back from the A side, he had from the shadows, he could just reposition back, play with crossfire angles, and, you know, hold out their angles. But all in all, man, what a map. What a map. Let's take a look at the scorecard. Let's see who's the MVP. Let's see those stats, man. Let's see it. Yeah,
and Q just being at the very top, but Aryu, dude, Aryu is just, he's an unsung hero throughout a lot of this, and you can see that on the map of Ascent. He was someone that pretty much just took over the entire game. He did it single-handedly, all by himself. Yeah, Disrupt was there, but tell me how many situations was Ryu put into where he got those impact frags? Like, Disrupt got a lot of early first bloods, he found a good chunk of kills, but whenever I looked at Ryu, when there were rounds where it was a 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5, Ryu got so many different multi-kills that pretty much he alone was the main reason why True Rippers won a lot of their rounds. He was that X factor for that team. And Deathmaker having a performance like this is one of the main reasons why I would say the members of True Rippers were really performed the best on the map of Ascend when Deathmaker's having a good game. And for him to go 8-17, ouch. That's really rough, because on the opposite end, all of the members of Reckoning, they performed admirably, especially Caramel and AQ.
Yeah, for now, let's take a look at the MVP for this map. Second map of Ascent. It's going to be none other than Aryu. Man, this guy right here. The Sova. I mean, the way that both Aryu and Deathmaker held out the B side on defense is just, the synergy is just so good. 22 kills, 3 first kills, and a 39% headshot. It's just an amazing play to watch.
Yeah, Disrupt's play is one thing, but he's just the face of consistency, I would say, as soon as he plays that initiator. The way he flexes around from one role to the other, he can really do no wrong. 22, 17, and 5 with a 264 ACS. He hit his shots, and I'm really hoping to see this level of performance come out from him when it comes down to map number 3 too, because map number 3 is going to be where True Rippers will really be put to the test. It's Reckoning's pickup on Bind. And oh boy, these are the type of set plays coming in from Reckoning that could really shake things up for True Rippers. Will be able to go the distance and take us over onto map number 4. We're going to be finding that one out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. For a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Seems as though Scared is having some issues over into the background, so I'm going to be taking him in over for him. As welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo and Intel presents Convergence 2023 India Close Qualifiers by Riot Games, and of course, the Esports Club. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here, bringing you back all the action for map number 3, ladies and gentlemen, with a 1-1 scoreline with both teams being neck and neck. A really big I would honestly say it was a very big surprise for me personally when you look at True Rippers as a team. They were struggling hard to close out the game, and they do not want to be in this situation for any of these other maps. This is one of those situations that you never want to be in against most teams, but Reckoning is just one of the others. They know how to pull off comebacks, and they know how to close out games as well. So let's just say Reckoning were the ones to be on Ascent on a 12-12 scoreline. You know that Reckoning would have won that. Their overtimes are phenomenal. They have strategic set plays that they pull off on overtimes that they don't do on any of the other rounds. And that could have been True Ripper's downfall if they were not able to get this third in 11 win.
Again, we've always seen these teams so up close and personal in all of these maps, right? And Ascent was the one where we all were discussing, not just you and me, but Baba as well, that how solid it was for True Rippers, but now it was being stolen away by Reckoning for the previous 2 of the tournaments. Yes, exactly. So this time around, them doing an excellent job on the defense was exactly what they needed. Plus, honestly, I was seeing how Disrupt was disrespecting all of those smokes and was just literally walking down Cat, walking down mid without any fear of, you know, being in any kind of crossfire or anyone trying to double peek him or anything of that sort. He was literally just walking up front, disrespecting all of those smokes and utilities, and that was just dry peeks, by the way. No flashes to set him up or no recon darts as well, nothing to set him up. Just dry walks, getting a pick, and then moving backwards. And on the back of it, he had so many first bloods, if I'm not wrong, 7, 9 of them probably. And that is one of the reasons why they had so many rounds on the defense, as he has literally been a key in the map.
Yeah, and another thing has to go towards ANQ too, right? He was doing the exact same thing on the defensive side. The man swung out, got a kill, ran away, and he kept on doing it through the entire game. You have players like RU and of course AAQ that just I can't even speak properly because these players are pulling off miracles so often that I'm really surprised, even when it came down to those 2v5s where they had absolutely no chance of winning out on that round. It was RU who was able to pull off 3 kills simultaneously, bringing his team back into that round. And Reckoning, when they have players such as InQ who are just that X factor on that roster, and a player like Excali too coming up strong when it comes down to those clutches when they really need him. It is so difficult to quantify how good this team can be. And then we are not even talking about Caramel, right? He's an absolute aim god. He was on that Killjoy, and he was just tapping heads like it's nobody's business. Yes, he had a little bit more of a quiet game when it came down to his impact, but the frags were still there. He was getting the getting 1 kill at least before he died, making sure that he has a positive impact on that round, leaving his teammates in a better situation to maybe clutch it out. But in a lot of scenarios, Reckoning were just not able to get the rounds on attack that they needed to bring themselves back in towards this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you that 100%. But honestly, I would still say that yes, it was just a 1 round where they were kind of in the deficit, right? 1 round just here and there, and this could have been an overtime. And it's just as you mentioned, if it's an overtime, you need to bet on Reckoning. They've been winning almost all of their previous overtimes as well. But again, coming back to the exact same point, as you mentioned, how Caramel was also doing a really good job. I also want to focus how he was playing Viper in the first map of Lotus, and he was doing an excellent job at that as well. So I want to see if he still goes on to a Sentinel role. Yes, it's going to be him on Chamber, and mind it, last time I saw him on Chamber on the map of mine, it was literally a Chamber duel with him up against one more person, and both of them were literally top fragging. And I'm just gonna say it out loud, this map seems to be a Reckoning map, and the reason being, True Rippers have been banning this map out time and time again through the entirety of all the series that we have seen till now. Yes, True Rippers do not like playing on Vine.
No, look at
That
the
is
selection.
They don't like to play on point at all, and they are picking up a Reyna. Is it like a Paper X composition, I believe?
Yeah, this is the Paper X comp. Yeah, this is like one-on-one the Paper X composition, but why are they trying to pick this? I think this is the first time in India that any team has ever
Choose your
picked the
agent.
composition like this.
Gone for those one taps, dismissed. That's all what you need to do at this point, because again, yeah, we've seen all of the previous maps, and every other round. Yes, there are strategies involved, but eventually you can pop off in one or two of those rounds. And Deathmaker just doing Deathmaker things. Now he's just feeling it in this one. So it's going to be just him popping off on that Reyna. Maybe he can get a few of those frags. We always see Reyna either top fragging or bottom fragging in all of the rank games. Like you mind it. There's this I miss you person who always either just top frags or bottom frags. But this time we know it's in the hands of Deathmaker.
I know
He's
you're
one
the
of the
bottom
most
frag.
capable person of playing that agent. Yeah, I was the bottom frag. I never used to play Reyna though. I'm only a Viper player. But yes, coming back to the same Deathmaker point. I think so. He's just being in his comfort zone at this point, and for this specific map, they're like, all right, guys, do whatever you want to do. Just enjoy this map.
Yeah, Deathmaker go shoot. I'm pretty sure that's going to be one of the biggest strategy points for this. And I don't know if you know about this or not. When going through a lot of the previous Paper X strategies, one of the most strongest entry points about this particular composition is the Reyna can go in for lurks. I know, lurking Reyna is pretty much the one
True.
thing that you never really want to have
That is
on a
true.
ranked game, but in the professional setting, a lurking Reyna is not a bad thing. Because Reyna is one of those characters that really is not facilitated to go in for entries, but she can act as a pseudo initiator to help her teammates
True.
go in for entries or even go in for lurks. And that's where I do think that the strength of this Reyna is going to be really coming into play. If they want to play for the long game, if they want to play for a very slow burn strategy and try to bait out utility, the Reyna is going to be really good. That is why Paper X like to give something that Reyna. And you can see in most situations, something is never with the team. He's trying to maybe work out a pick on other portions of the map, maybe towards the side of B Long, inside of Hookah, before he rendezvous with his team again. And then they opt to go in for executions. The Harbor also has a lot of strengths because normally what is the biggest difficulty when you're running out of Hookah? You have players that could be on the back end of site. You have players that could be in towards Cubby. There could be a player inside of Tube. And you can use Harbor to block off all of those angles and still have the smokes ready coming in from the Brimstone to cover up elbow and of course defender side spawn. There's so many different options that you can do with this particular setup that you can easily take over the map of mine, but it's very difficult because here you're gonna need to utilize your raw mechanical skill to the fullest, and one mistake, one misplay, and one missed shot could just be the thing that ends your entire strategy. And this is a very quick composition. You just snap your finger and you need to go. You can't second guess yourself. You're gonna jump in and either you die together or you win together. There's no in between.
I mean that's basically the foundation of the W key gaming that we always talk about. But yes, very well touched on the point of the Harbor and that hookah flood that we always talk about. Because I was also reviewing a few strategies of all the pro teams, and I realized how Paper X used to play the hookah flood, especially when they were up against NRG, I believe. So maybe this time around, True Rippers really want to pull out a similar card, maybe not exactly the same, but a similar kind of card of a similar strategy. Plus, also, you've got the Cove of Harbor, right? You know you can use it to block off a few angles where you know the fire is going to come from, or you can just use it as a default to put it on the planter or the diffuser to make sure they don't get sprayed down right off the bat. So I really love them using the unconventional agents, at least not for this map, but overall in the pool that we normally see. No Viper coming in, it's fine. Harbor can do the job as well. But without any further ado, ladies and gents, we're going to be moving in, reckoning on the defense, True Rippers on the offense, and Shower is probably where we're going to see some early aggression, and Disrupt is the one who gets the first blood.
Stealing sight.
Oh yeah, they're going in for it. Just look at the W Gaming strategies coming in. Ah yes, W Gaming in India. I didn't think I would ever see this. But hey, if they win out on the map of mine because of this strategy, I'm gonna change my name to something that you say for one map. If they're able to make this strategy work and pull off a miracle and beat Reckoning.
Teleport's ready.
Anything that you say. Next map, you can call me that for the entire thing.
Last player standing.
I hope we're gonna stay on that one, but for now, Caramel needs to make a clutch play, and he can't do that.
doing it.
Arju was watching that angle. He knew about the lurk position, but yes, you mentioned about the WT Gaming, that's exactly what they did. From the showers, extremities is where true rippers like to play. And with this composition, extremities is where they can try and put a lot of pressure on. Because you also talked about the fact that how Reyna can also play as a lurker, the lurking Reyna. And based on her kit, I think so it works out really well too. Because you take the fight, yes, even though you lose some HP, you can just heal yourself by the Devour. So you take the fight and you're back at full HP. You've also got a dismiss to try and help your teammates to get an entry in towards the side, or at least try and take a lot more space than what they're anticipating for. But for now, Shower's aggression coming in from the side of Reckoning, but it's going to be a simple A-shot execute coming in from the side of True Rippers. So using those utilities to absolute perfection the harbor wall up as well.
Seems like there were some technical difficulties coming in towards this side. We're going to be fixing that one up really quickly, but hey, at least it was on an eco round, right? The defenders didn't really have any weapons, so overall, I would say Hakuna Matata. And we're just going to say that the members of True Rippers were able to win that. They had the better weaponry, yada, 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 all that jazz. We're going to be going into the game real soon, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we fix things up. But in the meantime, let's just talk a little bit more about what the members of Reckoning have on their side. It's a lot more tried and tested. They already know what this composition can do. They know the strengths of it. They know the weaknesses. And the thing is, this double duelist composition is, I hate to say it, one of the biggest counters to this comp unless you pick a Yoru. The main difference would have been if they picked a Yoru instead of that Reyna, but the Reyna allows them to be a lot more aggressive, while the Yoru requires for a little bit more of a systematic play and, of course, a little bit more coordination. The Reyna just allows you to hold W and take them fights. That's the difference. Like, I don't know what to say, but the double controller composition is countered by a double duelist comp. And this is how they're going to need
given
to
the fact, exactly, and given the fact that one of your duelists also has two of those flashes, you can use those layers to utmost perfection as well, apart from the sky flashes, to try and gain a few more information. But yes, given the exact same scenario that we are put in right now, just as you mentioned, it's probably going to be a 2-0 in favor of True Ripper. That's how it is. And they also have a very solid bonus round coming in as well. You can see that one Bulldog, couple of Vandals, Spectre, Stinger. I think so. It's a pretty solid one. Reckoning would still need to play it smartly and play it safe. Now, looking at the pings on the map, it seems that they've got to be very about the aggression coming in from A shots. But for now, extremities is exactly where Reckoning want to put their focus on. They left the shower control in the first one. They do not want to give it over again this time around. While on the other side, you can see they've got the B long control, and they are ready for the hookah flood that you were talking about.
They're trying to bait a couple of players in towards this A side too, but they're a lot more wiser than this. They need to isolate these fights over towards Hexagon if they even want to entry on towards the side. All of the players are pretty much prepped up and ready for this play. As Hirsch wants to find that first line of contact. Where is the harbor wall that should be coming in? Here comes the jump, and they're already in. The harbor's cove also comes out. Everything is being utilized to jump straight in, and the hookah flood, baby, is coming into fullest fruition as Deathmaker is over towards the other side. Deathstroke's going to be able to find that first initial kill, and this is control, and this is where the W Gaming strength lies. A 4 versus 4 is on the cards, but retaking B, I always talk about this, Scared, and you know what I say. Retaking B is so bad that I would rather go in for a 4-man save.
There.
That they could probably do, but still got a bunch of utilities, so maybe just want to flood it towards the side, flash right onto the face, and Q taking some chunk of damage from his own grenade, but Harsh and Helep will be finding some trades. Back and forth, we go in, ANQ still trying to find some person here and there, but that's the last two people remaining in the main. Can he try and clutch it out? That's going to be the question. The answer to that is going to be no, because it's Deathmaker on the other side, and he is feeling it.
This is what it looks like.
It's just Deathmaker. You allow this guy to pick this Reyna, he's just gonna need to do one thing. Go and kill.
Right.
And maybe press Q and C from time to time.
You can also do one more thing, right? You can try and bind your dismiss to the left mouse key. So as soon as you get the kill, you'll be dismissing out of the harm's way, but you would not be able to use Devour in that situation. That's a different thing I heard about it. But another round, an eco coming in for the side of Reckoning, and not the start you would have thought of, especially for Reckoning Esports, when you talk about the map of Bind, right? They've got this love story with Bind. Wherever they go, they always try and pick Bind, and once they do, they're the ones who usually come out on top. But as of now, we would probably see a 0-4 storyline unless they pull a miraculous pick off on the back of ANQ using the Sheriff. Could not find the first hit connecting, but he's going to be pitched in from two different directions. Elif is ready for the utility as well. Caramel will have to go back, and that's going to be Satchel coming in from Disrupt as well. He'll be able to get one and move out of the harm's way. 17-80. He almost got out. He almost got down as well.
Scared, explain what just happened to me. The man Satchel did went inside of a Viper wall, got hit by a paint shell, got the kill, and satcheled out. Am I saying it right?
You said it perfectly. Oh my goodness. Caramel just could not land that shot in. And
30
Disrupt
seconds
never
left.
misses. You already
Spike
know.
planted.
And when this guy is feeling it, you do not want to face him whatsoever. Mind it, he's not even got an operator in hand at this point. So Excali, can you do something outwardly? The question might be answered really quickly, but here's the thing, right? This harbor wall is going to be up for the next few seconds, and after that, we've still got a bunch more utilities. Here we go with the cascade as well. Trades back and forth. Hirsch was able to get one.
Last
Okay,
player
Adrian King,
standing.
the Stinger, was able to get something, but that's about it, as LF will shut everyone down. And they were also playing Brimstone on that Molly lineup, so might not have got the time to get the defuse in, but a very much needed timeout coming in from Rennie. He needs to put in a few words in the ears of his team. They are not doing how they expected them to.
Overall, though, this
Seems
pause is just
pretty
gonna.
difficult.
Yeah. It is quite difficult for the members of Reckoning to get a proper foothold in towards this matchup because I think they're not mentally prepared for this. I'm sure they haven't really scrimmed this out. They haven't really set up game plans to deal with such an aggressive strategy. And Reckoning are just getting completely caught off guard. The setups that they're trying to do, the holds that they're going in for, and the fact that the Reyna is just constantly on that lurk, you have to worry about so much. And the thing is, Reyna's one of those characters that are really good on lurks because you stated it yourself, she can heal herself back up. And you're not going to be able to murder her again that easily.
Not me. Pretty unique Viper wall coming in this time around though. It gives them a lot of control towards the showers and gives them an opportunity to scale up in that, but leaves a lot of room open on towards the other part of the map. So Viper would have to play Lambs to gain the information from the shot as well, because there's this one part of the site which is outside on the other side of that Viper wall. So it could also be used up by True Rippers if in case they put their timing right. And it's going to push back ANQ, so they just have to concede that space. And again, map control going in
It's just
favor
epic. Just
of
look
True
at him.
Rippers. As
He's
they're going to
all by
go
himself.
Satchel in, yeah. Oh my goodness, ANQ, how did he even get that fake? Showstopper shut down, trades go back and forth, but still it's in the favor of Reckoning. 3v3 situation this time around, but they've not conceded the space on towards the side. My goodness, Excali, no! Respects everything, jumps in the window and gets those two important picks.
In sight.
Out of charges.
This is just a sad story. I'll be very honest, Scared. The members of Reckoning had no business winning this round. It was just a series of unfortunate events that True Rippers faced one by one that just made them fall here. First of all, Disturb ran in with the showstopper. He saw him ages ago, mind you, on the underside of Fuka. He died. Then another player got spammed while he was inside of the smoke. And Excali just casually waltzed his way in like Mary Poppins. Everything that could have gone wrong in this round just happened all at once.
My god, how did he even survive? Finally using the rendezvous, jumping back in the heaven with Excali now. Helef was able to take Harsh down, so again, that's one good thing happening for True
He
Ripper.
missed! Caramel, you missed!
How did he miss?
One enemy remaining.
How did he miss? Helef is still standing strong. Yes, it's an ace or nothing for this man. He's already got 3 in this round. Spike has already been planted. He finds another one, and it's a 4th one. He'll get the Seekers on the back of it. ANQ's position has been noted. He's already tapped on the Spike. Both of the players know where the other person is. He's gonna stick it. ANQ, Spike is being picked up as well. He's gonna go into a
No, he whiffed!
And ANQ, with the sidestep, was able to avoid a disaster. Holy moly.
You don't miss like that. Not in a situation where you could fall that easily. And he was at death's door. Yeah, mistakes were made by the members of Tripper, but that flood in towards the side really came in so clutch at the very end. And Helef, he just took his time to aim that shot. He would have had it, but the panic just set in. The adrenaline was pumping, especially in a clutch situation like this. The True Rippers gave away 2 rounds, stabilizing the economy of Reckoning now. The operator could be coming out soon enough. Once, oh wait, I do think that they were able to save the operator too, the one that Caramel had.
They actually saved the operator, but I really like this fun boom bot play from both of the sides though, but still space not being given, not being conceded. Disrupt wants to move forward. That's where the final
Does he get these kills?
Given, and Disrupt with the patience gets 2 of them, both of them lining up perfectly, and the site is done for. This round almost seems done for as well. Unless Harsh and Caramel pull a miraculous play out. They've already decided they want to save it this one. They're not going to go in for any kind of fight. The question is, when will True Rippers go for the hunt? Because they want to take this operator out of the hands of Caramel.
I'm just so surprised at the way that True Rippers are just playing this. They're literally letting DM walk wherever he wants. They just told DM like, okay, you can do whatever you want, just don't die. DM's like, okay. I take a casual stroll over towards. Yeah, I just take a casual.
Teleport's ready.
Here.
We are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Small interruptions here from time to time, but interrupted is the plays being made by Deathmaker. Okay, the man just swings out, gets the kill. doing on this radar? Is this his new favorite agent or something? It feels like I'm watching something here.
30 seconds left.
He's literally doing the exact same
Never
thing.
mind.
But all right, Harsh was there to shut him down. Yes, Disrupt will be able to go in for those trades. ANQ using those double satchels to try and quickly jump in towards the side. Helen shuts down Excali on the other side. What an angle to find Disrupt yet again. It's another one important frag, but ANQ answers back just like that. And it's a 1v2 situation. He's got the showstopper to work with, but he does not have any of those satchels. Spike has also been planted. The time is ticking. He needs to make a play at this point. Otherwise, he's just going to lose all of that time. There we go. That's only coming in. Helef wins out a crucial duel as well. And they move up to 6. True Ripper's attack side is finally looking so very smooth, looking so refined. And the reason for that is because they're just being committed to what their plan is. If in case they decide they want to go towards the A, they all just fully commit on the back of it. There's no second guess whatsoever. And I'm really loving this kind of play. Plus, Deathmaker just doing Deathmaker things. It's like every map is just his own backyard.
And another reason why they're able to pull off plays like this is because you stated it yourself. Because of how committed they are to a plan that they're making, they're able to fully focus on their gunfights. They're not thinking about what could happen, what rotations, what they need to do. They're just fully focused on their raw mechanical skill and just trading each other. And Deathmaker, instantaneous when it came down to the 5. Flash is going to be good. They get the trades and they're able to do it beautifully. Deathmaker's the first line of entry. And look at the way that he's doing it too. His teammates are always present near him to maybe go for something big. And now ANQ, he's on a manhunt. Not going to be able to catch a Disrupt though. He runs away completely as ANQ gets spotted. And I think that's the answer. Techno, all the way on the lurk, he catches out a runaway Hirsch. With 2 to 6, possibly being a 2 to 7. The answer is given, and the play is done. It's Reckoning. It's not looking that good for them when it comes to the home turf of Bind.
And this is what we never anticipated, right? Because Disrupt, as soon as he heard a couple of shots being fired and he realized that there are 2 people, and look at him maneuvering around entirely. Even the Cascades right in front of them argue will be following the Trailblazer probably, but ANQ is hiding in one cheeky angle. He can probably try and get an important pick at this situation. No, but Aryu does not disrespect it. But wait a second, Caramel and ANQ get a few important frags coming in this situation. I don't think so they have enough time for the spike to be defused because there's orbital strike in the hands of Techno. He's also got the incendiary to play with. There we go, the cat comes in. And that's going to get him an important pick onto Caramel. He did not get the half. He did not get the half. ANQ, he needs to win this duel, but he does not have enough time. I guess both of them are just going to fall off at this point. And that is going to be another round going for the side of True Rippers, but still, Reckoning at least were able to get all of the rifles off of their hands.
A phenomenal round coming in from the members of True Rippers too. They're doing it. Fundamental level Valorant is what they're bringing onto the table for this map line, and that is what's really shutting down this oppressive double controller setup. I don't know what to tell you, but True Rippers, they're just out-aiming the members of Reckoning who are trying to utilize the utility to the fullest of its capabilities. And Caramel's not really having a lot of, I would say, a lot of success on this chamber either. He has missed out on multiple different op shots, and that's because the members of True Rippers are just fully disrespecting him.
Indeed, that is true. And the reason for that is because of the confidence that they have. They're taking every other gunfight and they're winning all of those. And on the back of Deathmaker's nasty play, but as soon as the Cascade went down, we saw 1-for-1 trade coming in. Look at the amount of space Disrupt has taken. Excali has no idea that there's a rocket on the other side. It's gonna be sent his way. He'll be deleted off the map.
Trail.
But the Viper's Pit is still in play. It's going to stop Deathmaker from making any kind of move, at least for the next few seconds. But the question is, when will Reckoning go in for this retake? It's a 3v4 situation and Disrupt makes it a 2v4 in the paper. Techno as well, wrapping things up, getting Harsh off the charts, and it's just ANQ. He's got to run back, he's got to tuck tails. He needs to save the rifle that he has. Otherwise, this might be a 10-2, which you never thought would actually happen. Reckoning Esports are not being able to read onto what True Rippers is bringing on the table.
2-8 on the map of Bind when Reckoning are on the defense. Think about what I just said here, Scared. Just think about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're on defense and they're down 6 rounds. 2 more and it's going to be 2-10.
The best thing they can do at this point is probably get an 8-4 half. But even in that situation, if you think about it, sometimes, you know, the teams feel that Bind is probably a little bit of a defense-centric map. Because there are just a couple of hook points that you have to hold. But on the other side, so many fakes can be sold only because of the presence of those teleporters. And if you're looking at one of them, you'll see 4 players of Reckoning stacking there. And I just love the fact that True Rippers were able to read into this one and they're not forcing any kind of fight. They saw a very deep brim smoke coming in and they realized that on the back of it, probably Reckoning would decide to go in for that scaler. But the hit is going to go in towards the A, layer thrown right into the face. There's no way Hutch is going to figure out where the members are.
Spike planted.
Oh, I love the ultimate usage too. I think that's gonna grab a kill, like Scally. He was able to combo it with Hirsch, and the vulnerable is gonna give them the advantage that they needed. True Rippers, they're gonna start to fall like flies because of it. 2 members already gone down, and this retake is already coming into full fruition. Helev, good for the first kill. Scally takes a little bit of a back seat, but they need 1 more to try and equalize things out. Kekna's position, not really in the most favorable of spots. The Molly's gonna be good, but the half diffuse could be coming in. ANQ over on the top end of this. It's gonna be Adrian. Good for 1 kill as Deathmaker. He needs to be the game changer for this. Good for 1 kill. He's looking for 1 more. He's got to be able to find it. No dismiss, no nothing. He doesn't want to go for it, but it's DM Kick, baby. Give him the raid. Oh, he's going to be able to pull up a miracle. Is there enough time to go in for the defuse? Yes, there is. No, there isn't. 0.13 at Deathmaker. He pulls up a miraculous clutch. 2-9 as True Rippers. They hold down the line.
Nah, man, no way. Just look at the smirk on his face. What a brilliant display of just... It's just absolutely mind-boggling at this point. I mean, if you think about it, that was a done and dusted situation in favor of Reckoning Esports. They were up 4-1. And from that, Deathmaker just brought his team out. And it's a 9-2 half. And the best case scenario, 9-3, maybe a curse spray coming in for the side of Reckoning. That's about it. NQ, if I can't see you, can't see me, does not happen in this game, but I just want to take an off real quickly. No one to trade him off whatsoever. That's going to be the moonboard distracting Excali and 1-for-1 trade coming in at best. So Adrian King also loses his life, and with that, it's down to a 1v4 in favor of True Rippers. They'll be planting the spike, moving off the harm's way, and it's just the Viper with 2 smokes right in front of her. My goodness.
Can't get any better than this. So, especially with Disrupt just being on the opposite end of this. He has the perfect angle to go in for the kill, but Hershey's expecting it. 1 kill. And now maybe 1 more for his troubles, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Too much utility. Everything's being thrown in towards his face at Deathmaker. He's not going to miss that shot. 2-10 as True Rippers. I take back everything that I said before this. Paper X, they're the king of making strategies because they have found a strat that can counter the most oppressive double controller setup on the map of Bind. And they were on the defense. Scared. They were on defense.
There.
The only positive thing that I can think about for the side of Reckoning would be a situation wherein, because of the lack of Sentinel, they would try and take the map space away from True Rippers.
There.
But we've seen True Rippers playing on for the extremities, because look at that. Harbor, this getting the high tied up, quickly getting the orb and then moving off. was not able to take the orb just because of those fires coming in. Be vulnerable. Also got the cove to put in front of himself so he can try and just pull out from an awkward angle, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. ANQ was able to shut him down. Deathmaker still holding the angle of Hookah, so you can just directly go in for the flood, but because the TP was taken, there's only 2 players who were taking the TP, so they should know that there's a lurk. Hers is still moving around. The question is, when will Disrupt going for the peak? He probably missed the timing, but Kelef and Techno are still on the side to shut down Excali and ANQ. And they should have an idea. Look at the pings on the map. Yeah, they've got the knowledge where Harsh would probably be, and Techno is ready for him.
Okay.
Just one right click, that's more than sufficient. 11 and 2. This map seems to be done with so very quickly, Aggie.
Once they're blind, we
I'm loving each and every second of it too. I don't care how quick it is, but this is the true rippers that we're really missing out on. The first 2 maps weren't really the best. Even when you look at the second map, Ascent wasn't really what rippers are really meant to be when it came down to that attack. But now that they're finally back in towards that driving scene, now that they're able to just pull off the strats that they really want to do, the communication is perfect. They're playing together as a unit, and they're playing the fundamentals of Valorant at a very high level too. This is what you would expect from true rippers. And now, Reckoning, their backs are against the wall. They need an answer for this.
And just look at this high tide being placed in such a way that it allows True Rippers to scale up on the back of it, and that's going to be the spray down coming in. Even though you want to rush onto Disrupt, he will be taking you down one after the other as he already gets 2. And also throws in the nade to make sure to create some more space, and on the back of it, Ari will be able to shut down 2 more players. It's just down to Harsh to probably give his team another chance, another opportunity, or to stop the run for True Rippers. He upgrades to a Bulldog when he will be put down in the grave by Disrupt as this man gets 3 in the round.
Match point.
And we move on towards the match point. Again, this harbor is just posing so many problems for Reckoning, and they do not know how to deal with it.
I'm just gonna tell you one thing. There's a reason why Harbor and Sky is known to be the most broken composition in the entire game. And that's because the Sky can pop flash out of anywhere because of that Harbor. And you can't really even push through a Harbor wall the same way as you can push through a Viper wall because of the way that it slows you down, and this is gonna be another issue. It's Techno. What? Wait. Techno killed a guy, pulled out his ghost, and then killed another one. What?
They're just popping
W
off
gaming at its finest.
Literally all popping off. It was exactly like a W gaming as well, because look at where they actually got the frags. It was Reckoning who was scaling up. But more or less like, yeah, in all of their attack rounds, it was literally W gaming. And now, on the back of Cascade, Caramel, I don't think they can do anything more than just one kill, and that's about it. Quickly being traded by RU as well, and we see a 13 and 2 on the map of Bind. That's a Reckoning's map, and this is True Rippers we are talking about, who won it in such a dominating fashion. This is the True Rippers everyone was missing.
13 and 2 on Bind. You ready to eat your words? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? There's a good chance that True Rippers are gonna win this entire best of 5. I had a really good feeling, but I didn't think that this is gonna be on the map of Bind. Now I'm gonna take over my prediction. I'm gonna say that there's a good chance True Rippers are gonna win this on a 3-1 score. There's a really good chance, because I'm pretty sure this is a big shock to the members of Reckoning, because there's no way they were gonna be able to predict this. It's one of their best maps, if not the best, in their entire arsenal, and to get beaten like this with a double duelist setup with Arena? DM just went ham purely based on his raw mechanical skill. And as we head on down over onto Haven, which is pretty much the birth ground of DM King. We know him as DM King because he dominated on Haven for the longest amount of time. And then you have Disrupt showing up as well, just getting those trades. The team is now in perfect form, and they are synergizing beautifully. Reckoning, they need to mentally reset themselves and just huddle up together as a squad and just talk about it. I'm pretty sure that Rennie is going to give them a good pep talk too regarding this, because I'm very sure that they're rattled after what happened in map number 3.
coming back from this type of mental prison is what they need to do at this point, because again, 13-2, not something you would ever expect. But let's have a look at towards the scorecard as well, because you already mentioned how Deathmaker was popping off and how even Disrupt is being, just a menace up against the members of Reckoning. I also want to put the attention towards Ryu, who's been just doing his things. He was the MVP in the previous one, and even in this one on the Harbor, he just seemed unstoppable. But one more unstoppable person in the server, Disrupt, with 22, 9, and 0. With an ACS of 393. Almost touching 400. Man was smurfing in the lobby.
It's just... Okay, I'm gonna say one thing. Disrupt is one of the best entry fraggers that I have seen. This guy knows how to trade. He knows how to follow up on utility so quickly compared to a lot of the other duelists that I've seen. He is instantaneous. He doesn't even wait for the Sky Flash to fully come out, and he just knows when to go. Pre-placing satchels, using Perpetuals really beautifully too, and then there's setups coming in from RU. We can talk about Disrupt, right? He's the one with the biggest amount of numbers. But tell me honestly, would any of this be possible if you didn't have RU and Deathmaker opening up the field?
And also, on the back of utilities being used by Techno and Helef, everything was just working in such a unison. A well-oiled machine.
Just a
what we
well-oiled
always talk
machine.
about was true rippers in this case. And I mean, I don't think so we even need to discuss who's going to be the MVP. It's definitely Disrupt. No way you don't get MVP, the 393 ACS. But again, yes, it's just as you mentioned, all the members were doing what they need to do. Deathmaker is just being a nuisance around the map. RU, with all the Harbor utilities at the perfect place, knew what he needs to do with the Harbor. He was doing it brilliantly. While on the other side, if you talk about the remaining members, Techno, I mean, you always saw him putting up those brim smokes whenever he needed that. Even Orbital Strike, using the incendiaries perfectly, not missing any of them. And Helef was just setting up everyone. He was giving so much information with the Trailblazer, with also the guiding lights. He knew where the players were. And if he did not, he would just throw out his utility to figure out where the players were. Everything just working really well for True Rippers. But again, since you already mentioned the next map is going to be Haven, I am pretty scared for Reckoning this time around, because Haven is not their best map.
Not at all. We're gonna see exactly who's gonna be the one to head over to Heaven, which is gonna be the LAN, ladies and gentlemen, for Convergence. So make sure to get your tickets right now. It's on the pinned comment right above where you guys are typing all of your lovely chats on. So make sure to grab your ticket while we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break. Don't go anywhere, because the person who's going to head over to LAN will be decided just a short while.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds.
the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Just a final couple of steps away from crowning a champion and to see exactly who are going to be the ones to move on from this close qualifiers onto the prestigious Convergence land. Make sure to get your tickets by clicking on the link on the top, as we are back with the Lenovo and Intel presents Convergence 2023 India Close Qualifiers by Riot Games, and of course, the lovely Esports Club. We are here to bring you the last stages of this action, and joining me is going to be none other than my big boy Baba Gusta to bring you all of this action, because, come on, game number 4 is where it's all at. The map of Haven, the place where dreams are made. Don't forget, we have seen teams perform to their highest calibers on this map and also go down into their lowest forms. It could all end here with True Rippers pulling off one of the biggest upsets that we have seen in the longest time, because them taking down Reckoning on Bind, it's something none of us could have analyzed.
Even I couldn't believe it, Aggie. 13-2. You know, this was Reckoning Esports' map pick, and to end off on a 13-2 really hurts their morale a lot. And Haven is the map being picked by True Rippers. So they have the balls in their court. At this point, all they have to do is just make sure that they snowball their way towards victory, and everything will go fine. Because Reckoning Esports, they're hurt, and they're hurt really bad. Only 2 wins in the first, only 2 round wins in the first half, and now on Haven, at this point, you won't even know whether if they could, you know, do the same thing or maybe change their strats, because the composition that you see on Bind is, I mean, you literally saw that what exactly happened on Bind. It favored so much for True Rippers. The harbor smokes, the double duelist composition, the double smokes, the way how they countered each and every round. It was like playing chess. You know, it was checkmate after checkmate every single round. And Reckoning Esports, they were just stuck on every single round, and that is not acceptable, to be honest, for Reckoning Esports. If they want to survive, if they want to get into this, if they want to get into Convergence, they have to win Haven. It's a do or die situation. They have no other choice. They shouldn't be making any more mistakes. True. And let's see that in the agent select. See whether if Reckoning Esports can handle a huge destruction that they've made on Bind, and now on Haven is the deciding factor for True Rippers. They're 1 map away of securing the spot, Aggie. You shouldn't be making a mistake like this. It's map point.
You gotta either go big or go home. Both of these teams have the exact same compositions, and I do think that this is where the members of Reckoning really are favored. Unless True Rippers pull off some wacky strategies with this comp, I do not see how this is gonna work. Deathmaker, though, I would say is now finally refreshed on the mindset after what happened in map number 2. So it should be performing a lot better, but Disrupt being back on that jet, that's what I really want to see. His operator is going to be one of the biggest clutch factors for True Rippers, same as A&Q from the side of Reckoning. Ops are what really makes this map run. If you have a phenomenal opper on your team when you're playing
Choose
Haven,
your agent.
you know for a fact that you're going to win this map in a very decisive fashion.
You saw how powerful Disrupt was on Ascent, right? The way how
True, of course.
the initial picks on attack, the way how he defended the site on defense, a total of 22 kills and a 43% headshot. It's just the way how he initialized picks and gives more chances to success in the site. It's just way too much on Ascent. And on Haven, if he does the exact same thing that like he did on the previous map, you could say that True Rippers can take it home. But like we said, in a game of Valorant, anything can happen, all the way from pistol rounds to mid rounds. One simple mistake and everything just goes down in flames.
You have to be really careful of what really goes on situations like this. One wrong step, you're gonna fall into that ditch. And it seems as though the members of Reckoning, they're the ones who are teeter-tottering right at the very edge of this. Will the ground below them fall through? And is it gonna be, or will it be the side of TR who really forces them into that ditch? We're gonna find that out soon enough on the map of Haven, because it's gonna be a long game. It's all about map control. It's all about adaptation. And of course, it's about how you play the defensive side as well. Historically, Haven, a very attack-favored map, but if you play the defense like the attack, and if you are able to take one portion of the map completely for yourself, and then just cut things down over onto two sides only, that's when you really have those advantages. That's why the operator is such a powerful pickup on this map, because once a professional level team is able to set up an operator on an angle and they're able to push him up so that he can watch towards the sides of lobby, then you know that this is essentially a two-sided map, because the operator player is going to be able to give you information, plus he's able to hold the one side of the map all by himself. And skilled players like Disrupt and ANQ can not only get one kill, they can get multiple frags with just that operator, allowing their team to have ample amounts of time to come in for rotations and help them out if things get a little bit too dicey.
But to be honest, Aggie, it's in the title of the tournament itself. Converge. You converge, you make sure that either you have control on two sides, just like you said, Aggie. I was trying to just make a pun, but yeah, you get the gist, right? Haven, map number 4. I'm pretty sure it's a mirror matchup. Just like you said, adaptation is king. You just need to see and figure out whether if you get the initial picks or catch out the lurkers, so that you can have a choice to either rotate quickly back, quickly, easily for the attackers, or maybe on the side of defense, just like you said, Op plays a very important role for both ANQ and Disrupt, because they're the ones who can change the round, both ANQ and Disrupt. Attack, yes, you won't be able to see Ops being picked out on attack, because they have to push. They're the one who needs to push, they need to execute, they need to smoke it right, they need to ensure that the Op is kept at bay and not at a very ridiculous angles. And the punishment that Reckoning Esports took on Bind, they need to shake it off.
Yeah, I don't know how their mental is now holding up after such a performance, but I guess we can just hope for the best, right? The team that has the best of performances will also have the worst from time to time, so overall, I would say Reckoning, with Rennie by their side, I don't think they're going to be beating themselves up over it for too long. But to go down over onto 5 maps, it's just so each and every tournament, these two teams are in the finals. It's always a 5-map series. It happens very rarely, mind you. When you think of the old Val Classicos, such as VLT versus GE, there were situations where it never really went down to the 5th map. It was always either a 3-1, 3-0, and stuff just ended like that on all occasions. We had the few occasional long grueling matches that went down to that 3-2 scoreline on all 5 maps, but after that it just became really rare. It's really refreshing to see two teams that are on the same level, and even though True Rippers had such a rough run when they were going through their qualifier stages over into this grand final, the team never gave up, and you can see the fruits of their labor here in Pittsburgh.
Oof. Oof. What damage to trade off from both ANQ and the Breach. Both of them low on HP, but they're still alive. They don't have Sky to heal them back to full HP, so they need to rely on their shot as best as possible. ANQ, and he gets the first shot against Disrupt. We're about to find that out right now. The peaks haven't really given away his positioning, but his footsteps will. So fall back, wait for the push. So is the Breach's flash. That will put Hutch at a very tough spot, but you forgot about ANQ. All the way deep within the side, and now they're just holding it as hard as possible. Deathmaker trying to find the shot, he doesn't get it. Oh,
He whiffed.
So, that is a very bad whip. Not a good one. 4v2 True Rippers. Off to a bad start, but still Aryu is still holding on. It's still a 2v3 cross angle still present. Well, not anymore. Aryu is the only one, and ANQ will ensure the final kill. He goes to his hands. 1-0. Patience is king. A shot. He saw the info. He didn't execute. I wouldn't say execute. He didn't go for the peak. He waited for them to push at the right time. Good usage of utilities. Neutralize the targets one by one. And that is one good defensive hold from our GE.
Here. Here.
That was all that they needed to in a situation like this. It's Reckoning. Control is the name of the game, and as for True Rippers, I don't know, that pistol round was just really them whiffing out on all of their shots. If they didn't whiff, they had an overall really good strategy planned out for themselves. The trace just didn't happen. Shaking off a little bit of the rust. They need to bring themselves back in towards this game immediately. And if they don't, they need to be very careful of what they do here. Dash is going to be good. Caramel's positioning is now compromised, but Disrupt's not going to be able to capitalize. The sun doesn't exist anymore in Caramel. He's just going to be an iron wall here towards the seaside.
He's not going to let anyone push in from garage window, that's for sure. You know, Scally is prepped and ready for it. One-way smokes. This will make True Rippers difficult to execute from the seaside. So they have no other choice but to push in towards B. It's exactly where the jet is. Smokes will be present, only pistols in hand. The execute will happen, and so is the denial from Aiden King. 2 kills,
remaining.
1 more from ANQ, and the final one at the hands of Caramel. 2-0. Let's see how the bonus round affects Oregon.
One more round for them, but overall, True Rippers, I think, now that they're back in towards this group, it's going to be quite interesting. But ANQ picking up this operator this early. A third round operator is so risky to play into because your teammates don't really have the weaponry to go up against these Vandals to that certain degree. But maybe ANQ's off will be the deciding factor for this round when it comes down to the bonus.
Oh, this is really risky. Oh, concussed. He's alive. Disrupt, he has no idea, or does he? It's a lot of
I'm pretty
utilities
sure he
being spent
does.
from a shot. He does. Yeah, and now you can see how scared True Rippers are. They're going to expend any utilities they can see at this point. They're gonna search for some info. The long hold from A long is present. Only one flash present from the breach. Just need to wait for the proper cooldown. The timing. Oh no, this could be dangerous. This could be dangerous for the jet. No idea on Hellep's whereabouts, but now he does. This is the battle of map control. And ANQ is just wasting good amount of time, only 50 seconds. And now, True Rippers, it's now or never.
Would be a never if ANQ is going to be able to find this kill. Ooh, Adrian King, pretty good with the first kill over on a 1, and ANQ, he doesn't miss these shots. Close range, long range, he's going to be able to hit it all. And ANQ, the operator, just sings the song of death.
left.
1 by 1, they start dropping like
enemy
flies.
remaining.
Sheriff comes out, and the last kill will also be found. The jet does not miss these. A flawless round coming in from the members of Reckoning.
They're supposed to be fighting back,
As a
right?
3-0 on the map of Haven. They're more than happy to oblige the members of True Rippers as a very rough start comes through. And ANQ on this op is just going to get faster and better with each and every passing round.
Left. One enemy remaining.
High risk, high reward. And ANQ shows exactly what it means. 3 kills with the op. A long, fully covered, and True Rippers. They're now back with the eco round. Sheriffs only. And now, no other choice but to see whether if they can get a pick. I mean, at this point, True Rippers, the only solution for them is to aggro push towards garage, see whether they can get a pick or 2, and then proceed towards C long. But when you have Reckoning Esports having high weaponry, they have the Vandals, they even have the Ops, the utilities perfectly placed for smokes and flashes, they even have the perfect counters. They could play time, they're still playing for picks because getting a pick is really important for True Rippers at this point. They need value for the eco round, and this is a really good value. Deathmaker.
What the hell was that?
Camel. I mean, that is Deathmaker for you,
Swarm
Aggie.
grenade.
If you see Deathmaker
I
with the
think
Sheriff,
Caravel saw God for a second.
absolutely. Now look at that. Once they got the pick, the execute is right on cue. 35 seconds, Adrian King, the weapons is the most destructible
enemy
thing
remaining.
that the players need to be
Spike
careful
down,
about.
C.
Now, once
30
again, it's a
seconds
1v4, all up to Techno. Still an eco round. They will get some minor value out of it, but nonetheless, this is still Reckoning Esports' round, unfortunately. Good first initial pick
Yeah.
from DM, but, you know, you just can't, you know, this is as expected, you know?
10
Not enough
seconds
time left,
Yeah.
5 seconds. You either need to get a pick, and he'll do exactly that. Techno removing out Agent King. Immediate trade, 4-0. Reckoning Esports. They are angry.
truly are. Especially after the performances
Careful.
that they did when it came down to the map of Pine, they really need to set themselves up. That's exactly what they're doing. No shots missed, the team playing as a complete unit, and they are making sure to hit their shots to the fullest of degrees. Confidence is key, and A&Q, he's the spearhead for all of it. This man's confidence is at an all-time high, and the operator is going to allow him to do even more than he has ever done in the past. The dodge from the stun here, but he needs to worry about the angle in particular. Dodges out as
Spike
Heleth
down
just gets
A.
completely caught off guard. The recon bolt didn't land properly, and it didn't scan A&Q.
Yeah, that has got to hurt. They've lost one player already, and now they have no other choice to either push forward or fall back. An A&Q with the open hand is so dangerous in the first half. The all drone will try to give some information, will be removed out, and that's exactly where they will push. Disrupt. Yes, he sees the head, doesn't find the shot, he'll fall back. Very risky. Tries for the opportunity to get the shot, but he does not. But now it's the battle of Caramel and Deathmaker. Will he get the kill? Oh, baby, yes! SPL once again. He wins the gunfight. Oh boy, Deathmaker. Now they're pushing C. Now it's confirmed. It's Cali is the only one player around the C side. Information will be given. Wide peak, bad idea. How do you get set? Only 30 seconds. And now Reckoning Esports
30
will be
seconds
forced
left.
for post plant.
This is such a good
planted.
position coming in as well from the Omen, but the timing is everything. The
enemy
Jet
remaining.
Knives is gonna cut through them like sashimi. I see in Q. He has the 3K, looking for his fourth as well. Timing is everything, and it's gonna be Adrian King to finish things off here. Disrupt does find one for his troubles, but that's all that he's gonna get. 5-0 as A&Q and his knives just sing a beautiful song. Reckoning. I don't think that loss even affected them one bit. This is the team that we witnessed in game number 1 and game number 2.
Spike
They're
planted.
back
The
for
flash was
their
perfect.
own revenge. Yeah, that's true.
Enemy remaining.
Breaches flash followed up with the dash from Jet. The knives giving A&Q ample amount of time to secure those 3 important kills.
You better
Being deep
run.
within the site. That is what teamwork is. You work together, you win rounds together. And for True Rippers, they have to get that synergy back. Deathmaker is getting important tough kills on Garage, but this time he needs to figure out a different way. Even with an important picks like that, that won't work out in the late round. Now they're making a decision to push in towards B. Every single trap is present. Here comes the recon, so is
Here.
A&Q, prepped and ready. Oh boy, the flashes are present. This is very dangerous for A&Q, so he'll fall back. They know it's B side. Post plant is exactly what Reckoning Esports will try to find, but Caramel has something else to say. 2 kills, they're already rushed in towards the B side. Bye-bye, 6-0. Reckoning Esports. Ooh,
We got
that's a
this.
lot of
Caramel's just going into the other degree. They need a pause. They need to figure out exactly what's happening to them here. And I do think that True Rippers are just kind of lost in the way that Reckoning are playing. They have a general idea of what Reckoning's game plan is, and they're just purely basing a lot of their strategies on that game plan. That okay, if the Killjoy is playing towards the C side, the Omen's the Killjoy is playing towards Garage, my bad. Omen playing towards C. Jet is primarily shifting from upping on towards B and on towards A. And that's pretty much it. It's a very generic setup coming in from Reckoning. So I would expect True Rippers to just try to bait out rotations at this point. Utilize a little bit of utility over towards Garage, try to destroy out the turret, play towards the mid side a little bit, and force A&Q to make a couple of rotations. If you're able to throw him off his game a little bit over on that A side, you'll find openings. True Rippers, as much as I hate to say it, going in for a very fast execution is not the right play here. I need them to switch up their strategies, yeah, but fast executes, I don't think it's going to work if they run into the barrel end of A&Q's operator.
Yeah, let's not forget, A&Q, he hasn't died a single round yet. 10 kills. Op still in hand. He's dangerous. And look at the confidence that ANQ is going forward right now. This could be huge unless and until Paranoia comes in. Just gonna wait for the right moment. And this could be it. This could be devastating. This could be dangerous. The owl drone. No, he's not gonna use it just yet. Much more worried about the op shots. That could maybe be aggressive. Meanwhile, once again, Deathmaker from Garage. Just one single movement. Any movement now. This is so nerve-wracking, Aggie. This is so nerve-wracking. Only the Garage plays could happen, and right now, there you go. That's the play. Once they got the kill from Garage, they just pushed in. Aiden King, important picks. And the Sova, unfortunately, he won't be able to trade out.
They're going the distance with this one too. It's like Scally. Oh, he spotted out the player all right. Zaryu stuck in towards the corner. He's not even gonna peek into it. I like this level of discipline coming in from Reckoning because they know that they cannot give away man advantages. They learned their lesson when it came down to that map of Ascent that True Rippers, you don't give them any form of an advantage. If it went down to a 3 versus 4, True Rippers maybe could have gotten that idea that we're not gonna save anymore. We're gonna try
10
to
seconds
go in
left.
for a fight.
Oh man. Oh no.
That's
One
small.
enemy remaining.
That
Flawless.
it's not
Spike
just the
down
smoke,
A.
Aggie. It's just the presence of A and Q is more than enough to deny
If you're not a
bugs.
good shot today, don't
They
worry.
didn't have.
There are
They didn't even
other
have
ways to
enough
be
time.
useful.
They knew Sova was on C long, and can you see how A and Q repositions so quickly from C long? Gets the kill, falls back, and now he's in A heavens. Yep. 12 kills, 0 deaths. 0
That's the
deaths.
mark of a
from
very
this
skilled opper.
beast.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the mark of a very skilled opera. Players that know that, okay, I took a shot towards it,
out of
I'm
my
going to
way.
instantly rotate. Doesn't matter if I get a kill, doesn't matter what I do. I'm going to get a kill, use a shot, and then I'm going to run all the way towards C. Because what's the general idea behind the player's mindset? I see an op, I'm going to run away from it. I don't want to contest it. I don't want to fight it. And ANQ uses it to its fullest degree, and once again, it
Here.
seems like he could just be the one to go in for a kill. Deals a good chunk of damage, and ooh, the flick is going to be perfect. Aryu's going to be on the backseat of one, looking for another kill. Shorty comes out. He's going to jump out over on the top of someone's head. And he has all the backup in the entire world to make this round happen for himself. Last person remaining will be poor old Deathmaker. His feelings get toyed with here. There's an 8-0 scoreline coming in from the members of Reckoning. It's True Rippers. I think they're gonna get served a dish of revenge on a very cold platter.
Flawless rounds on Eco is not a good way for True Rippers to come back. Sure, they'll have their weapons.
Right here.
They have the Hunter's Fury, they even have the lockdown. I'm pretty sure that they will invest the lockdown on the site. But how can you deal with Ryu? Sorry, not Ryu. How can you deal with the Jet? This is very concerning for True Rippers.
What I really want to know overall, though,
Mhm.
yeah, you were
Go ahead.
saying?
No, I was about to say ANQ is just his presence is more than enough to put fear in True Rippers. That's all. That's all I was about to say.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, honestly, True Rippers are trying to find ANQ. If they're able to get an idea of where he is, they're going to try to go into the opposite side, but it's not always going to work. If Excali's going to be able to find another kill, though. He misses the shot, and Distrop's going to be the one to get those final blows. Techno. Obviously going for the plan. Now the man advantage is finally favoring the members of True Rippers for the first time in the longest time. But the Danger Man is still alive. That raid
Here.
boss is slowly surely coming into the crosshair vicinity. And he's gonna be the biggest game changer for all of it. Beautiful utility usage.
Yeah, no smokes though. That's the biggest question. It's all up to
they're
ANQ.
done.
Concussed. They have no enough time. Even have the one-way
enemy
wall,
remaining.
but ANQ he does something
my
else.
god!
Jesus,
No
ANQ, you
way!
are out of your mind. He commits. He can do it. Can he get it? No, he does not. So close.
You what? Play that again. Play that again. Please, Headmaster, play that again.
I want to see that. I want to see that.
Be fast.
concussions
even gonna
with
say
Hunter
anything.
Fury, and then ANQ does
Enemy
this.
remaining.
He does that.
The man doesn't even move his mouse. It's just single one taps. Scream level plays coming in from ANQ. He is in form. On the map of Haven, it's his to take over.
Here.
Not for long. This time, True Rippers trying to control the situation. 8-1. Not a good way to be ending up the first half in a very high advantage. So True Rippers will make sure to deny and disrupt any situation that Reckless Esports gives it to them. But Harsh, alright, plan's been given. He will secure one. Danger's been given around. The flash will force Harsh to fall back, but he still wants to contest. Since he was the only one, there were two players pushing for the same place. And we see True Rippers coming back on track. 8-2. This could end up on a 9-3 score line. And a timeout will be requested from Reckoning Esports end.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a mental reset, it's going to be a good thing, especially for the last 2 rounds. Don't forget that a team is awarded at the bare minimum of 1 timeout per half, so really using this is not really anything out of the ordinary. Best to use it, give your team a little bit of direction, mentally reset themselves as they're going into that second half. But with 2 rounds still remaining, I question exactly what Reckoning are going to try to change. They have a Killjoy lockdown present. True Rippers, they have... Okay, wait, I think True Rippers are going to be able to take this round if proper ultimate usage is utilized here. They have the Hunter's Fury online, the Rolling Thunder, and also the Killjoy lockdown. Everything that the members of Reckoning have in their arsenal right now can be easily countered through the usage of these ultimates. It's all about how they're going to play it, though.
Also have the Rolling Thunder as well from True Rippers, so maybe a full-on B-rush can happen.
Here.
Since
Careful.
Deathmaker is always the one who usually gets an important pick from Garage side, so NQ decides to see whether if he can get that pick. But instead, it would be the exact opposite. Along. Information given, so are the smokes. Still, Reckoning Esports will stand still. They're not gonna make a move just yet, but I think they should be doing it right now. Rolling Thunder will be invested, and so are the rest of the players from Reckoning Esports who will play post plant. They have the necessary utilities, they have the lockdown, they even have From the Shadows to provide useful information, and now they just need to wait for that perfect timing. KJ still not in position. I believe the lockdown will be presented itself right about now, almost close towards the 8th place. There it is. Push, he executes, everything is present. True Rippers needs to hold their ground. Even if they have the Killjoys lockdown, this is not going to be looking good. 1 player detained, they still have control. True Rippers, they've got this in the... What could go wrong? It's ANQ with the op once again. It's gonna fall down. Disrupt needs to get it. Perfect. That's 2. Doesn't get the 3rd. Adrian King. Techno gets it. Very close. That final close flank
Last round before the switch.
was more than enough. 8-3. Reckoning Esports. Very close. Too close for comfort.
Way too close for comfort, but the members of True Rippers had to utilize 3 ultimates.
Gun here.
3 goddamn ults to win 1 round. I'm pretty sure Reckoning were expecting this, right? To go up against 3 massive ultimates like that, it is a very difficult feat. So they utilized one of their ults to bait out each and every one of theirs. A Killjoy lockdown for the Hunter's Fury. They already used their Killjoy lockdown, and the Rolling Thunder was used to even initiate on towards the side. Now ANQ, he's gonna try to be a little bit of a danger man. Good for a kill, but he didn't activate his dash and he's still alive! What, ANQ? How does he get away with this? Adrian King's gonna be good for another kill over from the side. It is gonna be Disrupt trying to maybe do something with his luck. But ANQ's not gonna have any of it. Pulls out his own knives to go in for those final blows. As Helif, he has the answer. Adrian King takes the back seat here as Techno's timing is good. As True Rippers, they're holding down the lines here. And with a 1 versus 2 now being on the cards, it's all up to Excalibur to maybe pull off a miraculous clutch once more. Will he be able to do it? I don't think so. He probably is trying to go in for a read here over to the other side, but Reckoning, they're not gonna, True Rippers, they're not gonna be going in for something like that. It's a full-scale send over towards that C side, and a beautiful post-plant setup for them
Spike
too.
planted.
Yep, they can't risk this. It's a 1v2. They've got to be very careful. And Excali already expanded his smokes very long, so once the initial kill is made from Excali, a trade will be present. Both of them still in the same place, unless until Excali does something magical. Nope, not gonna happen. Ella gets the final kill. That's the end of the first half, 8-4. Reckoning Esports are in the lead as of now, but the second half, anything can happen in the pistol round.
That's for certain. And you know how important it is to win out on that pistol round as well, especially when you're on a scoreline of 8-4. Not only are you going to be able to get double digits if you're on the side of Reckoning, but if you're on the end of True Rippers, you get it over to an 8-6, getting even closer to the equalization, giving yourself a head start when it comes down to trying to mount a comeback. Pistol rounds are more important than ever in the game of Valorant, especially the second half pistol rounds. Whichever team has that advantage of winning both pistol rounds have 4 rounds under their belt in comparison to their opponents. And that can really add up.
Well, I'm about to look into it right now. A and Q already rushing in from C long. This is a huge. It's a death sentence from Reckoning Esports, because all of them pushing in from C long. They've prepped already with the smokes. There's no other choice. They have to fall back. And with the loss of A and Q, this will be difficult for Reckoning Esports to even make an execute at this point. They can at least place one smoke to block line of sight, maybe in towards garage. But it's just best to take garage control instead if you need the entire control on C. And I believe that's exactly what Reckoning Esports are going to do. Helef, he predicts this. He knows that they will push. But will he expand? He needs to be prepped ready though, that's for sure.
It's a very slow strat coming in from the members of Reckoning. They're not really taking any form of aggressive play. First lines of contact being made as Helef gets a triple kill for his troubles in towards the corner using his teammate as that first line. As Helef looking for his 4K, and it could just happen. Not like that. Hirsch slaps him in the face with it, but this one's going to be there for the immediate trade. 8-5 on the scorecards as True Rippers, they win out on this pistol round and start mounting that comeback for this map of Haven. Defense could just be their much more favorable side. We don't know just yet. That first buy round is going to be what really paints the picture for this entire thing.
Right there.
Secured pistol round, True Rippers. The biggest question is, will Reckoning Esports commit for a force buy? Will we see Stingers? Will we see Spectres and just try to gain control on garage side, or maybe go for picks? Already shrouded steps being used from the Omen. He's already deep within a shot. Does the players from the side of True Rippers know exactly what's happening? It's currently hidden, but I'm pretty sure that he must have heard some footsteps. Caramel on the other hand, in B, hoping to catch some rotators off guard. The execute still needs to happen. Caramel misses the opportunity. Some minor damage, but Techno will be the one who wins the gunfight. Execute will happen from A. Ryu, you get one headshot. The Ghost is just such a powerful gun in long range, but you gotta be careful on man count power. Pushing all the way from A, and we all know what exactly the end result would be. 1v4, A and Q. At this point, there's not a lot of choice. All 4 players are full on HP except Disrupt. And at this point, this is 8-6. True Rippers are coming back.
30 seconds left.
Once the shot arrives, there you go. 8-6, True Rippers. They're coming back. They know that it is match point in grand finals. They cannot miss an opportunity like this.
I think they're going to be going for the maximum distance too. True Rippers, They have ample amounts of weapons to make this one happen too. 2 Bulldogs, 1 Guardian, 1 Vandal, and 1 Spectre. This is the best and most optimal odds that you can have to win out on your own bonus round. So True Rippers, what is the strategy set?
Blocking sight.
What do you really want to do here to bring this one back? ANQ, aggressive on his first initial
Oh,
bout. Disrupt's position now has been spotted. Needs to use the dash to immediately get out of there. Tailwind now expended. And that will make Disrupt a little bit of a sitting duck here if he doesn't have his teammates ready to bail him out.
Well, here comes the aggressive push from both RU and Disrupt. I'll maybe force a bit back, but it's a lot of utilities being expended. 1 flash. Flashes are very important for Breach. And utilizing it and not getting any good value out of it, but at least on the bright side, they'll have some information. But the way how they're making this split push, 2 pushing from Garage, and the rest of the 3 players from Reckoning Esports just showing their presence from A.
Here.
Alright, interesting. 3 players from A just focusing on A long. A, not a single one looking at A long. This is bad.
Wait a minute.
Finds 1, the second
AQ?
AQ. He finds the third.
Whoa.
Oh no,
30
that
seconds
is
left.
that is
Not used
huge.
back yet, boss. Coming
That is
back.
huge. This is what happens when you leave A long uncontested.
ANQ just ran straight in,
Here.
held the W, and just kept going. You can't touch this guy. When he's in his final form, this man is just something different. Remember what we were talking about Disrupt when it came down to the map of Bind? This is ANQ's answer.
Ooh. No other choice but to save their guns. I'm pretty sure Disrupt will have an op, and Reckoning Esports should be able to read this because they won 2 of the rounds. This is a bonus round after all. And ANQ's massive 3 hits on the A side
Okay. Kata.
definitely
Keep
hurt
this
True Rippers a
momentum.
lot.
One down.
This is just a 96 scoreline going in the favor of the members of Reckoning. And I don't think none of the members of True Ripper were expecting something like this to happen. The crosshair placement was just phenomenal as well. Coming in from ANQ, the guy was just in full control throughout the entirety of that attack side. And now, once more, a very aggressive play is being utilized by the members of True Rippers. They want to put a halt to this attack before it can even start. Early aggressive control over towards A is what's going to give them the advantage, and this is an immediate runaround coming in from the members of Reckoning. They understand that heavy A aggression basically means that the C side is going to be a lot more weaker. It's only an Omen and a Killjoy holding onto the side. And now it's the time for the defenders to maybe pull off a play of their own, and Hirsch tapping into his inner A, and Q just gets 2 frags of his own for his troubles. Now Hela, he's going to be hunted. A lot of utility being expended in his side, and all of the 3 flankers that were making their way through the side of A-Long are now no longer existence.
Man, Harsh just opened up a whole new avenue for
Last
Reckoning.
player standing.
Hitmaker's still alive, but not for long. Excalibur will trade it off. 40 seconds, they've secured the site. They have no info on Techno's whereabouts.
Spike planted.
Once the shots arrive, you get to know exactly where the problem is, and there you go. Techno finds 1, Harsh gets the quad kill. And Reckoning Esports, they'll be the one to secure another attack round. 10-6. You gotta appreciate the way how Harsh plays, man. He's playing on Garage. He feels like something's wrong. Looks at the back, sees that there are 2 players flanking from behind, and secures both of them. Not a single trade from True Rippers. Harsh is still alive, gets a quad kill, and they're maintaining the lead.
Just don't have an answer.
Yeah.
There really isn't an answer. You have a player like ANQ who's already popping off, and you have Hirsch who's also following suit. 2 players of this caliber just working out the entire map. It's so hard to go up against here. Hirsch again showing up, and ANQ is just chilling over onto the side. He doesn't really need to do much just yet until his teammates are in full control over it. Deathmaker.
Here.
Just find the first diff over onto Caramel, but taking out the Killjoy, it doesn't really give you much. A player in mid died, but that doesn't mean anything overall.
Bye.
Yep, out drones.
This guy's
to
crosshair
instant
placement,
control.
what is he on?
Man, ANQ, he is feeling it right now. At this point, you know,
Spike
when the match comes to an
planted.
end and if we see the stats, it will be ANQ all the way to the top. 2v4. There's no way True Rippers can bring it back. Techno is trying for an attempt, but at this point, this is a lost cause, Aggie. 10-6.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and AMQ is just in his own little world here. He's in his bubble and his sandbox just playing with the members of True Rippers. As this is going to be a guaranteed 11-6, but Techno, maybe he can get a kill or two for his troubles, but Scally, I think he smells him out, but Techno's just way faster on the trigger. Reckoning. They have all of the answers, and True Rippers, they have all of the questions. As even though the ultimates are slowly coming online for True Rippers, the fact that they're not really getting a lot of kills here, it's what's really hurting them the most.
Flanks being watched.
One enemy remaining.
ANQ getting triple kills for the past 2 to 3 rounds. 24 kills. My god. 24 kills from ANQ. How can they stop? And look at the confidence. Already an A shot. So was already scared. He's falling back from A. He doesn't want to engage in this gunfight. Even though they have Vandals, they just have to play to it accordingly.
Right there.
And True Rippers are committing for this flank. Last time that happened, Harsh
there.
immediately removed both of them. Actually, not both, all of them. And that Alamo bot definitely gives concerns. Immediately their location is compromised, and now Reckoning Esports are going for map control.
Wait a minute, Deathmaker. He needs to be very careful about these pixel angles because they are such a double-edged sword. What's wrong with this play? And you could just be the one to die, and Excali, he's gonna be the one to open things up. Deathmaker's position already known. He needs to try and maybe hit the shot, but this is such a good play from Reckoning. They're playing really far back into this, and they don't want to risk any form of a fight here. Heavy mid-control presence, but look at the positioning of Caramel. Look at him.
Oh
He's
boy.
all the way towards the back.
Looking
He's
garage.
probably going to be able to find 2 kills here. The timing is key
30
for him,
seconds
but he
left.
misses out on everyone. No, but Caramel, does he know one player's over towards mid? A lot of noise is being made, and Caramel, he's on the walk-up slowly. NQ in towards the back. Ultimate has now been popped from both sides. The breaches, rolling thunders are going to slow things down to a certain degree, but not by much. Deathmaker needs to clear out the corner. The dart's going to give him a little bit of cover here, but gets immediately traded. So many different fights for them to fight into here. The recon bolt's going to give the information that they need to keep on going for these duels, but this from with the operators just even better here. One more player remaining. It's all going to be up to Caramel to maybe go in for the clutch. The movement is gone. 7 bullets in a dream and a clutch under his belt too. As Reckoning, they hold down the line. As match point is now on the cards. And map number 5 is pretty much written on the cards here, Baba. I don't think that True Rippers have it in them to go for such a grueling comeback. 6 rounds is not an easy feat on the defensive side of it.
Alarm bot out.
From a 12 to 3. Sorry, from a 13 to 2 on bind to 12 to 6. Reckoning Esports. What a great recovery. That is the amount of calmness
Get out
that
of my
these
way.
guys have to endure. They say, yes, we made a mistake, but now we are coming strong. And look at how they're performing. Especially A and Q, my god. 2 players are already gone. It's 5v3. They have control on C side. They also have house plant. It's a done deal. They have no info. Hunter's Fury will be given, but Excali will at least commit to the plant, and everything is in accord.
gonna be Elif with that slow walk-up lurk. He's gonna be able to find that first little bit of bout of elimination. ANQ in towards the side, doesn't really find any form of value in towards the back. So Disrupt with this
One
Blade
enemy
Storm,
remaining.
he's hitting his shots here, and they're able to connect. And now it's all up to Adrian King. Couple of flashes in hand to maybe deal some form liquidated damage. Let's
Last
hit the
player
shot quickly as
standing.
possible. Missed out on a couple of bullets here, and the timing not working out in his favor. Adrian King, if he just hit one bullet over towards the body of Helef, that would have been enough. But True Rippers,
Right there.
they're able to survive, but for how long? This was so close. If Adrian just hit his first shot over onto Helef, this would have been over.
All right. You know, Daggy, I take it back. I realize I said that this was a lost cause for True Rippers, and then
Here.
they ended up securing a 3v4. I take it back. I absolutely take it back. True Rippers, you guys did an amazing job. I'll give you that. 12 to 7. Pretty sure these guys can come back. They even have the off from Disrupt. And
Here.
ANQ, my god, he is still going aggressive. No matter how, the
Careful.
amount of confidence that ANQ has right now, he needs to make sure that he needs to make every single
One
shot
down.
count.
My ultimate
And
is ready.
Deathmaker, once again, taking off Caramel. He shows that Garage is his domain for both attack as well as on defense. And now Disrupt, will he seize the recon board? Yes, he does. And ANQ now is his time to shine. Aryu denies it immediately. Harsh needs to get back from the out drone.
No!
Eventually gets it at the right time.
Are you?
2v3, the drone, Disrupt has the op, he's committing for the plant. Disrupt, can he get it? No, he actually removes out Excali. Perfect timing, 12 to 7. And the final kill comes in from Techno. Ooh, panic at the disco, 12 to 8, True Rippers. I think it's best for Reckoning to take another timeout. They need it. They need a timeout. There you go.
They need it badly.
One down.
Need a medical
need it
reset
badly.
to try and close out this map because I think they're rushing a little bit too much and they're not coordinating at all. It felt as though they had no set game plan going into this round. They're just like, oh, we're just gonna rush in towards the side and hope for the best. Maybe we get a couple of kills, we're gonna be able to trade, and we're able to win. That's not the case. True Rippers, they're able to capitalize on the massive gaps of this attack that they're leaving. One of the biggest flaws is ANQ's going in so quickly that none of his teammates are able to follow him up. He went in faster than the owl drone.
Yep.
Mistakes like this will cost them rounds, and especially on a 12-8 scoreline, you do not want to give up the momentum towards True Rippers. They're ones that can mount comebacks, but Reckoning are just better at closing out maps in general. A small mistake here and there can cause them problems, but I do think that Rennie is just giving them a little bit of a pep talk and just calming them down here.
Placing alarm bomb.
Placing swarm grenade.
True Rippers, let's not forget, this is map point. One more round, one more map and they secure the spot. Reckoning Esports, they are this close for the decider map. And ANQ, it's gotta be careful, man. It's getting all the shots, but it's always the end rounds that True Rippers are getting the best of it. Lurks are being watched. They're not wasting any time at all. They're rushing all the way towards B, committing. And Deathmaker, he fires the head of the jet. Denies the blow. This is huge. Deathmaker, he brings death towards Reckoning Esports.
I don't know why they went in for a risky play like this. No smokes, no nothing. They just allowed this to happen with none of the members trying to back them up. I get it. You want to plant and then dash out, but where's the smoke? Where's the utility? You gotta give him something. The man's just trying to plant. And there's no guarantee that he's gonna be able to do it either. And the spike is now in no man's land. How do you even retrieve this?
Alarm bot. Information's been given out. Hush will secure
30
one.
seconds left.
This could be a doable situation unless and until Deathmaker does something magical. Oh, LF, one shot.
enemy
Sees the
remaining.
leg. Deathmaker gets it. It's a 1v4. B side, definitely not a good way for Reckoning Esports to look at this situation. And Deathmaker, he gets the fourth.
Placing sentry.
No. Absolute Reckoning Esports. Maybe a swarm grenade could have helped out, right? Maybe a swarm grenade could have helped out to protect A and Q.
Spike down B.
Oh, man,
Anything.
this
They
is so
use
painful to watch.
nothing.
Got three.
Yeah, they use nothing to help
for
him. The poor
Reckoning-
man just
for
ran
Rec-
in it for...
For
Hey,
Reckoning
you're saying-
Esports fan, this is painful to watch.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'm not gonna lie.
Time for a field test.
Okay, Disrupt. Okay, buddy.
See ya.
Oh,
He still gets it. He still gets it. He had the entirety of the Avengers assemble in front of him. And he still didn't care.
Reckoning. Now they're feeling the pressure. The True Rippers. What once I thought Reckoning Esports could end the second half, they are mounting a comeback. They're making sure that they would get every single possibility as possible. Deathmaker is already in. The rest of the players are present as well. But this time, Reckoning Esports have got things under control. Post-plant present, True Rippers. They have secured one post-plant retake. Can they do it again? Omens in the hand of Harsh. So you should expect a wall bang. Once the recon gives away, in which it gets destroyed at the right time, the Breach saves his own life. Techno is all the way from the backside. Can he get away? Can he get a kill from Omen? No. He's hiding at a safe spot. Reckoning Esports, they have to secure this from a 13 to 10. Scally finds one. Reckoning Esports, that's just good. It's a 2v3. Disrupt, he has to fall down.
One
This is
enemy
match
remaining.
point. It's just Disrupt all by himself. And at this point, it's a point of no return. He will get a lot of picks. He gets the second.
Oh
wait a minute.
my
He does
God.
not.
Attackers
He
win.
does not. 13 to 9, Reckoning Esports. After a huge struggle in the second half. Map number 5, at this point, I can't even predict. I cannot even predict. It could go either Reckoning Esports' side, it could even go towards True Rippers. At this point, it's 50-50. ANQ was just so powerful in the first half. He was unkillable. 10 kills in the first half, I believe. More than 10. Second half
It
was
was
where
13.
a lot of problems
It was
happened.
13, yeah.
Yeah, 13 kills with 0 deaths, and then afterwards in the second half, there's a lot of massive issues. ANQ, I'm not gonna lie, the second half was where ANQ went a bit too fast. It was difficult for the rest of the team to, help him with the support. The Owl Drone was a bit too late. Not gonna lie, but Harsh, he did a really great job, holding the backs, taking out, the lurkers. I mean, I wouldn't say lurks, the huge flank that was happening all the way from A long towards mid-top. So, really great job from Reckoning Esports, but they still have to worry about the mid-rounds, especially the second half, man. The second half, Reckoning Esports needs to worry about that.
I really didn't get why they were going in for plays like that either, because the way that True Rippers were playing, their attack side just didn't have any form of direction whatsoever. It felt as though the team was just trying to throw darts onto a wall and see what sticks really at that point. And none of them stick, because I understand maybe you wanted to go in for an execution-based set play because, of course, they have an operator on the opponent team, so you want to figure out exactly where the operator is before you want to do anything here, and that's what matters overall. But in my opinion, those type of plays are really difficult to pull off unless you're able to just get into the proper page with your team. True Rippers just felt fully disconnected. It's like a hot and cold situation. Map number 2, they were semi-hot. Map number 3, they were extremely hot, just pulling off miracles on the map of Mine, the best map of Reckoning, mind you. And now going into map number 3, which is arguably a much more balanced map for both of these teams, they played a mirror composition where they lost against Reckoning. It seems that this is where the members of True Rippers are starting to fall. They don't have their own identity, and they're trying to use similar compositions to the which is generally utilized and create their own set of strategies.
I mean, I have no words on what to say on that. I mean, the push from the B side, they tried to, A and Q was the one who was the lone man in the B side planning the spike, and then suddenly Deathmaker just pushes in. There were no crossfire angles being placed, no utilities. Plays like this can hurt Reckoning Esports a lot. Just like what happened on Bind. Don't make the same mistake again, please. Let's take a look at the stats once again and see the end result for map number 4. 26 kills to ANQ, 12 deaths, and an ACS of 340. First half defense, ANQ was a beast, an absolute beast with the op. And with the amount of supports that Aiden King and Harsh has given, it was more than enough to secure important kills and cover up their backs. 21 kills, 19 kills. And also on the side of True Rippers, Deathmaker with 14 kills and 5 first kills as the Sentinel.
Both sides had their ups and downs. Deathmaker really did try his hardest to try and maybe bring a couple of kills in for his team, but overall, like, TR just didn't have a lot of direction for this particular map. And as we're going to be heading on down onto Breeze, it's just going to get even harder because that is a map that really revolves around proper team play, synergy, and utility usage. But when you look at the MVP, man, it's AMQ. I don't think we need to say anything about this guy for this particular map. It was his map. There is nothing that you can say that would prove it otherwise. He was hitting shots for free. He ran into a site and he almost guaranteed a triple kill for his team. If there was no one to crossfire him, he's able to take a 1v1 duel. He just doesn't miss those.
First half, man, you could see how dominating Reckoning Esports were. They weren't even they didn't even let them push the site properly. They got caught every single step of the way. And that first half was just too tough. Oh boy. But in the end, Reckoning Esports have secured map number 4, A1, which means we are going all the way to the distance. Breeze. Breeze is the final decider map. Breeze is the final deciding factor for these two teams. Will Reckoning Esports have a spot? Will True Rippers have a spot to the LAN event? Let's find that out in the next, in the next little break. We'll be right back. Don't worry.
planted. One enemy remaining.
a long journey, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in for the last map of the India Closed Qualifiers of Lenovo and Intel presents Convergence, brought to you by Riot Games and the Esports Club. I mean, if you think about the fact that the winner of this one last map will represent India up against some top tier teams like Global Esports, Vitality, Furia, Foot, Gen Z, the experience would be immaculate and the pressure would be extremely high on both of these teams right now.
You know, that is going to be the case. The LAN stage is something that each and every team in the entire country will want to get themselves into, especially when it is the biggest LAN tournament that has been held in India up till now. And don't forget, this team, whoever wins this, is going to represent the entire country. We have teams such as Global Esports, but that's a completely different matter because this is where they go through these qualifiers to get to the big stage. Tier 1 teams, this is an experience to behold for any particular roster. And both of these teams, they're going to go through the distance for grueling maps where one team dominated the other. Hard-fought victories, losses that really shook up the entirety of the scene as well. Overall, the audience couldn't believe it. And then there were some players that went above and beyond their own mechanical capabilities to make it possible for their squad to get to that finish line. They're at their home stretch. Both of these teams have no idea what the audience is feeling, but I can tell you, each and every one of us are just going through a roller coaster of emotions. Map number 5, ladies and gentlemen, will be Breeze. And honestly, my hands are up in the air. I have no idea who's going to take this because both of these teams don't really have strong track records for this particular map.
I'll be honest. After the depiction of a performance by True Rippers on the map of Bind in a 13-2 dominating fashion and Reckoning falling so hard like the Skittles, I am also not sure what's going to happen on the map of Breeze. Last time we saw, it was a very dominating performance. Reckoning was just stomping over True Rippers on that map. So when I saw Breeze as the decider, I thought to myself, if it goes to full 5 maps, if it goes all the way, we might possibly see Reckoning taking it home because the veto was definitely giving them an advantage. But hold your horses right there because True Rippers just came out so very prepared for Reckoning and what they were going to bring on the map of Bind as well as Ascent. It was one round away from overtime, but on Bind, it was not even close. Like, we can both agree onto the fact that how first half of Haven went was exactly how the entire map of Bind went, but in exactly the favor of different teams. But what's going to happen on Breeze is going to be the key and going to be the question because again, it's a map where you need Viper. Now, who's going to play Viper for the side of Reckoning? That is the question. Are they going to lean back on the Chamber or are they still going to pick a Sentinel up for Adrian King? That's kind of confusing.
It's going to be a Cypher. It's going to be a Cypher. Come on, the new Cypher is so good. Why wouldn't you pick him on the map of Breeze? It's his best map. And there's literally nothing that can stop us. I feel like this is just insta-picks. If you don't pick Cypher on this map, you are throwing. I am sorry. This is this one character that is built for this map. And after these recent buffs, good luck trying to get into the sight of a Cypher. I have nightmares playing against Cypher players on this map. That's one of the main reasons why I haven't touched ranked in Valorant in the last month and a half. I just hate seeing Cypher, and for some reason, I keep on getting this particular map. And I'm pretty sure that Reckoning and True Rippers, they're going to heavy the Cypher as well. Ryu's a phenomenal Cypher player. You're going to be able to witness this too, because back on his Action PH days, he used to play Cypher on some particular maps and also the Sentinel that he is now currently. So it wouldn't be a surprise if he has a couple of set plays and setups that we haven't really seen. But Adrian King on the Cypher is going to be a little bit of a question mark because this is the first time that I've seen him on it.
Choose your agent.
It's just not you, it's even me and all the audience out there. Everyone's going to see him on the Cypher for the first time, but it's going to be an entire mirror composition from both of these teams. Excali, Helif, both on the Sova, Deathmaker, Harsh, both on the Sky. Alright, so this time around, Deathmaker playing on Sky is something that Yeah, exactly my point. I'm not quite sure how well his utilities be, but it better be on point because again, it's the map of Breeze, the last chance for you to win it and move into the main Convergence event, the LAN event. They can't mess this up. Definitely not in the agent select. But alright, we'll just have to wait and see what they are cooking at this point. Eventually, it can work out really well for them, but he just needs to use his utility perfectly.
You just have to go big or go home at this point. Either one of these teams, they
That's
can make
true.
it over towards that land. They have what it takes, but who has the stamina to make it happen is going to be a bigger question because it's been what, almost
True.
6 hours of non-stop Valorant with 10 minutes breaks in the middle. It's just not enough. Look at me. I look as though I'm half dead or I haven't slept in 2 days, but I'm still here through the entire process because I want to watch this game. I want to see exactly who's going to be representing India in such a big stage. Now that the stakes are so high, the teams are going to start feeling nervous too. But if ANQ is able to pull off the performances that he did on the map of Haven here on Breeze, this Jet can single-handedly take over a game. Woohoo! It
That
gives
is
them the
true,
opener.
and as soon as you said it, Jen was the first one to fall. But again, it's Adrian King who actually found that opener. So Reckoning would have a chance to probably pivot towards the other side, maybe. They really do not want to fully invest onto that A hit. Now, here's one thing, right? Whenever you're talking about the map of Breeze, you know how big it is and how long it takes to rotate from one part of the map to other. So whenever you are going in for those executes, the max time that you have for those rotations is probably what? Somewhere around 40 seconds, because again, you need to clear those close angles, you need to clear the utilities, you've got to watch out for any kind of possible flank. So it can create a lot of problem and troubles, but still, everyone's just anchoring towards the A side for true rippers, and the hit is coming in towards B. So Trailblazer is going to be stopped there, and that's going to be the
Big's
position.
back.
30 seconds left.
Exactly.
Oh
Not
no!
getting
The Cypher
Breaker.
trap!
My goodness. The combination coming in from these players still were able to get two. That makeup fell in the hands of Excali. So they'll be getting the spike planted, and RU in the back line was able to get one. Harsh quickly trading him off as well. This last two players remaining. Can Harsh and ANQ do it? That's the question. They do not anticipate. Techno as well coming in for the backstab. The punishment is delivered. Harsh will be able to isolate that 1v1. And that is exactly what he needed. Aggie,
I'm out of stuff.
can he pull this clutch off?
There's a good opportunity too. This smoke wall is going to give him such a good opportunity. Good chunks of damage being given too. And Hurston fully reload before he wanted to go in for that kind of a fight. Want to know on the scorecards here already as True Rippers, they clutch out this round because of Techno's brilliance. Well, that was such a close one too. Reckoning, even though they got absolutely demolished by a Cypher trap, they were still able to hold down the line beautifully.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is
I'm not
this is
wrong,
the
it
type
was
of nightmares that I hear.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Do you know what I hear when I sleep at night?
Done one trip.
Yep.
No way you just said that.
No, I literally hear this sound from time to time, thinking of a Cypher just ruining my games. It's so hard to break as well. Unless you have a Sova, you can't really do anything against it.
That is true, but you can't even do anything against the Marshal when it's in the hands of Disrupt and he's hitting headshots like anything.
He didn't even need
Yes,
to
it seems
steal
like
it.
yeah, it seems like it's a piece of cake for him. But ANQ, maneuvering around the mid for a while, they'll be welcome with a fighting squad on the other side if they decide to go on with it. So here's the thing: they've not even invested a Viper wall as of now. So totally depends on the hit. Which side is going to go to? Dash has been used up. ANQ will not be able to run out of that harm's way. Down to 26 HP Excali, as well as he was trying to fire few shots here and there to get some kind of equalizer, but the odds are just dipping further against them. Seems to be a True Rippers round in this case.
Spike down B.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna be able to find anything close to an answer.
Flawless.
That is true.
At least the spirits are high, right? True Rippers, you could see that they're fist bumping each other, they're talking. And being on that boot camp just gives you that level of an advantage compared to Reckoning, who are not really right next to each other. DM has a really good start, and I could honestly say that DM is one of those players that if you give him a pretty decent start to a game, he's going to be able to carry a good chunk of that momentum forward through the entire matchup. Are you? The setup's going to be over towards that A side, and that is one of those trips that are going to be an absolute pain to destroy. If anyone runs into that, they're permanently stunned and stuck there for a pretty long time.
And the fact that he's also watching the main alongside with the doors clearly gives a lot of room for all the players on the B to work with, but Caramel finds the opener onto the head of Helif. So now it's going to draw the rotation of at least one person towards the A side, while the other mid players can get activated. ANQ finding the opening. That Maker was taken care of. Techno as well, trying to equalize the numbers somewhat at least. ANQ still surviving, not falling in that snakebite trap. Now his position has been identified, but to even win the fight in that situation, there's a trip right in front of him. Would need to destroy it. It can definitely go through towards the A as they've got the numbers advantage. 2v4 situation though, but the fight in the mid is going to be detrimental. NQ has already creeped his way up, so he will be safe in that spot, and Adrian King wins out against Disrupt. That was one of the most important fights of this round, and it only leaves Aryu on the side.
Pretty much an impossible task for him to try and even comprehend the clutch. Hunter's Fury is online too, so if worse comes to worse, it's gonna be pretty bad. As Aryu. Damage is given. Excali's also getting taken out. He's still gonna go in for a try, of course, because this was his bonus round. So ANQ one step closer to the Blade Storm as a 2-1 scoreline comes in as Reckoning. Pretty much, I would say, the best possible round for them. They only lost out on 2 guns, so at the end of the day, they're still gonna be able to hold. As Disrupt on the opposite end, do I see an operator in his hand? Yep, he went in for a very early operator, so that he can control the entirety of mid all by himself. He doesn't need his teammates as much anymore.
Exactly, and look at the fact that Aryu is just 1 orb away from his neural theft, and also just a couple of orbs away from Seekers to be available for Deathmaker. He's been fragging a lot, and if he does the exact same thing on the sky, and if he continues to do it, it's going to be a problem for Reckoning. Yes, they've got the Hunter's Fury, but still, that's the only ultimate available on board. Adrian King is literally stepping up. It's the duel against Helef, while on the other side, Disrupt was ego challenged by Caramel, and he delivers the punishment. Spike has already fallen. It could be retrieved easily by Harsh without any major problems, but the question is, where will this hit go? Both the sites are stacked by a couple of people.
I know exactly where
Flash should give them the information. That's going to be the neural theft, revealing every single piece of info that they need. They've got an idea now. They know where the players are. But who makes the first move is going to be the question, Aggie.
Oh, and Q, he's gonna get fully stunned out by the Trailblazer here. And these flashes also coming in from
30
Deathmaker.
seconds
Honestly
left.
speaking, he's playing the utility so beautifully. He's able to waste time, play down the lines here as ANQ. The flick is going to be perfect. Or wrap around, maybe one more shot as ANQ is trying to pull up miracles here, but Deathstroke finally shuts him down. Over from the opposite end, footsteps already being given, and Deathmaker, he's in the prime position to go in for that final frag. 3-2-1 as True Rippers. They have the lead of only 2 rounds, but is it a prophecy for the future where True Rippers are going to be the ones to make it over to the LAN? Or will Reckoning be able to call forward Armageddon? Either or, both of these teams, they're already shaping this map up to be one of the best that we have seen throughout this entire series. Both of them are neck and neck, and both of them know how to press each other's buttons as well.
This goes here.
That is indeed true, and again, if you're focusing on just the use of utilities, it was very well mentioned by you that Deathmaker is doing that perfectly. He called for a Trailblazer, he stuns up 2 people with it. He called for a flash, a perfect blind coming in whatsoever, and with that, a broken buy though for Reckoning. A Hero Vandal in the hands of ANQ, who's literally been doing the most of the job. Blade Storm up online for him. Excali as well, ready with the Hunter's Fury. Only got a classic to work with. Guardian for Harsh. Somewhat got a tech timeout in the meantime though, but this gives us enough time to talk about the fact that how Deathmaker is just one orb away from the Seekers, and now looking at the alt economy rotation, Techno up with the Viper's Pit, Aryu also up with the Neural Theft. You know it's going to be a very true Rippers favoring round, and we might as well see a 4-1 scenario. But eventually, if you're talking about the fact how Reckoning are going to run onto their attacking side, they first need to figure out where the operator is going to be, because Disrupt has been a key. And he has been a massive thorn in the pathway for Reckoning. Still think that maybe, if this tech timeout can kind of help Reckoning to slow the pace down and get things back, get them to cool down, and maybe figure out what kind of setup True Rippers are normally going with. But I really love the fact that Ryu is just rotating his utilities between A and B, right? You normally see him setting up on B, and then in between one round he goes towards the A side with his entire setup, stays there for a couple of rounds, and then moves back towards the B side. That's exactly what he has done. It's going to be a pretty heavy lifting task for Reckoning to try and pull this round through with such a buy. 3 Sheriffs, no more Hero Vandal coming in. ANQ is just going to play on the back of his Blade Storm. Hurst will still carry the Guardian in his hand, so they'll have a pretty decent buy for the next one. But for this one, what can they do is going to be the question. Not many major ultimates as well. Round is on its way.
Disrupt just slaps him down onto the ground.
Down perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, the poor guy. He's like, oh, I'm going to get it off angle. 2 seconds later, Disrupt's like, nope. Not today, boy. Not today. No-fly zone being established by the members of True Rippers. As Techno, the crosshair placement is gorgeous. Good for the first half. He's looking for the second. Okay, he doesn't need to peek that anymore. A little bit of a disrespect being pulled off by him, and Caramel's going to be able to punish. As Adrian Gig just having his own little game out here. As a 3-1 scoreline could just be shifting over to a 4-1 at any second here. This shot Disrupt, he needs to be careful with this fight, but Aryu's going to be there to back up his buddy. Caramel look for another kill of his own, but he's not going to be able to find the third. Deathmaker puts a shutdown play onto this. The 4-1 scoreline is established, and the Viper Spit is also coming online. Now they have a choice on the defensive side. Use the Viper Spit early or use it for a retake. What will Techno do? Because this Viper Spit, it's going to dictate the pace of at least this round or even in the next round if they utilize it there.
True. And here's the thing, right? You always know that normally Viper's Pit is invested early on in the round to take control of a part of a map, but this time around, since this map is actually pretty damn big, they need to figure out where the hit is coming in. So early round information is something that's going to be the key, and you're already talking about it. Disrupt wins out the orb, the flash dodged it perfectly by Excali, but he still could not win out on that trade. Deathmaker takes care of him. And on the other side, there's absolutely no one to trade him off. It's only Caramel trying to survive with the spike in hand, and looking over towards the B side, it's just the members of Reckoning trying to figure out where the remaining players would be. Ryu has not made a move. He's not budged at all, Aggie. And he's just delivering the information to his team that it's all a fake towards the B. Everyone's moving towards the A. As the Trailblazer will also clear the tunnel. So, my oh my, this just could be a disaster for Reckoning.
Yeah, Reckoning have no idea what's waiting for them on towards that A side. As soon as they try to rush in, it's pretty much going to be all but over for them. A couple of jiggles is what they needed. The LF's positioning is perfect. The Recon Bolt's going to give a good chunk of information, possibly a kill, but they're able to chivvy their way away. This Techno, Flash has been dodged. He needs to still find this kill over from the side. He does find one, and that's all that he needed to do. A 4 versus 3 as a 2 versus 1. Oh, this is bad.
No.
Are you?
10 seconds left.
No way.
That's
He went
27
for the pit
HP
as
instead of
well
a
into that
Viper's pit.
one.
He can pull this off. They need to invest ultimates and
it's
Euro
so
Theft
dead.
comes online. They're not risking anything. They're gonna go in for it. The last ping comes out. He's in towards the back. No spams and he's still alive. What are you doing?
What?
Whip out the classic and just kill him.
How is he even surviving in this situation? Down to 27 HP. The pit will fall no matter what, and so will Caramel as Disrupt finds his position, takes care of him, and RU will take care of the defusal. It's a 5-1 in favor of True Rippers and Mind It Aggressive. This was supposed to be a Reckoning Esports map, and True Rippers are just turning things around over their head. This is the best time to call a timeout by Rennie.
They need this timeout badly. It seems as though the team's mental is just completely shot. Reckoning going hot and cold this quickly is something that is unheard of. The team never goes down this far into the ditch because, in my opinion, with so many different options now in the fingertips of Reckoning, I want them to utilize it. If you want to establish mid control, why not use a Sky Flash or maybe even an Owl Drone from your Sova to first establish that level of control, then opt to go in for it. Use the smokes that are available in the hands of your Viper if you want to go for a split take over on towards A. And another thing that I would like to talk about for this particular map is you need set plays. If you're going to play with a Sky and a Sova, you cannot play slow and play the map out one by one. Do you know why that's not possible?
Exactly.
Because Cypher is one of the best agents on this map who can counter those slow plays. You are not going to get anything done on any part of the map other than mid. Unless you have a KO. That's why I always put a massive emphasis on KO for this particular map. If you want to play slow, get a KO. If you want to play fast, you can use a Sky and a Sova.
That is absolutely correct, because you mostly see very fast, quick hits coming in, and then to add a few slow rounds in the mix. So a few small slow rounds wherein everyone tries to take some information, use the refreshable utilities, maybe use the recon dart early on in the round and then try to sell a fake in the mid rounding to go in towards end up at the other part of the map. But for now, we're going to see the Seekers being invested. Excali gets the first pick on Techno. His been taken care of, but RU is still holding towards that
I've got your trail.
backside in the lane, but no one's actually moving in forward. The Viper wall is just going to deny any kind of retake attempt coming in from the CT. That is honestly a delayed Viper wall, and such a brilliant one as well, because no one can actually make a push through mid unless they use a bunch of utilities, and Excali actually tripling everything up even with its off in hand. If Maker can he find one? The answer is absolutely no. Adrian King shuts him down. It was a messy fight, but he still wins it out, and over the top Adrian King finds RU as well, doubling it up and finally finding the breakthrough in this setup of True Rippers.
Here.
5-2. After such a hefty loss when it came over into Haven. Helef still hasn't gotten a single kill, but I don't think he needs to. His team has his all covered. The man's giving support, right? He's throwing out recon bolts. He's giving out a couple of shock darts here and there to deal some damage. That's all that he needs to do. Sit back and relax, because Techno, Disrupt, and Deathmaker, they're pretty much the party animals for this one. A very aggressive operator now being utilized by Disrupt here. He wants to push in towards the side of Elbow, hit the lamp a little bit just to give a bit of a warning shot that he's playing towards B and maybe force a couple of the members of the attack on towards that A side instead. He wants to try and control the rotations coming in from the members of Reckoning, and it might just be working.
Breaking the Trailblazer as well. So they're not going to gather a lot of information as to what's happening on the side, but the pings on the map clearly show True Rippers have an idea where everyone else is from Reckoning. And the splash also gave them the information as the execute's going to come in. Jet with the AWP in the hand inside the site, not the best thing that you want to. And what a great reveal coming in. And you still miss the trade out. Hell was taken care of. No more Hunters. Fury coming in. Deathmaker still standing strong on the stairs and combining the effort with Techno. They shut down the entire push of Reckoning Esports. What a way to control the side. You cannot
30
enter
seconds
A
left.
when Deathmaker is playing there. And you cannot enter B because Cypher traps are there.
Can you enter C? At this point, like, where do you go as the attacker? Reckoning just do not have an answer. If you go towards A, Deathmaker's just waiting for you. And if you go towards
10
mid, you
seconds
have
left.
no idea where to go from mid. Because there's too many different angles for you to play into. They need a specific strategy, or they need to try and brute force their way with a couple of interesting Viper walls or even a couple of Viper smokes. They need to break through those smokes with flashes to try and gain some extra space that they can take over a cycle. Like, look at situations like this. Just Deathmaker tapping away one by one. He's not even faced by the operator. This guy is just working magic out here. And if you told me that True Rippers would get this close now and have such a dominant win slowly building up in their favor up against Reckoning, I would not have believed you, especially after their coach left them.
Again.
That was a rough one.
Yeah, that definitely was. Still doing a very solid job. But here's the thing, right? You mentioned about the fact how Deathmaker was just holding that part of the map, just standing on the stairs, deleting everyone. One thing that I also want to focus on is what was the fact, at least, that in the previous 2 rounds, we were seeing ANQ on the. He was able to swap it up and had the rifle in hand to go in for that fight. But in the previous one, he still had the operator in hand. So he could not get that pick on Deathmaker. If he would have had a Vandal, I think things would have been a lot different. But as of now, Trailblazer revealing a lot of information. Reaper's going to scan at least one of them. ANQ will be getting the pick onto Techno. He finds the opener. Ball is already up, so no more information being gained. Helef in the meantime still manages to take care of Adrian King. And this leaves a possibility of fat strap coming in. Hunter's Fury being invested.
30 seconds left.
My,
Spike
oh
down.
my.
Nailed.
Helef was easily able to shut down Excali. Spike has not been planted though. ANQ still holding behind yellow. He can try and find a few more picks if he catches the timing perfectly, because Helef is now on the stairs. That's gonna come in and the peak on the back of it. ANQ with a 3K, but Disrupt finally shuts him down. 2v2 situation, and I still feel the advantage is in the hands of True Rippers.
Oh, this is still a really bad situation overall, because I do not think they're going to be able to get away with this. Though, okay, never mind. The guy has Will of Steel, and his aim is just absolutely perfect too. Smokes are better. His Disrupt just played with the feelings of Caramel, man. He doesn't even want to kill him. He just throws smokes on top of him so he can't even see exactly where the bomb is.
30 seconds left.
Honestly, I think so. It should have been pinged on the map. It kind of seems like a miscommunication situation wherein
Less of a
Caramel
miss
was
moment. I don't
playing-
think they expected it.
I think so. Caramel just was ready to play in for a lineup, but eventually he did not have enough time to go there and go in for that lineup because of the play made by Disrupt and an early retake attempt. So he had to come back, and in the midst of it all, there was a 1v2 scenario which he had to take care of. So there was not even a poison orb over the spike. So even if the snakebite would have landed, he would not have been able to strike the diffuser, get the kill. Because the snakebite only will not finish off the person entirely. And the smoke orb also was supposed to land on top, but
Here.
it's not there at least. They can try and retrieve it, slowly moving around the mid. They've left the spike entirely. Alright, hear me out. If there's anyone from the side of True Rippers who would want to go in and explore the map, and they kind of find a trade or two in their favor, they can possibly get a hold of the spike as well. But we'll possibly see the execute coming in towards the B side. Viper walls
here.
gone
Disrupt.
up, but
He doesn't know.
look at
does
the
he?
lurk coming in. Look at the
on
lurk
top.
of Caramel.
Here.
6 cents on this man. He's actually walking backwards. This could just be such a drastic change here. Caramel's in a god position. He's going to be able to catch out all of the rotations
30
too, but
seconds
Helef
left.
smells him out. And now Caramel has nowhere to run. He's stuck here.
There's a snake
Yeah, he's
bite,
done for.
possession reveal. LF welcoming him with some warning shots in. Q now tries to even out the odds. It's good for Deathmaker, but how many more can he get? That's the question. Answer is absolutely none.
10 seconds
As
left.
LF with the dead zoning was able to shut him down. The plant will go through. But a 3v2 situation. Possession reveal. Adrian King now. It's got to push through the smoke. The Cloudworth's going to go out in a few more seconds. And another one by Disrupt. And he wraps it up as well alongside with RU. They will move to 8. Reckoning Esports are not having any possible chances of a comeback. Because if I'm not wrong, they've probably burned out both of their timeouts.
Yeah, and Reckoning can't even do anything to try and mentally reset themselves here. 2 more rounds and the 10-2 scoreline could just be coming on the cards, and both of these teams are running the exact same composition, mind you. If history is going to repeat itself, just like the map of Bind, I don't know. I really don't.
It seems to be the case. That's the thing. Because I personally feel that Reckoning might as well just go in for some default setups, maybe. Go for a default Viper attacking wall, which kind of divides the pyramids in 2 and then move around, going for some plants. Because again, for the previous few rounds, we've continuously seen RU setting up towards the B side. Mid is again where things are going to be explored.
Time to hunt.
And this Breeze is a very attack-favored map. This is even more questionable, but then again, a lot of people say that Breeze is very attack-favored, but after all of these recent updates, Breeze is just horrible to play on the attack. I am sorry. Like you can tell why too. It's so difficult to go anywhere on this particular map anymore because of how much the whole side has changed. And now they're trying to brute force their entry in towards the opposite side, and RU is just being a massive thorn in their side too. 1 by 1, they're already made it through. And I think they're just done and dusted now. Reckoning last 2 players remaining in towards the side. Maybe they're going to get the plant. Even that's not going to happen. Disrupt shut down over onto Adrian King, and now it's all up to her. She's hot stacked against him. Good for 1 kill, but Disrupt's going to be putting him back down under. 9-2. That's true Rippers. They have all the answers. All Reckoning. They're still stuck on question number 1 of how to enter a side without dying instantly.
It seems to me the case that Mind is repeating itself, and there's a force by coming in with 3 Guardians in the mix along with those half shields. I don't even believe them have a full house on the utilities either. While True Rippers know where they're pulling off a double op setup this time around. Both the sides will be covered up perfectly, and finally a default Viper wall coming in along with the outro to reveal some of those information, but Techno is just there with the snake bite and the spray down coming in. He actually doubles it up. Adrian King also falls. Shock darts are also there. They just wanted to change the pace and brute force their way into the A side. Now that's what you cannot do whenever there's a Viper on the opponent. Now, what can Reckoning do? They've got the smokes, yes, but they don't have any duelist. They don't have any sentinel. For now, information being revealed a little bit. Techno still holding his side. Recon dart will be taken care of, not before revealing the position of a couple of them as the flash goes right onto his face. RU was good for 1.
Wait, they're still getting this?
Shorty in hand. My goodness, Caramel is still standing strong. 1v3 situation. Can he clutch it up? Answer is absolutely no. And 10-2 is where the half will end.
Switching sides.
If you told me map number 5 would be a 10-2 scoreline, a 10 goddamn 2 scoreline with True Rippers winning out all of their rounds pretty much,
Spike down.
I wouldn't
I
have
would not have believed.
This is not a performance that you would expect coming in from Reckoning, right?
No more charges.
You'd expect them to have a lot more direction, but it seems as though this is their weakest map. It literally is.
Unless they win 1 round and then Bind becomes the weakest map. Against True Rippers at least. But yes, this is their last chance to reset. This is their last opportunity to probably get things back on track, because this might be the end of dreams of one.
Here.
But a prelude to possibly even a greater glory for the other one is the last half, the last stand for the side of
Techno?
Reckoning, and they seem to be falling one after the other. Harsh will be trying to equalize the odds, but look at his HP just down to 50. Couple of those bullets from Classic will do the trick, and on the other side, it's only Caramel. Does not have any snake bites. It just seems to be everything falling in the platter of True Rippers, and that to a silver one.
Now Excali. It's his turn to maybe pull off something here. The Cypher's able to survive, are you? Movement really saving him there. Just runs away scotch-free. That's Excali. Positions are good for him, as I think he already knows where Disrupt is. A little bit of a spam is all that he requires. Disrupt's positioning is so good, and he turned around at the perfect time too. Excali gets a bullet to the back of his head. On the A side, right for the picking, it's all up to Hirsch. If Hirsch is able to find at the bare minimum of 2 kills, this round is very much winnable. Needs to hold it down, but Deathmaker just domes him immediately. Last player remaining will be Caramel. The utility usage is just absolutely perfect too. Disrupt now knows his position, and now it's all about the hold. Disrupt, he needs to waste time. As long as he survives there, Caramel can't really do anything because he always needs to look for the flank. Noise is being made as Disrupt. He has the timing, and he's going for a full-on wrap maybe.
Yeah, exactly, but he does not even need to do that because Techno on the side just held his ground over the stairs on the top, sends Caramel back to his grave. And the timeout being used up, possibly the last one for Reckoning. And this is their last opportunity, Aggressive. This is their last chance. This is their last stand. We have already mentioned it multiple times. Happy faces towards the side of True Rippers, but it would definitely be a little gloomy to the side of Reckoning because on the map of Breeze, this is the last thing they would have expected. And they would have to force in this one. There is no way that they can play with the save round and let True Rippers go towards the map point, series point, and championship point.
For the first time in forever, I think that True Rippers, they could just be the kings of this story.
Possible.
They're not going to choke when it comes down over to the finish line. I'm going to be jinxing them a little bit so that I can help out Reckoning. Don't tell anyone. They're not going to be the ones to choke when they reach the finish line. They're going to be the ones who come out on top. And they are going to be the ones who make it over to the map. There is a very good chance they're going to be able to do it. This is a True Rippers that I didn't really expect to see coming out right at the very end of the tournament, but it feels as though the entire team is way more energized than they were when it came down to the very start of this best of 5. While Reckoning, they don't have an answer. They opted for saves here, I do believe. They just have pistols. They're playing for the long haul. They didn't even go in for buys.
My God. They're just relying on the sheer gamble stack coming in towards the double doors. And with those classics being shot, True Rippers should have a very good read that this probably is just a save coming in from them. And with the amount of shots being fired, they should have an idea that there are at least a couple of people there. No one's broken through the trip towards the B, so they know there's absolutely no chance of flank. The fight's going to be directly up front. And I love the fact that Deathmaker is just not getting overzealous, waiting for his teammates. But this is just going to be hellfire towards the A side. If both of these teams decide to go, that's where they're actually going. Trailblazer's been taken care of, but that's just a utility. Snakebite's going to go towards the back of the side as Disrupt will be using the updraft to run out the harm's way. Will remove the Cypher cam. Again, that's going to be the flash coming in through the wall. ANQ finds the first one. That's exactly what Reckoning need. Can they stop them on the chokehold? Right coming in. It's not enough as Techno gets it down. 12 more seconds. They need to go in for the plant. But the trains go back and forth. It's Reckoning who are coming out on top. And what a thrifty round from their side. And what a time to pull it off. 3 and 11. And now they force True Rippers for a save.
This is what you call clinging on for dear life. They have like one finger on that ledge. By not even going in for any form of ice, they invested no money into that round, and they were able to pull this off. And I think the members of True Rippers had no idea that they didn't have weapons. They expected them to go in for force fights, and as soon as they saw those classics, they were thoroughly confused. And because they had absolutely no time to even work the map out, they just got completely bodied by classics. Reckoning, was that your plan? Trying to throw off the gameplay from the side of True Rippers, or was it a Hail Mary rush that really just worked out in your favor? A lot of questions coming into the mind of everyone in the audience, but what is really going to be the biggest question, will the members of Reckoning have it in them to just go over this distance and through all of these hurdles to take down the members of True Rippers? Because it's a lot of rounds, Scared. A lot. You're looking at what? 8 rounds that they have to win to even try to equalize? Good luck.
Maybe, all right? Maybe they can try and pull a Fnatic on Loud, but it could be possible that I'm basically asking way too much. But we'll just have to wait and see, as it seems to be an A hit going in. The Viper Wall's gonna go up. Snakebite coming right onto their feet, onto their faces. Can Caramel find the opener? Yes, he finds one, and he stalls out the entire push. No one could push in through his Snakebite. The Toxic Screen will go down, but everyone on the side of True Rippers will be moving in towards the B side. They don't have any kind of map space or map control, and Adrian King will be just farming orbs. Just 3 in that one, and it's only on to Disrupt. Can he find something with the Marshall? That's the question. Fires the first shot, one more second. That's about it. Not even a single rifle dropped. Reckoning.
Oh, no one's gonna kill him.
Flawless down, yeah. Wait, he did not? What?
No one killed him.
How did he not? How?
No. No one killed him for a reason. So that he doesn't get any more money.
Get the cred. Smart decision.
Yeah, he doesn't have a buy anymore, so he's gonna need to play this round with a Marshall.
Smart decision. Very smart decision from Reckoning.
Oh, poor Caravel. He's the one who got the short end of the stick. He's the one with the Marshall.
My god. Alright. Still, things are gonna work out probably in their favor if in case they play it smart. Harsh will be holding towards the B yet again with Adrian King. On the other side, this time around, ANQ finds a much needed headshot onto Deathmaker, and that's the opener Reckoning were looking for. Outrun also gave quite a bit of information, so Disrupt and the Cavalry would have to play it safe and smart, as where they're going is actually the start side. The execute begins. Disrupt dashes in, uses the updraft as well. Excali behind the boxes, he cannot find the pick. Sees the head of a couple of people. Excali will be able to take down Aryu, so that's 1-for-1 trade coming in, as Helen will be shutting down her. But again, there's Adrian King, the thorn in front of them with a Guardian, as Caramel comes in from behind and shuts everyone down. Neural Theft was invested, but Reckoning, just as you mentioned, are hanging by just one finger on the ledge, but are slowly starting to climb over it.
An immediate pause being taken by the members of True Rippers. They know that they're losing out on these rounds, and this type of a loss streak needs to get put onto a halt immediately. Of course, Rennie's going to be able to give a couple of words of advice to his team just so that they can play a little bit better, but I really want to know what's going on through the minds of True Rippers, because it's normally the team that is talking, and of course, Alex is just giving a little bit of an insight of what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. But it's all up to the players. They've been doing a lot of phenomenal work, but the attack side is where things get so much more difficult. You need to find a first kill. If you don't find that first kill, it's going to be very difficult for you to find any form of value. Or if you can't really go in for that first kill, I would recommend playing through mid and taking over full nest control. Nest is a very powerful position on the map of Breeze in this current meta. Plus, if you're playing towards A and one player is near shoot and near the shoot over on towards halls, that's also an incredibly powerful position for you to play onto. primarily for one reason, because that's an instant rotation towards the mid side. A lot of teams kind of forget how good the shoot can be, even though you are not really getting a lot of value like you did in the past by walking straight up in towards the enemy through halts. But the shoot allows you to get those instant rotation plays over towards mid just purely on the basis of maybe some info given by RU. You have RU's cam setups over towards spawn. He spots out a player pushing in towards mid, and instead of sending anyone from the mid side to try and contest him, you send him through the shoot, and they're immediately going to be the ones to find a frag. It's small stuff like this that will really give the members of True Rippers that edge that they need on the attack side. It's all about that first skill. As soon as True Rippers find that first skill, it's very difficult for the members of Reckoning to try and stop the flood that will happen in towards the side.
Could definitely happen. It could definitely happen. Or it might as well be just your Jinx coming in on to True Rippers. That's why we're getting a little more competitive half than anyone expected out there. But still, we'll just have to wait and see how things roll out. Couple of shock darts being used in to make sure there's absolutely no one playing near the box. Or at least you could have got the punish in towards the elbow. So it's going to be the first play coming in for Harsh. He actually picks off Helef. It's a very good opening frag yet again. And it's just as you mentioned. True Rippers need to find the opener. Otherwise, it's just going to steamroll into Reckoning Esports' way, and that is what's happening. They have absolutely no map control. Yes, B main, they're working around that a bit, but they've got no control towards the A. They're still towards the mid top. They've got a chance to go into the tunnel, but that angle is also being watched out for, and Excali is also making his way towards B. Firewall's going to go up. Excali will have a chance to stop the hit coming in by both of the players who are moving through the tunnels. He gets one. Deathmaker shut down perfectly. And again, we're also seeing Adrian King playing so very aggressive. Excali was able to shut down Disrupt as well in the meantime. So both the tunnel players dealt with. It's only on to Techno. Sees the head of ANQ and he's brought down to 20 HP. ANQ is literally just jump peeking out of those corners with the AWP in hand, and he still finishes up the kill.
There's not really a lot of answers that True Rippers can even give into this. They can't really enter on towards the B side because the Cypher just has a complete dominant hold through mid. And I do think that if they want to make this entry, they need to be very quick with it. I'm just confused of how they're going to try to break this Cypher trap. They need the Sova to be there too, but having both of their initiators on one particular side of the map just does not really give you any form of space. You need someone to help out the player that's trying to lurk in through mid. A full execute could just be their best bet, but now that the Trailblazer has been used with a couple of smokes over on towards Nest, they're able to make this entry, and Disrupt finally has an opening for him to play into. That's a beautiful recon ball coming in from the back end of this as Disrupt gets the first kill, as Adrian King getting caught off guard completely, and one by one, finally the members of Reckoning are starting to fall because mid was completely uncontested. And True Rippers, they were able to find that one gap that they needed to break their way in towards the side and get the 12th round on the board for regulation. One step away, one step, mind you, away from getting over to LAN. The first big Riot official LAN that is happening in India.
I mean,
this round is
point,
close to impossible for them to win, right?
Yeah, that is true. But again, we're going to see Disrupt going in for that spam. Caramel, last man standing. Yeah, he goes inside the pit. He could have found a great timing, but I think so it's too much to ask. And from the pit's gonna fall, he will get one, might get two, but that's about it. Disrupt's not gonna allow him to get anything more. He will fall though, so Creds will probably stumble, but 12 and 6, just one round away, just as you mentioned. And Reckoning need to pull a miracle off to bring this to overtime.
Enemy remaining.
I think they forgot that mid even existed, honestly. I didn't see anyone trying to put any form of pressure on towards that mid side. They just allowed all of this to happen. No pressure, no information, no nothing. Poor old Excali was just sucked in towards the back end of the side, and he was, how do you put it? A sitting duck waiting to get killed.
Possibly.
Early.
Possibly, but again, just the last few rounds, possibly last few embers of hope for the side of Reckoning if they want to survive. Caramel needs to stay strong on the side and it's been dealt with. It's been taken care of. Deathmaker will bring out Trailblazer. The trades go back and forth. Are you standing? 3v3 situation. ANQ still survives with the op. But can he find the timing
Shock dart.
Spike
to get him
planted.
off the...
No more. My ult is ready.
That's
Not
what he
ready yet.
needed, Excali with the op. Can he do something? Can he find one more? Spike has already been planted. Two players, they need to take care of both of them. Arju's position has been noted down. So he will be flooded in. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury. Can he connect something? The answer is absolutely no. And
Oh,
into
this is
falls.
bad.
Everything being dodged. But Adrian King will take down Techno. Can he find more? And yes, is the answer. And they will quickly go on for the defuse. Reckoning by themselves. Another lifeline.
This is nerve-wracking here, Scared. I was not mentally prepared for something like this. They're literally at the edge of falling over this cliff. There's no going back. No mistakes. No nothing. You either take it here and you're able to take it all the way towards that finish line. Otherwise, you're just done for. No more second chances. No more maps. No more nothing. Let's go big or go home. As Reckoning, the pressure has to be mounting. Well, for the members of True Rippers, they have 5 more rounds to go into this.
That is true. Trailblazer being used up to see if there's anyone who will be ego challenging Viper in her own pit, and Helef wants to be the one. It's gonna use the shock dart, so information being given, but Caramel, is he actually going to peek out of it? Is he going to peek out of it? Because Disrupt is also there with the blades in his hand. This could be the make or break scenario for Reckoning. Can Caramel keep his patience? And it seems yes is the answer, because everyone from True Rippers are rotating towards the other part where there's a crossfire welcoming them. Adrian King gets Deathmaker. Find the opener, and that's going to be the position being revealed for Helef. He moves back at the perfect time. The second tick is also there. Caramel finds the pig. And they find another advantage in terms of the numbers. Adrian King gets another one. Techno falls. Disrupt is good for Harsh. But how
30
much more
seconds
can
left.
this one man do with the blade storm in hand? Will be getting control of that side,
Last
avoids the
player
trip, takes
standing.
care of the camera as well. Excali in the meantime will shut down Ryu. It's either an
This
ace
is
or
bad.
nothing for Disrupt, and he is going to be revealed by the recon dart as well. Picks up the spike, will be tagged up. Just a
Yeah,
small
Disrupt's
thing
gone.
with the shock dart. It should be
10
done and
seconds
dusted,
left.
Aggie.
Yeah, Disrupt's just gonna get a couple of more closing frags here, maybe one more, but Caramel just slaps him down onto the ground. A beautiful couple of taps coming in from the members of Reckoning, but don't forget, this was still an eco round. So here is where things are gonna get interesting. One more buy round now finally coming out from the members of True Rippers. They still have a couple of safety nets to play around with, but they need to close this one out as quickly as possible. Remember what I said about Valorant being a game about snowballs? And the members of True Rippers have already used their pause. So they don't have any control. And it's going to be so difficult if they're able to build up this momentum momentum even further. Scally holding down the operator towards the mid side. Each and every avenue is being fully controlled, and they're waiting for mistakes to be made. And it seems as though Adrian King could just be the first one. He's over towards the angle. He may just peek it. Both of these players are each in the vicinities, and it's going to be the first kill coming in from Disrupt. Patience is a virtue, and Disrupt is able to get full control over it. Discipline is key, and that one kill is all that they needed. Don't forget, this kill was down on the Cypher. Scared it was on the Cypher.
That's what's my point. The Outrons reveals a ton of information, at least tags a couple of people. But does he go challenge it? Yes, he actually goes out, but he misses it. Followed by Helef. He will be able to wrap things up. Excalibur taken care of 3v5 situation. Can Reckoning pull this one back from the brink? Can they move out of their graves? No, that's the question, and Disrupt seems to disagree with that as he shuts down Cannibal as well. 2v5, A&Q, he needs to be the anchor and he will be another person to fall in line. Just one last member, Harsh cannot do it either as it's Deathmaker giving them another death and makes sure that True Rippers cross that finish line and join the elite group of all the teams in the Convergence. My, oh my, what a game.
This is a storyline and a half. A team that has never made it to that first place position are now finally there. They are your champions, ladies and gentlemen, for the closed qualifiers, and they will of course join the ranks of every other team that are in the main event. And I really wish them the best of luck, because this team, they have it in them to go the distance. The talent is there. The team play and coordination is present. And only if they're able to get that consistency can they achieve greatness. This is a one big step for this particular roster, full of young talent and experienced players. They're going to be able to do all, but scared? This is a storyline that is going to be remembered for the longest time. We were going into this with thinking that, oh, it's going to be Reckoning's turn, right? Lower bracket run from the members of True Rippers. They were having so many problems trying to beat out Reckoning, but here, we're just going to throw everything out of the window, because this is where True Rippers shine. You throw them against that wall and they will keep on punching and fighting until you give up or until you give in. Your stamina didn't last as long as the members of True Rippers did. And one mistake right at the very end is what costed them everything for this comeback. If Ryu didn't peak, if it was anyone other than the Cypher, they had a really good chance of still being in it to win it. But you lost your Sentinel. You don't have one of the strongest tools that could have held down a site for you on one particular angle, and because of that, A&Q needed to run towards the opposite end of the map because he was expecting a B hit to come in. That gave the opening towards the A side for them to just casually walk on forward. Excali also missed his shot. Every mistake just culminated in towards this loss. And that's what you need in professional levels of play. One mistake and you're just done for. It was a heartbreak for the members of Reckoning, but come on.
That was just one mistake. I believe in the last round, it was literally a snowball of mistakes, one after the other, then after the other. And you talk about a double operator setup. Yes, it is very solid for holding the space, for holding those angles, but it is a glass cannon after all. So you know that you can either get a massive value out of it or you're just gonna lose everything. It's a deck of cards and the wind can blow any time to just shuffle it all up and bring that, card tower down. Either ways, it was a great match between both of these teams. Again, True Rippers winning it out. It was their chance, their opportunity, but True Rippers just coming out on top, clutching it, stealing it away, and taking what they feel they deserve. It was not just a Cinderella run for them for this one tournament, but for all the previous ones where they have been facing defeat time after time. And those are the defeats that are your stepping stones for even a greater success. And that is exactly what they proved. Bind, a map that was always being banned out by them. They pull out a paper of composition and a W key gaming run win with Deathmaker on a Reyna, Ryu on a Harbor. And in the last one, when we are talking about Breeze, we have been mentioning how solid it has been for Reckoning. And True Rippers, they learned from their mistake, they realized what they were doing wrong, and then moved forward in the next one. Just outwardly performance. Fabulous.
It only has to be the beautiful gameplay too coming in from the Cypher. The Cypher pretty much was the pinnacle of this entire strategy. Normally, whenever teams play the map of Breeze, most of their strategies revolve around that Cypher because the Cypher is so good now in this current meta that he can hold the site by himself. He doesn't need anyone else's help. And if you lose that Cypher way too early, then you're just going to be done for. Adrian King just dying out there was what really broke them apart. It's True Rippers. They were able to do everything on this map purely because they had such a strong lead. Don't forget, if this was not a scoreline of 10-2, do you really think this would have happened? No. Because there was a good enough of a chance from an 8-4 scoreline, even a 7-5. Let it be a 6-6, goddammit. There was a good chance Reckoning could have made a comeback. They needed time to try and figure out exactly what to do on that defensive end. And the team just kept falling like dominoes. They just gave up. I didn't see the energy in any one of the players other than A&Q, who had bursts of it when it came down to their own attack side, but on the defense, he was just non-existent.
That is true, but eventually now we'll be moving forward to look at the scorecard of the previous match. And I, again, feel Caramel, A&Q, Adrian King, Harsh, Excali did their best. But the forces of Disrupt, Techno, Deathmaker, Aryu, and Helef they were just too hard to deal with. A great performance by Disrupt yet again on the jet. 22-9, an ACS of 260. He was on race with a 393 ACS on the map of Vine, and he's carrying that momentum forward. Aryu as well doing whatever he needs to do, holding those sides at those crucial moments. Helef working out perfectly with all of his utils. Techno as well on that Viper knew what he needs to do. Even when he was left onto for those lurk plays, he was doing it brilliantly. Deathmaker pulling out a Sky out of the Pandora's box. I mean, I can't even stop to talk about how well his utilities have been. Yes, there have been a few hiccups here and there, but all is well that ends well. Not for Reckoning, yes, indeed. 17, 14, and 4 for Caramel with a 221 ACS. Adrian King, 16, 14, ACS of 200. A&Q as well, almost following the same foot. 14 and 14. Excali, 11, 14. Harsh, 8 and 18. He was having a rough time. He was having a hard time.
Yeah,
They
this is not the
tried
same
their
burst that we
level
witnessed on
best.
Haven either.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a break. It's like a breathtaking story, I would say. It's something that we would have never expected. Reckoning, a team that really just dominated this scene for the longest time. The second runner-ups just trying to get close to them, but they were always inches away from that trophy. They're finally able to grasp it. That's all on the back of this man, Disrupt. Yeah, he's getting the MVPs, he's getting the kills, but the people around him are so phenomenal as well. Players such as Aryu with his setups, DM King going over to a Sky, mind you, and still being able to have this much impact and utility utilization that really surprised all of us. The Sova coming in clutch too in multiple different scenarios. And we can't forget about the Viper. Each and every play that was made by the members of True Rippers was made as a complete unit. They played together, they were having fun, which is the most important part of Valorant. And that's the thing. Whenever I look at True Rippers, I see them smiling, I see them laughing as well in each and every scenario, even when they are just about to lose. Because the team knows that the morale needs to stay up for that following map. And that's why they performed so well when it came down to the best of 5. You gotta love it when you see it.
But, after all that's happened, we're going to have an interview session with none other than the man himself, the Reina on Bind. It's going to be none other than Deathmaker. He'll be joining us for the interview. But my, oh my. Hello, Deathmaker. I hope
Hello,
you're
hello.
doing great because a very big
Absolutely, yes.
congratulations for your team.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
It has been a run, hasn't it? Because Reckoning were kind of seeming like your nemesis through multiple tournaments, but finally coming out on top, beating them in one of the most crucial grand finals that you've ever played. How does it feel?
Honestly, it was awesome to play against them, of course. And you know what? Like we have some maps like which is Breeze and Lotus. We like वो map में हल्का सा हो जाता है ऊपर नीचे. So इसके लिए like we choose a decision at that time that I'm gonna play the Rays on Lotus again, and I'm gonna play the Sky Roll on Breeze. And yeah, and honest thing is like हम लोग का आज जो ब्रीज खेले हम लोग का जो था कंपोजिशन वी प्लेड फॉर अ सिंगल मैप स्क्रीम बट ऑफ कोर्स हाफी बोले कि चलो जो है देख लेंगे एंड ऑन बाइंड ऑनेस्टली लाइक ऑल इंडिया को पता है कि हम लोग कभी बाइंड खेलते नहीं है बट ऑफ कोर्स हम लोग खेलना पड़ा इस बार एंड हम लोग को पता था कि इफ यू प्ले लाइक हाँ द कॉम्स जो लोग खेलते हैं हर लोग खेलते हैं हम लोग जीत नहीं पाएंगे सो दैट्स व्हाई यू नो लाइक वी एक्चुअली लाइक हम लोग को लगा कि कुछ अनोखा करना पड़ेगा वी एग्जैक्टली डिड लाइक वी प्लेड रेना हार्बर एंड एवरीथिंग एंड हम लोग के दिमाग में वही था गाइस दिस मैप वी हैव टू किल ऑन एम अगर एम पे नहीं मारे देन लाइक हम फिर हारने वाले बट ऑफ कोर्स लाइक हम लोग का एम हम लोग के साथ था आज
It seems as though your team is having a little bit of fun in the background too. Everyone's really happy. I want to know about the emotions now because you guys had a really long journey. You haven't been able to get to that number one position for so long. And now that you're here, how do you feel? You're going into the
honestly
biggest land in India.
लाइक ऑनेस्टली इतना बोलना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग का सबका ये सपना था कि वी वांट टू विन दिस एंड वी वांट टू प्ले अगेंस्ट ऑल द गुड टीम्स और हम लोग का सपना वो आज हो गया पूरा एंड आई वुड लाइक टू लाइक थैंक ऑल द टीममेट्स ऑल द मैनेजमेंट फॉर हेल्पिंग अस एंड हम लोग ने ये लास्ट एक दो हफ्ते में हम लोग ने जो मेहनत किया है इन गेम लाइक ऑल द प्लेयर्स एज ए टीम दैट वाज इनसेन एंड of course like I am very happy to be there like online.
Everyone seems to be in the exact same mood again. Everyone's playing in the background
Yeah.
as well, especially this round. This is having the time of his life. I mean,
Yeah,
really, honestly, I would say that all of your fans as well, they enjoyed watching the entirety of the True Rippers and the way
yeah,
you all played. Everyone was doing their job perfectly. Oh,
yeah,
please don't be angry. Don't be angry,
yeah,
Octopus behind.
And that's RU,
Okay,
isn't it?
yeah. Let's go like
probably
Angry
this.
RU noises.
Yeah,
is. All right. Okay. So here's one more thing I wanted to ask you.
yes,
I
sure.
mean, yes, you mentioned how on the map of Bind you thought that you just have to rely only on your aim. But trust me, only aim does not get you at a 13-2 situation. How much
Yeah, that
of
is
the
true.
composition and the play was kind of, inspired by Paper X or at least a little bit seen through? Because that was literally a Paper X composition and
Yes,
the
yes.
W
Yeah.
key gaming that you all pulled off. And that was done brilliantly.
Like of course like सब कुछ तो aim पे नहीं था of course but the thing is like हम लोग को like in the mid round और in the start round पे हम लोग को मिल रहा था picks मिल रहा था तो
Hmm.
उसमें हम लोग को बहुत help हुआ cause yep if we and if we are getting picked then like of course like it would be easier for us to go to a site or something and honestly Halef did a great job in the Igiling part cause he was doing like all the micromanaging to the players and everything he did इसके लिए honest like on the breeze हम लोग जीत रहे थे but वो नहीं मार पा रहा था only because of that क्योंकि उसने हम लोग को सबको like all the players he did fully micromanaged and उसने as a team हम लोग को आगे लेके गया so yeah
Okay. One more question
yeah
before we can head you guys out because I know you all want to celebrate. What are you gonna do now? You guys won your ticket towards the biggest land. How are you gonna celebrate, and what's your next plan?
See, honestly, we are the win like how we win today. So of course tonight we are going to have some party of course and कल हम लोग एक दिन का लेंगे ब्रेक लेंगे ऑफ कोर्स क्योंकि हम लोग ने BO3 BO5 बहुत खेले तो एक दिन का तो ब्रेक चाहिए एक दिन के ब्रेक के बाद वी आर गोइंग टू फोकस ओनली ऑन द लाइक ओनली फॉर द लैंड टिल लाइक till the date of hey 10th or 11 I guess like we are going to focus on the land and we are going to do like of course we have to I change something on our the maps and everything so we are going to do our 200% for this land for sure
Beautiful. And we wish you all the very best for that because you're one of those two Indian teams who will represent the nation on that stage, Global Esports and True Rippers. And when
Yeah.
you'll be up against the mighty Vitality, Genji, Furia, Foot, it's going to be an experience that, everyone out there will cherish. So, a very big congratulations to you all because you all deserve to be there.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gents, that was Deathmaker from the side of True Rippers and all the other teammates as well, especially with those, soft toys. I really want that octopus either ways.
Plushies.
But coming back to the current scenario, wherein now the main LAN event will begin from December 14th and will last till December 18th. That is going to be the key focus of not just True Rippers, but all the other teams as well. Because yes, there are some mighty names in the list, but they would also be need to prepare against all those Indian teams and the Indian meta, right? Because every kind of play that has been going on the international stage, we have our own specific type of mixture in that one. So I think we might as well catch them by surprise.
You never really know, because from what we can tell, some of these Indian teams have a lot of very interesting strategies and gameplay styles that really could shake up the meta. And you could see that the members of True Rippers, they're not afraid to try something new. They try something new and they're going to be able to utilize it beautifully. These guys know how to adapt. They just need to take that leap of faith. And the map of Bind really gives me a lot of hopes that if a team tries something completely different, especially True Rippers, they're going to be able to adopt it really quickly and just refine it to the point where they should be able to take on the greats here in the Convergence LAN. And hey, if you guys want to meet these greats on the LAN, check out the pinned comment, because you got to get yourself a couple of tickets too. And I think that Universe is going to be giving away some of those tickets later on down the line. So if you want to join the giveaway or anything, or if you want to buy those tickets, it's all there. Links down below and of course up top in the pinned comment too. You don't want to miss out on any of that action. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be all that we have for you for today. An incredible best of 5 that we have gone through, with both of these teams fighting tooth and nail, but True Rippers finally being the ones to get the crown on top of their heads. And hey, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the LAN will be held on the 14th, so make sure to get your tickets. You don't want to miss out on any of that action. But for now, it's going to be your boy Aggressive with Scary Yet signing on off with the Lenovo and Intel presents Convergence 2023 India Close Qualifiers by Riot Games and the Esports Club. We'll catch you on the LAN setting.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.